4,000 years ago, the world burned under the assault of grotesque monsters, but one man stood against the tide. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned crystalline dragons of ice that tore through the demonic horde, leaving a trail of frozen carnage in their wake. The remaining creatures stared in shock, wondering what kind of human could possess such power. He stood amidst the destruction, a smirk playing on his lips, and introduced himself as Lucas Trauman, humanity's strongest 9-star great mage, the apostle of justice fighting the evil that plagued the world. The monsters scoffed at his arrogance, but Lucas simply called their mindset outdated, explaining that when someone powerful achieves their goals, they naturally start helping the world out of sheer volunteerism. He then unleashed a brilliant golden magic circle, a spell so vast it dwarfed the behemoth before him. He declared that humans were not as weak as they thought, and with a casual gesture, he incinerated the beast in a pillar of holy fire. But his victory was short-lived as a far greater power descended, blasting him from the sky. A colossal hooded figure loomed over him, a being that called itself a demigod, a law of this world, and an existence humans foolishly praise as God. Lucas defiantly stated he had never praised such a thing, but the demigod was unimpressed, declaring that his actions had disturbed the established order and would be tolerated no more. Lucas burst into laughter, questioning what kind of order could exist in such a broken world. The demigod acknowledged his skills had surpassed human limits, but in the end, he was still just a man. A massive, shadowy hand erupted from the ground and seized him, crushing his body and sealing his mana. The demigod condemned him for the sin of opposing a god, a transgression not permitted to humans. He was sentenced to the abyss, a realm of absolute darkness where he would be tormented by endless doubt until he questioned his own existence and regretted ever being born. As shadowy hands clawed at his face, Lucas's world faded to black. 4,000 years later, that same despair is mirrored in the eyes of a young boy named Frey Blake, the disgraced third son of a prestigious family. His bullies mock him for being talentless trash, kicking him and grabbing his hair while questioning why he doesn't just die. The lead tormentor, David, sneers that what he likes most about Frey is that no matter how much they beat him, he never dies, making him the perfect punching bag. They pummel him relentlessly, leaving him a broken mess on the dirty ground. Before leaving, David reminds Frey that they are partners for magic class tomorrow, promising to make it a day he'll never forget by ensuring he won't be able to walk properly again. Lying in the alley, his body screaming in pain, Frey's mind fixates on a single desperate plea: I want to be stronger. This cry for help travels across the abyss of time and space, reaching Lucas, who is still trapped in his eternal prison. He dismisses the voice as a hallucination, a sign that his mind is finally breaking after millennia of torment. He wonders how long it has been, hundreds of years, perhaps thousands, and for the first time he feels a sliver of fear, realizing just how weak he truly was. Frey's own past is just as bleak. His father coldly disowned him, declaring that the Blake house does not accept individuals incapable of getting stronger, and that from that day forward, Frey never existed in his life. Utterly broken, Frey returns to his sparse room, clutching a bottle of poison. The terror of death is immense, but the pain of living has become unbearable. As Frey's will crumbles, Lucas's spirit ignites with renewed fury. He roars at the memory of the demigod, screaming that he now understands why the world is so hideous and who is responsible. He vows to endure this hell for as long as it takes, just for the chance to punch that demigod in the face. This shared moment of ultimate despair and unyielding defiance forges a connection. Frey, bleeding and dying, feels a new consciousness enter his own. While Lucas is stunned by the sudden intrusion, Frey's last thoughts are of self-blame, that it was his fault for being born without wings, for not being strong enough. As his life fades, he rejects the judgment of a world that only ever mocked him. In the abyss, Lucas feels the seal binding him begin to shatter. The boy's consciousness was like a warm sunbeam, a sensation he'd forgotten. Frey's final wish echoes in his mind: to be reborn with powerful wings, to fly to the highest point in existence and look down upon the world. In the desolate room, Frey's body rises, his eyes snapping open, now blazing with an ancient, terrifying power. He stands tall and declares his return after 4,000 long years. He has been reborn in the body of Frey Blake, the world's weakest human, but he is Lucas Trauman, the world's strongest mage. He speaks to Frey's departed soul, promising to grant his wish and give him wings. He throws open the window and points at the moon, a cold vow directed at the heavens. He's coming for the demigod, and it won't be long. Under the moonlight, Lucas begins gathering mana, realizing he must first fortify Frey's weak body to handle his immense power. He vows to become even stronger than before to face his ancient enemy, but tempers his rage, knowing he has waited 4,000 years and cannot afford to be hasty. The process is agonizing. As he forces his power into the vessel, reaching the 5-star level, Frey's body violently purges a sickening black ooze, the accumulated impurities of a lifetime of weakness. After emptying himself of the filth, he feels a new sensation, hunger. At the academy canteen, he devours food with a ferocity that stuns the other students, who whisper in disbelief that this can't be Frey Blake. Having not eaten in millennia, everything tastes divine. He considers the absurdity of attending class with children, but accepts it as a necessary step to understand this new era. A cold smile touches his lips as he decides not to rush his revenge. He enters the classroom and a hush falls over the students. His bully David is enraged, cursing that Frey couldn't even manage to kill himself properly. He props his feet up on a desk, a smug grin on his face, welcoming his favorite punching bag back to school. The familiar sensation of being prey settles over Frey Blake as a hulking classmate named Jack looms over him, demanding 10 lunch tickets he supposedly lost. Jack smacks Frey's head, an act of casual dominance that stirs something ancient and cold within him. Frey reflects that no matter the era, trash like this always exists. Yet he's disgusted to feel his new, pathetic body trembling in fear before such a dimwit. But as the bully's hand reaches out again, a switch flips. The 4,000-year-old soul within the weak vessel acts on instinct, moving with a speed that defies logic. In a blur, Frey sidesteps and delivers a precise strike, sending Jack flying across the classroom like a ragdoll. The other students stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Frey, the academy's loser, could move so fast. Jack lies unconscious in a heap of shattered furniture, a trickle of blood on his face. Frey stands calmly, but inside, the great mage Lucas is seething with embarrassment for using his power on a mere child. The commotion brings Professor Dio, who is shocked to discover traces of advanced mana-infused martial arts on Jack's body, a skill far beyond anyone at the academy. As he puzzles over the mystery, the lecherous Professor Kevin arrives to supervise the class, his eyes immediately scanning the female students with a predatory gaze. Lingering on a pretty redhead named Isabelle, Kevin quickly sets his sights on Frey, mocking him for finally showing up to class. Frey plasters on a fake, subservient smile. But Kevin is determined to humiliate him, launching a surprise quiz and threatening dire consequences for failure. He asks Frey to name 3 items used by the magic warrior king Kassadin, a name that jolts Frey's memory. A vision from 4,000 years ago floods his mind, his old friend Kassadin, a mountain of muscle, obliterating the landscape with his training. Until he, Lucas, arrives to tell him to calm down. He remembers their banter, Kassadin's ridiculous philosophy that a martial artist must view women as mere rocks, and his own cheeky reply that he didn't mind, as long as the rocks were pretty. Back in the present, a genuine smile touches Frey's lips as he fondly remembers the musclehead who became a king. His silence enrages Kevin, but before the professor can lash out, Isabelle stands to defend Frey, arguing the question is unfair. Kevin dismisses her, insulting Kassadin's entire discipline. This provokes Isabelle, who retorts that his interpretation is insulting, prompting the vile professor to grab her chin and suggest a private debate in his lab. Just as terror fills Isabelle's eyes, Frey's calm voice cuts through the tension. He effortlessly lists the items: the Tiger King's glove, the Giant's belt, and the Gale necklace. He even adds a personal critique, mentioning he told Kassadin that the necklace was horribly old-fashioned. The classroom falls silent, Kevin frozen in disbelief. Enraged, the professor tries to reassert control by ordering Isabelle to his lab for her insolence. Frey interrupts again, quoting Kassadin's doctrine about desires degrading men to lowly beasts, then pointedly observes that Kevin seems to be having trouble standing straight, a clear jab at his predatory nature. The insult hangs in the air and Kevin's face contorts with fury as he spits out Frey's full name. But the quiz continues, and question after question, Frey answers with impossible accuracy, detailing history even the professors don't know. Finally, with a bead of sweat tracing down his temple, Kevin is utterly defeated, and Frey calmly announces it's time for lunch. The professor dismisses the class in a stupor. Isabelle, intrigued and grateful, follows Frey out of the room, and after he questions her strange, soldier-like manner of speaking, they end up sharing a table in the cafeteria, she's stunned by the mountain of food he's ordered. But he simply explains that after 4,000 years of starving, any meal is a blessing. When she asks how he knows so much about the Light Ages, he laments that magecraft has actually regressed over the millennia, a thought that genuinely pains him. Isabelle lists the 4 great masters of that era, ending with the one she reveres most, Lucas Trauman, declaring that if he were alive, she'd ask for his hand in marriage. Frey chokes on his food, bursting into uncontrollable laughter, mocking a little kid for talking about marriage, which mortifies her. The exchange draws whispers from other students, including the prominent David, who can't believe the top-ranking Isabelle is being rejected by the Academy's worst trainee. To change the subject, Isabelle asks about the 3rd training method of Schweizer, which she didn't know existed. She requests that he teach her the battling method, proudly stating she is a 3-star mage. She notes that he speaks like someone who has lived for a very long time, and Frey cryptically agrees. Before she can press further, he finishes his entire meal in a flash, stacking the plates high and preparing to leave. She demands he answer her question about the battling method, but Frey simply tells her to read books, explaining that what he possesses is not knowledge but experience, and his perspective might be biased. He walks away, leaving her to ponder his impossible words as the rest of the cafeteria watches him go. The announcement of a 1v1 magic battle is music to Frey's ears. Finally, a chance to stretch his legs, even if it's restricted to pathetic 1-star spells. His gaze drifts over to Professor Jane, and he can't help but comment on her beauty, a statement that earns him a disgusted look from Isabelle, who scoffs that his taste in women is as old as he is. The first match is called Trainee David vs. Trainee Frey. His opponent David struts forward with a smug grin, boasting that he was too excited to sleep. But Frey has no time for such small fry. He walks right past the stunned boy and approaches Professor Jane with an unnerving smoothness, leaning in to tell her that his eons-long slumber was all for the chance to meet her. Without missing a beat, he asks her to dinner, a proposal that shocks the entire arena. When she sternly orders him back to his position, Frey simply ups the ante, declaring that if he wins, she must accept his dinner invitation. Amused by his sheer audacity, Professor Jane agrees, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks as she tells herself to calm her racing heart. David is seething with rage, questioning Frey's sanity before launching into a series of vile threats, promising to destroy his vocal cords and break his limbs one by one. Frey's expression remains utterly bored. The match begins, and David immediately unleashes a powerful spell called Stone Rage, a whirlwind of sharp rocks that fills the stage. The students gasp, but Professor Jane calmly explains that while impressive, it's a family-specific 1-star spell unlocked through vision magic. David mocks Frey, asking if he's scared, but Frey just yawns in his face, casually conjuring the most basic spell in existence, a single magic missile. The crowd erupts in laughter at the pathetic sight, but with a flick of his finger, Frey sends the tiny orb of light hurtling forward with impossible speed. It slices through the stone barrage like paper and slams directly into David's chest, sending him flying back onto the cold stone floor, unconscious. The arena falls into a dead silence, every student staring in disbelief. David lies twitching, foam spilling from his mouth, his voice gone. Frey strolls over to his fallen opponent, a predatory smile on his face, and casually recalls David's earlier threats about breaking limbs. Then, with cold precision, he shatters the boy's leg with another magic missile. Isabelle screams for him to stop, begging the professor to end the match. But Jane refuses, coldly stating that this is the reality of a true battle. Frey looms over David, his eyes glowing with contempt, and lectures him that bullies who call themselves magicians don't deserve to use magic. He feigns sympathy for a moment, then points out that David still has 2 legs, conjuring another missile as his victim writhes in pure terror. Rumors of the one-sided massacre spread through the academy, with students whispering about how Frey the Trash had completely destroyed David, ending his future as a magician. The victory draws unwanted attention, and soon Frey is confronted by an upperclassman named Dauman Mylust, who invites him to join an elite group known as the Trauman Rings. The buffoon boasts about the group's prestige and flashes a tacky ring, but his sales pitch is cut short by the arrival of their leader, the calm and collected Paryun-chan. Paryun extends a formal invitation, but Frey waves them off with utter disdain, telling them he's not interested and that they should have fun playing their little club games. Later that evening, Frey enjoys his promised dinner with Professor Jane, though his mood is soured by Isabelle tagging along as an uninvited chaperone. Jane presses him about his battling training method, admitting she couldn't find any information on it. Frey dodges the question with a sly grin, leaning close and suggesting he could teach her more interesting things in his room. A move that flusters the professor and enrages Isabelle. Standing alone on a bridge under the moonlight, Frey's mind churns. The survival of information about his old comrades is a mystery. He thought the demigod would have erased everything. As he ponders this, Isabelle finds him yet again, asking who the strongest person in the academy is. She reveals that while Peryuin is the strongest trainee, the true powerhouse is her aunt, the academy's director and a 6-star mage, Lady Cirrus Trisnine. This is the lead Frey needed. A 6-star mage might have the answers he seeks. He decides he must meet her. He then shocks both women by nonchalantly declaring that if he trains hard, he'll reach the legendary 7-star rank by the end of the vacation. Jane laughs it off as a wild dream, but Frey simply smirks, getting close to her once more and asking if she'll be there to confirm it. He dismisses Isabelle's subsequent outburst with a weary sigh. His eyes fixed on the night sky, knowing he must proceed carefully, one step at a time, as that is the quickest path to his ultimate goal. 2 weeks later, the consequences of Frey's actions come hobbling for revenge, as the bandaged David storms into the library on crutches. Seething with rage, he screams that Frey is a bastard who dared to hurt him, vowing to make him regret being born. Frey, however, doesn't even bother to look up from his book, his patience worn thin by the incessant whining. With a bored sigh, he utters a single spell, magic missile, and a blast of pure energy erupts from his hand, sending David flying out of the library in a heap of broken crutches and shattered pride. The instructors later report that trainee David was sent back to his family, and Frey simply dismisses the entire affair as silly. His only concern being the need to gain more practical experience handling mana in his new, weaker body. His quiet contemplation is soon interrupted by another arrogant fool who asks if he's the one who wiped the floor with David. The man, Alex Drimid, leads Frey into a secluded warehouse surrounded by his cronies, puffing his chest out as he introduces himself as an upperclassman. He aggressively questions Frey about what he did to David, whom he apparently cared for like a brother, demanding to know how he'll pay for the broken legs and nose. Frey is utterly unimpressed, mockingly asking if Alex is bullying him right now, a question that only enraged the upperclassman further. Alex grabs him by the hair, snarling about respect, but Frey is already bored of the charade. He nonchalantly asks why they would need to gang up on a weakling like him before unleashing another magic missile, blasting the entire group of thugs off their feet in a single, effortless strike. One of the goons screams for Alex, but it's too late. They're all unconscious on the floor. Frey, ever the pragmatist, apologizes for attacking while they were still talking, explaining that he suddenly realized how silly the situation was. The remaining thugs are furious, announcing their noble lineages, but Frey just cuts them off with another barrage of magic missiles, declaring himself to be the magic missile, and systematically takes them all down. He looks over the pathetic scene of defeated children, sighing that their stupidity might be contagious. Back in the library, slumped over his desk in utter boredom, he's visited by Isabelle. She informs him that he's created bloodbaths everywhere he goes and has earned the nickname Death Missile among the trainees. Frey throws a tantrum, wailing that he has no opportunities to use stronger spells, a sight Isabelle secretly finds adorable. She then thanks him for his recent advice, revealing his suggestion to mix half-troll blood with magical essence was a massive breakthrough for her engravings. She eagerly asks what he'll teach her next, and Frey is taken aback, wondering when he'd even started tutoring her. Recognizing her talent, he muses that he could raise her to be a 7-star, maybe even an 8-star mage. Isabelle then proposes a dangerous training journey during the vacation, one where they could lose their lives, and invites him to come. To her shock, Frey agrees instantly, a spark of excitement in his eyes at the prospect of a real challenge. They prepare to set off, with Isabelle carrying an absurd amount of luggage. Claiming a woman has needs, Frey reveals their destination, the Aspania Mountains, a place so dangerous it's known as a paradise for monsters. Isabelle is shocked but determined, pulling out a map. The fastest way there is a warp stone, a convenient piece of technology Frey marvels at, noting how much the world changed in 4,000 years. However, his face falls when he learns the trip costs 10 gold. His entire fortune is a single coin. He turns to Isabelle with desperate, puppy-dog eyes, only for her to state flatly that she brought no money at all. She declares that earning their travel expenses is part of the training, much to Frey's horror. Defeated, they head to the capital, discovering a ship that offers free passage to academy trainees. But just as Frey daydreams of the free meat on board, an official informs them the ship is full and the next departure isn't for 4 days. Elsewhere, a crew of ruthless pirates known as the Bullied Raiders gathers, planning their next score. Their target, revealed on a map, is the very ship Frey and Isabel were just denied passage on, the Corteso. On board that same ship, welcomed by Captain Mac Martinez, Frey and Isabel learn the reason for the empty vessel. It passes through the pirate-infested Oscal archipelago. The captain isn't worried, boasting of their 2 escort warships, each carrying a 4-star battle mage from the Magic Tower. But just as he declares that no pirates would be foolish enough to attack them, a lookout screams a warning. A massive pirate ship emerges from the mist, and before anyone can process what's happening, the 2 powerful warships are completely annihilated, sunk by colossal ice spears that rain down from the sky. On the pirate ship, the captain laughs maniacally. Their special guest, a skeletal lich named Lord Dullard, has effortlessly wiped out their escort. The lich's magic is overwhelming, shattering the magical defenses of the battle mages and sinking their vessels in an instant. The lich, however, is perplexed. He had summoned 3 spears, but the Corteso remains afloat. The pirate captain hastily reminds him that they need the passengers as hostages. On the deck of the Corteso, Isabel is in shock, but Frey is unnervingly calm. He notes that 3 ice spears were launched, but the one aimed at their ship simply vanished. Suddenly, his mind is flooded with 4,000 years of traumatic memories as he senses the dark, familiar mana of an undead being, a presence similar to a demigod's. Forcing himself to get a grip, he clenches his fist, realizing someone else on board possesses incredible power. As chaos erupts and the pirates begin to board the ship, the terrified trainees are rounded up on deck. The pirate captain steps forward with a sinister grin, greeting the rich young dreamers before formally introducing his crew, the Bullied Raiders. Aboard the ship, a band of pirates makes their grand entrance, their captain taunting the passengers, asking if they even know whose vessel they've just boarded. One of his men laughs heartily, calling it a treasure chest filled with the children of rich families. But before the pirates can celebrate, a cocky student mage steps forward, declaring they've made a grave mistake. He boasts that this ship is filled with future great mages, preparing to cast a spell with a smug grin, but he's cut short. A dagger suddenly materializes at his throat, held by the pirate captain, who sneers that no one gave him permission to finish his magic. As the student freezes in terror, Frey watches from the crowd, noticing the knife's trajectory was slightly off. A hooded figure steps from the shadows, calmly telling the terrified student to stay down. The pirate captain, annoyed at his subordinate's miss, decides to stop messing around and get serious. He orders his men to grab another student, a boy with glasses, who promptly wets himself in sheer terror. Mocking the boy, the captain orders him to be washed, and the pirates drag him to the edge of the ship, tossing him into the unforgiving sea where he quickly drowns. Enraged by this cruelty, 2 other mages leap forward, unleashing their magic. The captain simply scoffs at their noisy display as a vortex of dark energy erupts around him, effortlessly swallowing their spells. The true source of this power is revealed, a terrifying lich standing silently behind the pirates. The students stare in horror, recognizing the undead being as one of them questions the pirates' sanity for contracting with such a creature. The pirate captain just laughs, proclaiming they are pirates who only care about money. Isabel clings to Frey in fear, whispering that this is a disaster, explaining that a lich must be at least a 5-star mage, far beyond their capabilities. The lich, Lord Dullard, finally speaks, his voice echoing across the deck, demanding that the one who blocked his earlier magic reveal themselves or he will slaughter every last trainee. As a show of force, he conjures a storm of magical ice shards that hang menacingly above the ship. Just as despair sets in, the hooded figure steps forward, calmly admitting it was him. He pulls back his hood, revealing himself to be Peryuan Jun, the academy's top student, sending a wave of shock and hope through the trainees. Isabel quickly explains to a nonplussed Frey that Peryuan is the son of an influential house and the most talented student they have. But Frey's sharp eyes see the truth. Peryuan is bleeding from his mouth, struggling just to stand. He realizes Peryuan barely reached the 5-star level needed to cancel the lich's magic and is now on the verge of collapse. Peryuan knows it too, cursing his luck and realizing the lich is an opponent he cannot face. The lich, however, is delighted, calling Peryuan excellent material for his collection. Periyun makes a desperate gambit, offering himself as the sole hostage in exchange for the other's freedom, promising a massive ransom from his family. The pirate captain scoffs, but Periyun's aura flares as he threatens to take them all down with him. Frey watches with a glimmer of approval, impressed by his spirit. But the Lich simply refuses, calling Periyun's mana too delicious to pass up. Dark tendrils erupt from the ground, ensnaring the young mage as the Lich declares his intent to absorb his power and turn him into an undead puppet. With negotiations over, the pirate captain orders his crew to seize everyone. Amidst the chaos, a one-eyed pirate corners Isabelle, leering at her. Frey calmly asks the pirate to move aside, his casual disrespect enraging the man. As the pirate lunges with his sword, screaming at Frey for his insolence. Frey moves in a blur, his fist connecting with the man's jaw and a powerful kick sending him flying across the deck. The students in Periyun stare in utter shock, recognizing Frey as the Academy's eternal loser. Periyun is dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the incredible speed and mana control Frey just displayed. Frey turns to Isabelle, telling her to watch carefully and remember that she too is a mage capable of defending herself. Another pirate charges, only to be met by Frey's cold eyes as he appears instantly before him. Frey grabs the man's head, declaring that unlike Periyun, he is not kind and that to him, these pirates don't even look human. The pirates swarm him, but Frey becomes a whirlwind of destruction, using fists, feet, and powerful water magic to decimate their ranks with brutal efficiency. He moves through the chaos like a phantom, saving another student from a captor with a devastating kick. Finally, he unleashes a blast of wind that clears the deck, sending the remaining pirates sprawling. One last desperate pirate grabs Isabelle, holding a knife to her throat. Frey simply looks on, his expression unreadable, and asks if he's sure about that. He utters a single runic word, and Isabelle's eyes begin to glow with immense power as a lightning strike erupts from her own body, frying her captor on the spot. Everyone stares in absolute disbelief as Isabelle looks at her hands, then back at Frey, asking how she did. He merely smirks, thinking to himself that she is far more skilled than her gentle act lets on. The pirate captain applauds Frey's brutal efficiency, impressed by his moves. But with the deck littered with bodies, he sees an opportunity, laughing as he proposes a deal. He points out that Frey is just one man and cleaning up the rest of his crew would be difficult alone. Frey, utterly unimpressed, tells him to speak his mind. The pirate makes his offer, he'll take exactly half of the trainees and leave. He frames it as a perfect win-win situation, allowing Frey to save face while the pirates still make a profit. Frey's eyes narrow with contempt. He calls the man rotten to the core for daring to call it a win after slaughtering his crew. Seeing the deal faltering, the pirate adds a twisted incentive. Frey can personally decide which half he gets to keep. This simple sentence shatters the student's composure. A blonde girl immediately abandons all dignity, lunging at Frey and begging him to choose her. She desperately offers him 100 gold, promising to do anything he asks. Her plea opens the floodgates, and suddenly the deck transforms into a grotesque auction as other students scream out their own bids, offering 200 gold for their own lives. Frey looks on with a mixture of shock and disgust, while Isabelle demands to know why he's entertaining this pathetic display. The students' pleas grow more frantic, promising him power and positions, revealing the ugly, selfish core beneath their noble titles. Fed up, Frey shoves the girl away, telling her it's hot and to move. He then turns on all of them, his voice dripping with disdain as he calls their actions disgusting, questioning if this is how mages are supposed to act. He reminds them that a mage is a hero who protects the weak, a person who saves others before themselves. Just as Isabelle seems moved by his words, Frey's expression shifts and he asks how much she's willing to pay, causing her to curse him for being bipolar. Suddenly, a dark presence descends upon the ship as a skeletal Lich, Lord Dullard, materializes beside the pirate captain. The captain mutters his annoyance at the Lich's silence, only for the creature to respond directly to his thoughts, boasting that there is no human he cannot defeat. The Lich explains he was merely observing Frey's impressive mana, but deems him a mere 5-star mage who cannot possibly compete. Hearing this, the pirate captain grins with relief. The Lich fixes its glowing red eyes on Frey, stating it has killed countless magic warriors and commands him to give up. Frey simply remarks that the Lich is as unpleasant as a demigod before the creature unleashes a spell called Living Missile. Homing projectiles of purple energy shriek through the air, but instead of hitting Frey, they swerve and tear through the remaining pirates. Isabel screams a warning that it's a tracking spell, but Frey already knows, effortlessly dodging the projectiles as they rip the deck apart. The Lich adds another spell, Bone Hand, causing skeletal arms to erupt from the floorboards to grab him. As the missiles and hands converge, the pirate captain roars in triumph, and Frey is consumed by a massive explosion. The blast rips a hole clean through the ship, and in the ensuing chaos, Isabel desperately screams Frey's name into the smoke. But the battle isn't over. To the Lich's absolute shock, the living missiles suddenly reverse course and shoot back towards their caster. He throws up a hasty barrier, but the missiles shatter it on impact. Out of the smoke, Frey emerges without a single scratch. The Lich is dumbfounded, realizing Frey must have been calculating at least 5 different predictions simultaneously to dodge every attack on the unstable deck, a feat even it was incapable of. This wasn't the work of a mere human. With everyone watching in stunned silence, Frey summons massive ice spears, the very same spell that sunk the warships. Recognizing his impending defeat, the Lich gets a bad feeling and decides to destroy the entire ship in one final, desperate attack. A storm of ice lances down, but Frey simply raises one hand, creating a colossal magic barrier that blocks the entire volley with ease. Peryuin, the blonde student, watches in disbelief, recalling how he coughed up blood blocking a single spear. Enraged, the Lich pours all its power into one final, gigantic ice spear, screaming for the lowly human to die. As the mountain of ice descends, Frey plants his feet, cocks back his fist, and shatters the entire construct with a single punch. The Lich reels back, unable to comprehend how a 5-star mage could rival it. Frey calmly explains that it's because he knows the path beyond 5-star. He then yawns, asking the Lich to fight a little harder because he was excited to finally use spells stronger than a simple magic missile. The Lich demands to know his true identity. Frey sheds the persona of Frey Blake, the Academy's loser, and reveals his true name, Lucas Traumen, history's strongest mage, returned after 4,000 years. The Lich shrieks that it's nonsense, that Lucas Traumen is dead, and lunges forward. In an instant, Frey teleports behind it, plunging his hand into its chest and ripping out a glowing blue core, the Lich's life vessel. He explains that it took a while to find its exact location, and before the Lich can even process what's happened, Frey crushes the vessel in his fist. The undying being crumbles to dust. The pirate captain stares in horror, screaming about how his trump card was supposed to be invincible. Frey turns to him, his eyes glowing with cold fury, and declares that negotiations have broken down. He pronounces a death sentence on them all. In the aftermath, the pirate captain lies dead with a hole through his torso. Frey stands amidst the carnage, the surviving students staring at him with a mix of awe and terror. Later at the docks, Peryuin approaches, bowing deeply to express his admiration and gratitude for saving his life. Frey, looking thoroughly annoyed, checks on his condition, noting that blocking the Lich's magic must have ravaged his organs. As they walk, Peryuin asks how the infamous loser Frey Blake became so powerful, to which Frey cryptically replies that life is full of surprises. Grateful, Peryuin invites Frey to his family home, an offer that stuns Isabel, but Frey nonchalantly says he'll go if he has time. He then shamelessly asks Peryuin for 20 gold to buy a warp stone. While Isabel fumes at his audacity, Peryuin is happy to oblige, offering him 300 gold instead as a token of gratitude. Peryuin mentions he is busy with marriage talks, and Frey's interest is immediately piqued as he asks if the fiancée has an older sister. Isabel yanks him back, chastising him for his lecherous thoughts, which only makes Peryuin burst out laughing, calling Frey a jolly friend. After they part ways, Isabel watches them go, remarking that they seem like old friends and that Peryuin is a splendid noble with deep pockets. Before sighing that she is terribly penniless, Isabel strikes a pose in her magnificent new gear, proudly asking Frey how she looks. But Frey is utterly unimpressed, his face a mask of weary disapproval as he tells her to just go home. He lectures her on the impracticality of her flashy outfit for training, demanding she choose something light and functional instead. Isabel, who was just excited by the high-quality clothes, is taken aback by his sudden anger. As they walk through the city in their new, practical attire, Frey examines a small pouch, amazed by the subspace magic that allows it to store 10 times its size. Isabel finds his surprise strange, questioning if he's in a bad mood, but he dismisses it. He gazes at the city, musing internally that while technology like warp stones has developed, the world has barely changed in 4,000 years. A dark suspicion forms in his mind. The demigods must have deliberately stunted humanity's growth, fearing their potential. He dismisses the thought for now, deciding he'll just have to beat the answers out of them himself as they arrive at the Warp Stone station. An announcer instructs passengers to stay outside the magic circle as the warp is about to begin. The massive magic circle above them glows with immense power, and Frey casually warns Isabelle that first-timers often feel nauseous. In a flash of light, they are transported, reappearing on a platform under a scorched orange sky. They have arrived in Hispania, a rugged landscape that Frey notes hasn't changed at all in 4 millennia. Just as he's about to proceed, Isabelle doubles over, violently ill from the warp, proving his earlier warning correct. Later, inside a bustling tavern, Frey orders 5 servings of meat and bread, and to Isabelle's utter shock, beer. She protests that he's a minor, but Frey simply tells her to be quiet, wondering how long it's been since he's had a proper drink. The bartender dismisses her concern, stating that in his day, everyone over 13 drank, and asks if they are mercenaries. He serves them a hearty meal, noting their new gear and correctly guessing they're newcomers planning to enter the Hispania Mountains. He warns them against it, explaining that having ambitions is a privilege of the young, but they should finish their meal and return home. Isabelle scoffs at the warning, but the bartender's face darkens as he roars that she knows nothing. His anger quickly fades to sorrow as he apologizes, explaining that he had a son their age who was also a noisy mercenary. That son died after entering the mountains, a living hell from which even experienced warriors don't return unscathed. Frey, unfazed by the grim tale, calmly finishes his delicious meal, and asks for information on the monsters in the mountains, making it clear he'll go even if it means death. The bartender sighs in resignation, deciding he won't be able to sleep well tonight knowing they're heading to their doom. He provides them with a map and details of the area, refusing payment and telling them to put it on a tab to be paid only when they return alive. Outside under the moonlight, Frey thanks the man, promising he can't wait to try the tastier sausages he'll have next time. Before he and Isabelle turn and walk towards the foreboding mountain range. The moment they step into the mountains, they're swarmed by powerful monsters, and Isabelle finally understands why Frey considered this a worthy training ground. But Frey reveals their true purpose. They're going to Schweizer's dungeon. Isabelle is stunned, knowing it only as a legend rumored to grant world-ruling power. Frey explains it's no legend, recalling his old friend Schweizer describing its location, a small island on a lake at the peak of a mountain that pierces the clouds, which he has identified as Drake Mountain. She argues that it's a 6-star danger zone, far beyond their level. But Frey calmly holds up one finger and declares he'll reach the 6-star stage in a single month. Isabelle is convinced he's insane, knowing such a feat normally takes decades. After some time battling their way through the wilderness, Frey abruptly stops, announcing he's found what he was looking for. He leads her to a magnificent waterfall cascading down a cliff face, revealing a hidden cave behind it. This, he proclaims, will be their training ground for the next month, where he will teach her the Casa Jin's battling technique. He gives a stern warning: the technique is so dangerous that she must only observe, as copying it incorrectly could cost her life. Frey sits and begins to meditate, his body becoming a conduit for an unbelievable amount of energy. The mana of the entire Hispania mountain range flows into him, a sight that leaves Isabelle utterly speechless. The immense power coalesces within him into a swirling purple vortex, and with his preparations complete, he opens his eyes. He's momentarily surprised to see Isabelle has already begun to absorb mana herself, her talent and passion for learning surpassing even his estimations. He gives her an approving smile and a pat on the head, calling her impressive. Later, while they rest and eat, he has to practically force-feed Isabelle, explaining that her body is mistaking mana repletion for being full. She reflects on his transformation, admitting she was drawn to his unyielding spirit even when he was a Bullied student, but now he feels like an entirely different person, full of confidence and purpose. He asks her which version is the real him before sagely stating that humans don't change, they only grow. Her face flushes as she realizes they'll be spending a month alone together in the cramped cave. But Frey shatters the mood by bluntly stating he's not interested in kids, leaving her fuming. He sets up a barrier for the night and promptly goes to sleep, leaving Isabelle stewing in her irritation. The next morning, she wakes to find him already meditating. He tells her that her break is over, the real training is about to begin. He once again warns her to only watch as he demonstrates the battling technique. Frey's aura explodes as he separates the mana within him into its raw fire and water attributes, forcing the two opposing elements to wage war within the microcosm of his body. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as the internal battle rages, his entire focus on maintaining a perfect, delicate balance between the two forces so that neither can dominate the other. This, Isabelle realizes with awe, is the true nature of battling. Resolved, she tries to mimic the technique, channeling both fire and water mana into her core. But the balance is shattered almost instantly, and an immense wave of pain racks her body as she coughs up blood. Through her agony, she sees Frey, enduring the same nonsensical torment as if it were a peaceful meditation. And a single, profound question fills her mind: just who is he? For 2 long weeks, Frey remained perfectly still, a statue lost in meditation, while his red-haired companion passed the time with simple exercises of her own. She watched him unmoving, wondering if he would ever stir from his trance. Deciding to attempt a far more dangerous training method herself, she prepared near the waterfall. But just as she began, an immense pressure exploded from Frey's position. Blue energy erupted around him as his mana began to materialize, a clear sign that he was about to become a 6-star mage. She stared in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend such an inconceivable growth speed. He had reached this stage in a mere month. Yet within his own mind, Frey was furious with his progress, deeming it far too slow and inefficient. As his power swirled violently, his companion was caught in the torrent, struggling to even remain upright. Later, as rain began to fall, she attempted the extreme training method herself, trying to balance volatile mana in her hands. The slightest lapse in concentration disrupted the balance, causing her to cough and nearly collapse from the strain. She now understood this was the ferocious battling method of Casa Jin's ancestors, the very reason modern mages were so weak in comparison. Suddenly, the barrier protecting them shattered with a loud crack. Before she could react, a colossal wave of fire erupted, and from the flames emerged a magnificent, gargantuan bird. Frey's eyes snapped open as he calmly identified the creature, a phoenix. His companion was speechless, recognizing the legendary divine beast from stories. Frey explained that it must have been attracted by the fire attribute mana generated by her battling training. To her utter horror, he then stood and calmly gestured for the divine beast to approach him, shouting that divine beasts cannot be tamed by humans. The phoenix seemed to understand, and Frey walked toward it, questioning why it was just staring when it clearly came for help. In a move that defied all logic, he reached out and touched its blazing feathers with his bare hand, explaining to his stunned companion that it showed no hostility towards him. He pointed to a ghastly wound on its chest, noting that its heart had nearly been gouged out, and it was a miracle it was still alive. She asked if phoenixes could actually die, and Frey clarified that while they are less restrained by death, they are not immortal, leaving her to wonder what monstrous entity could inflict such a wound on a divine creature. Frey looked at the wounded beast with compassion, reassuring it that he could help. A soothing purple energy enveloped the phoenix as he healed its wounds, the once terrifying creature now acting like a docile chick. He shot a wry glance at his companion, joking that he was taking the fruits of her training. She watched him, amazed by the sudden shift in his demeanor. His expression, his speech, and the peaceful air around him were completely different from the cold man she knew. Frey, feeling nostalgic, then challenged the revived phoenix to a race to a nearby mountain peak, teasing that the loser would have to skip lunch. The beast squawked with what sounded like competitive spirit, reminding him of an old friend. With a final burst of glorious flame, the phoenix was gone, leaving behind a single smoldering feather. Frey thanked it for the memories and advised it to choose its opponents more wisely in the future. He picked up the feather, explaining its immense value before taking a jab at his companion for being useless despite him sheltering her for weeks. Flustered, she found herself contemplating the enigma that was Frey. He had the appearance of a divine master, a cold demeanor that could instantly become gentle, and the vast knowledge of a flawless great mage. She realized that in many moments he reminded her of the great mage Lucas Trauman, and concluded that she held deep feelings of admiration and respect for him. Just then, Frey's body surged with power, a brilliant blue aura signaling his success. After a full month, he had finally done it. His companion smiled, sincerely congratulating him on becoming a 6-star mage. She knew this was an unbelievable feat, as the world's youngest 6-star mage was 35, and news of a trainee achieving it would cause an uproar. Frey, however, simply savored the feeling of gathering mana with a single breath before promptly collapsing from having starved for a week. He waved off her offer of beef jerky, stating he needed some real, oily food. Upon leaving their cave, they were greeted by a field of monster corpses. Frey immediately understood that the phoenix he had just healed had been protecting them during their training. He smiled, musing that the rascal took his joke to heart, and decided they would head to Schwezzer's dungeon after eating. A faint human voice cut through the air, and Frey instantly vanished, dashing toward the sound, leaving her behind to wonder what she was supposed to do. They found a clearing where a group of bandits was using a man tied to a tree as a target for knife practice. Calling themselves the Skull-X Bandits, they laughed at their own terrible aim. Their chief, Lawrence, grumbled impatiently, furious that they had been waiting in the mountains for over a month. One of his men boasted that he would finally hit the target in the forehead. But as he threw his dagger, an unseen force deflected it, causing it to clatter uselessly to the ground. The bandits laughed, joking that the wind itself pitied the prisoner. But it wasn't the wind. Frey appeared silently behind one of the men, startling him. He surveyed the scene with cold contempt, disgusted by their game of using humans as darts. Before they could process his appearance, he moved like lightning, and one of the bandits' heads was sent flying from his shoulders. The others stared in frozen horror as their chief, Lawrence, grabbed his weapon. Frey simply summoned a 5-star magic spell, the Light Scythe, which Lawrence recognized with sheer terror. A chilling smirk spread across Frey's face as he greeted his new friends, informing them that it was time for a lesson. The woman stumbles through the woods only to find a clearing littered with corpses. Standing amidst the carnage is a lone, silver-haired man, his expression unreadable. She cautiously approaches and asks if he killed them all. He confirms it, explaining that one managed to escape, but not before he placed tracking magic on him. He notes that the escapee was a vice-captain, which means a larger force and their captain are still out there. A look of dread crosses the woman's face as she asks if he truly plans to annihilate them all. His resolve is absolute. He cannot pretend nothing happened when these men have taken innocent lives. In the cold depths of his mind, he thinks of the demigods who watch humanity's struggles for entertainment, and he vows to ruin their sick amusement. As they move on, they discover a man bleeding out, barely clinging to life. He begs them for help, but the silver-haired mage coldly informs him that he's lost too much blood and they have no obligation to save him. The man breaks down, sobbing that he just wants to apologize to his father before he dies, a plea that seems to briefly stir something within the mage. Meanwhile, at the bandit camp, the escapee frantically reports to his captain, a menacing man named Karlst. Karlst scoffs at the story, asking if he drank an entire barrel of booze, but the man swears it's the truth. He describes their attacker as a ghost with white hair and a body that stank of rot, yet a master of combat who sent heads flying in an instant. Karlst's eyes narrow as he correctly deduces their foe is a magician, a battle mage capable of double casting, according to the survivor's terrified account. Karlst orders his men to increase the lookouts and kill the mage on sight. He dismisses the idea that the Aquarst Knight family would hire a magician, knowing their pride, and then questions his men about their earlier game of human darts. They sheepishly admit their target was a random mercenary escorting a mother and child, which only deepens Karlst's confusion about the powerful mage's identity. Elsewhere, the aftermath of another battle unfolds. Karlst smirks, having finally found his true prize, Sonya Aquarst, the eldest daughter of the famed Knight House. Despite being outnumbered, Sonya is a whirlwind of steel, cutting down several bandits with furious precision. She charges at Karlst, but he effortlessly parries her strike, his strength overwhelming hers. He remarks that the rumors of her kingdom's flame sword were not exaggerated, and she finds herself completely surrounded, her knights defeated. Karlst taunts her, listing her achievements as the genius knight known as Rainstorm, while Sonya grits her teeth, realizing she's trapped in the worst possible scenario. He asks about her escort magician, and she spits back that her noble house would never use a lowly magician, calling them all weaklings. This confirms for Karlst that the ghost isn't with her, piquing his curiosity. He then leans in with a lecherous grin, telling her they won't kill her right away, as it's a rare opportunity for men like them to have their way with a noblewoman. Sonya's eyes burn with rage as she declares she'd rather die than become their plaything. Unfazed, Karlst threatens that if she dies, they'll simply turn to the terrified maids cowering behind her. He sneers that his men are hungry after living like beggars for a month just to capture her, and the horrifying realization of why the maids were kept alive dawns on Sonya. In a final act of devotion, the maids declare they won't drag their lady down, begging Sonya to end their lives. With tears in her eyes, Sonya apologizes for her own weakness before raising her sword, promising to escort them honorably to the afterlife. As Karlst orders his men to stop her, the sword suddenly vanishes from her grasp. Everyone freezes in confusion. Karlst looks up, a slow smile spreading across his face as he says the ghost has finally revealed himself. There stands the silver-haired mage, holding Sonya's blade. He calmly asks Karlst if he's the leader, ignoring the bandits' mocking welcome. When Karlst demands to know what he did to the men at his base camp, the mage gives a chilling smile and says he took good care of them. Consumed by rage, Karlst screams for his men to kill the white-headed mage, warning them not to give him a moment to cast. But it's too late. The mage unleashes a furious tempest of wind blades, tearing through the charging bandits with shocking power. The carnage is absolute. Karlst watches in disbelief, thinking that even a battle mage can't sustain such an attack. He prepares to strike when the mage tires, certain that he is the main target. He is dead wrong. The mage isn't targeting him, he's targeting everyone at once, and the onslaught is relentless. The horrifying truth crashes down on Karlst. This mage is casting powerful magic on all his men simultaneously, an impossible feat. The bandits are annihilated until only a few remain, and Karlst falls to his knees, begging him to stop. The attack ceases, and one of the survivors gasps that he must be out of mana. Seizing the opportunity, Karlst roars for his men to attack. Sonya offers her aid, but the mage simply holds up a hand, warning her to stay back. A brilliant magic circle illuminates the battlefield as he begins a new incantation. The ground trembles violently, and the bandits scream as a massive earthquake shatters the cliffside. A landslide buries them all under tons of rock, their cries for help silenced forever. Sonya and the others can only stare, dumbfounded at the utter annihilation. Sonya stares in disbelief at the aftermath of Frey's magic, realizing the storm of light arrows was merely a diversion to buy time for a devastating 5-star spell. Isabelle admits she'd never witnessed such incredible double casting until she met him. A testament to the sheer power Frey wields. After the battle, Sonya Aquareed of the Luinoble Kingdom formally presents her gratitude. Frey Blake introduces himself with a bluntness that earns him a scolding from Isabelle Trisnine for his lack of manners. The Knight Luther recognizes the name Blake as a highly noble lineage from the Cascow Empire, wondering aloud how such a noble person could look so disheveled. When they decide to head to the city of Hispaniola, Luther declines Frey's offer to guide them, explaining they must first gather the bodies of their fallen escort knights to bury them. Frey, however, has a much better idea. With a casual gesture, he offers to take them all to the city, effortlessly levitating the deceased knights and assembling a new cart from the wreckage of the old one, leaving the entire group speechless. As they journey on the newly constructed cart, Sonya is flabbergasted to learn Frey is only 20 years old, having assumed he was at least 30. Their conversation turns to the ambush, and they deduce that the mercenaries were highly skilled and must have been dispatched by a powerful entity, as the Aquareed house has as many enemies as allies. Sonya confesses that she'd always thought magicians were weak, a mindset that Frey's display has completely erased. When she asks how he gained such power, Frey answers with a single, almost absurdly simple word: effort. Upon reaching the port city, they watch as the bodies of the fallen knights are loaded onto a ship. Luther expresses his deepest gratitude, thankful that his comrades can finally return to their families. As Frey prepares to leave, Sonya grabs him, insisting she must repay him for his help. He initially refuses, stating that people should help each other to survive, but Luther insists it would be a loss of face for the Aquareed house if they didn't show proper gratitude. Frey finally relents, telling her she can buy him dinner at a place he knows with delicious sausages. The place turns out to be a rundown pub, much to Sonya's disappointment. But the pub master greets Frey warmly, glad to see he has returned alive. He then mentions that another has also returned, pointing to a man named Kazan, who drops his plate in shock and tearfully calls the master father. After Kazan's wounds are treated, the father explains his son was captured while protecting his family. Isabelle asks how Frey knew they were related, and he points out the similar eyes, adding a smug comment about their drag having some healing talent, which infuriates Isabelle. The overjoyed pub master kicks out all his other patrons, declaring the pub closed for the night so he can cook a feast for his son's saviors. After a refreshing bath, Sonya comes downstairs to find Frey already stuffing his face. As she approaches, she stumbles and Frey catches her, inadvertently revealing an arm covered in countless scars. He tries to hide them, but she stops him, her face blushing as she declares the scars look cool. He simply smiles, telling her they are traces of his effort. The conversation shifts to their travel plans, and Sonya reveals she's heading to the Jun house because she is engaged to Peryun Jun. Frey internally scoffs at the lucky bastard. The next morning, as they prepare to part ways, Sonya shyly asks Frey if he will visit the Jun house later. And he agrees, much to Isabelle's annoyance. As they walk away, Isabelle comments that Sonya has fallen for him, but Frey is completely oblivious, a denseness she finds infuriating in a supposed playboy. Frey's focus is elsewhere, fixed on a dark, ominous mountain range where Schwain's dungeon awaits. The sky is filled with drakes, the apex predators of the region, which horrifies Isabelle. Frey warns her this place is a living hell where anything can happen, before shoving her aside just as a massive, three-eyed mutant ogre smashes the ground where she was standing. Frey calmly notes that the master wasn't lying about mutants appearing here. As the beast roars, Isabelle unleashes a powerful fireball, but the explosion has no effect on its tough hide. Frey explains it has evolved high fire resistance from living amongst the drakes. With a wicked grin, he asks if she has any ideas before answering his own question by summoning a storm of ice shards, declaring that if fire won't work, they'll just have to use ice. The air grows frigid as Frey Blake conjures two small ice spears, the sheer cold making Isabelle shiver beside him. He muses that Frey's power reminds him of the great mage Lucas Trauman before launching the icy projectiles forward. The spears slam into the massive red ogre but barely manage to pierce its skin, shattering on impact. Enraged, the beast smashes the ground, causing the earth to tremble as Isabelle stares in disbelief at its resilience. Annoyed by its toughness, she leaps into action, remarking that he's taking it too easy before landing a flaming punch squarely on the ogre's face. The creature stumbles back, roaring in pain. Isabelle lands, explaining that the ogre has undergone an attribute evolution, reinforcing its bones and skin to be like steel. She suggests burning it down, but Frey calmly notes its high fire resistance. She asks if he plans to use earthquake magic again, scolding him for being a musclehead and attracting all the drakes with the noise. With a confident smirk, Frey reveals he has a special well-digging technique for just the situation. He then conjures a swarm of ice shards, telling the angry ogre to cool down. Isabelle grows frustrated, asking why he's using the same ineffective ice spears again, but Frey cryptically tells her that to succeed, one must dig a single well. The ogre bellows, infuriated by the pathetic attacks, and Frey chides it for shouting when they need to be discreet. He points a finger, a single ice spear shooting out and striking the beast's face. As Isabelle begs him to use a different spell, Frey shushes her, saying he's concentrating as he continues his methodical assault. One by one, he fires off more spears, counting each impact as they pepper the ogre's face and eyes. After the seventh shot, he lowers his hand and coolly declares that it's over. A massive shard of ice materializes and rockets forward, impaling the ogre's head before shattering it completely. The headless monstrosity collapses to the ground, finally defeated. Frey turns to a stunned Isabelle, smugly explaining that this is what it means to dig a single well. But their moment of triumph is cut short as a swarm of drakes descends from the sky, drawn by the commotion. Frey curses the ogre for gathering them here, realizing their journey is about to get much more difficult. The drakes immediately unleash a storm of fire upon them. Isabelle reacts instantly, launching an ice arrow that pierces one of the beasts. Frey moves like a phantom, leaping onto a drake's wing and stabbing it with an ice spear. The creature's eye widens in shock as it plummets from the sky. Just as they take down another drake, a colossal shadow engulfs them. They look up in sheer terror at the monstrous form of the Drake King looming above. Frey acts instantly, pulling Isabelle back into the trees and silencing her with his hand. He knows this is an enemy he cannot defeat and that their only hope is to wait for it to leave. The Drake King's massive eye scans the battlefield, its gaze passing over their hiding spot before it finally turns and departs, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. After the immense pressure vanishes, Isabelle heals Frey's wounds as they rest on a cliffside. Frey reflects that the constant fighting has finally allowed his mind to sync with his new body, but he knows the most important matter still lies ahead, finding Schweitzer's dungeon. They leap from the cliff towards a lake below. Frey explains that knowing his old friend, the lake would be filled with monsters as a first line of defense. Isabelle asks how he can be so certain, and Frey recalls Schweitzer's odd habit of dreaming about living on a beautiful island at the peak of a mountain piercing the clouds. As they land, Isabelle marvels at the magnificent island before them. Frey reveals the truth: the island is merely the entrance to a dungeon far larger, a facade that is humble but secretly extravagant, just like Schweitzer himself. They find a giant hollowed-out tree that serves as the entrance and descend a staircase lit by glowing crystals. Isabelle's heart pounds, but Frey curtly tells her not to bother with useless thoughts as they delve deeper. Their journey leads them to a massive, glowing door sealed by magic. Frey explains that the seal was created by Schweitzer and that forcing it would result in their obliteration. He places his hand on a nearby orb, causing it to erupt in a pillar of light. From the resulting smoke, a small, cheerful boy appears with a flourish, announcing his arrival. Frey immediately recognizes the obnoxious mono recording of his old friend, Schweitzer. The apparition welcomes them and Frey internally scoffs, wondering how much his friend cheated on his appearance for the message. The boy introduces himself as Schweitzer Stroh, shocking Isabelle. He grandly proclaims that they can obtain anything they desire within his dungeon. Lost in memory, Frey quietly asks the recording if Schweitzer died. Unhearing, the recording continues, explaining they must pass a test to enter. A profound sadness washes over Frey, the reality sinking in that his friend's voice and attitude are just echoes of the past, that of all his comrades, he is the only one left alive. But that sorrow hardens into a burning rage, a reminder that those he loved turn to dust while their enemies, the demigods, still rule the world. His eyes gleam with hatred as he thinks of them. The Schweitzer recording finally poses its question: what does Schweitzer Stroh hate the most? Without a moment's hesitation, Frey gives the one and only possible answer: demigod. The recording cheers, announcing the answer is correct, and then vanishes in a puff of smoke as the colossal doors grind open. Isabelle is left speechless, stammering to ask who Frey is and how he knew the answer. Frey strides past her into the dungeon, telling her not to stand there dumbfounded. He warns her that this place is filled with traps and her hesitation will get her killed. He asks if she still wants to become stronger. Her resolve firming, she follows him up the grand staircase, ready to see if the beginning or the end awaits them inside. Frey faces the towering golem guardian, its single green eye glowing with silent threat. As he reaches out to a shimmering blue orb, a torrent of magical energy erupts around him. Coalescing into the form of a man he knows all too well, his old friend Schweitzer. The apparition greets the young man before him, not knowing his true identity, and begins to lay out the rules of this final test. He poses his second question, explaining that greater items lie deeper within, but Frey can only take a single one, and any mistake will awaken the dungeon's very angry guardians. The subject is Iris Fistfounder, a name that shocks Frey to his core. His companion Isabelle is confused, but the other man recognizes the name as the legendary Black Witch. A woman of such alluring charm that even he can't help but blush at the thought of her. The projection of Schweitzer laments how dense Lucas was, completely oblivious to Iris's advances, a comment that makes Frey seethe with irritation. Before Schweitzer can even finish his question about her 3 contracted devils, Frey cuts him off, correctly identifying one of them as Asura. The illusion looks stunned by the impossibly fast answer as the wall behind him dissolves into light, revealing a treasure room beyond. As they proceed, Frey notices that the projection of Schweitzer appears older with each room they pass. And a powerful realization dawns on him: this entire dungeon is not a trial, but his friend's diary, a personal message intended only for him. The illusion confirms his theory is correct, and they find themselves in the 5th and final room. There, a far older, bearded version of Schweitzer stands waiting, his gaze piercing as he addresses Frey by his true name, Lucas Traumann. Schweitzer declares that being Lucas's friend was his life's greatest pride and joy. And Lucas, his voice thick with unspoken emotion, agrees, calling Schweitzer his dearest friend. An exchange that leaves Isabelle utterly bewildered. Then comes the final, unanswerable question, a test of their bond beyond time itself. Schweitzer asks for his own real name. Frey understands now, every question was a secret only the two of them could ever know. With unwavering certainty, he gives the answer: Schweitzer Weissman. A warm smile spreads across the old mage's face as he tells Lucas to go inside, explaining that everything in the next room was prepared for him. With a final request for Lucas to take care of everything, Schweitzer's form dissolves into light. And Lucas reaches out in vain, his friend vanishing before his eyes. Isabelle is speechless, her mind reeling as she repeats the name Schweitzer just used, Lucas. They enter the last room, a cozy study. where Frey immediately finds what he came for, a small vial containing the legendary elixir, Frozen River. He clutches it tightly, knowing this is the key he needs to finally reach the 7-star stage. As Frey secures his prize, Isabelle discovers a pair of earrings in a chest, which Frey casually dismisses for their pitiful design, before blurting out that he was the one who made them. Isabelle's eyes widen in shock, demanding he explain how something he made could be in Schweitzer's dungeon. The charade is over. Frey turns to her, his expression somber, and reveals the truth. He is Lucas Trommen. He recounts the tale of his war against the demigod lord 4,000 years ago, his imprisonment in the abyss, and how the voice of a boy named Frey Blake pierced the darkness, allowing him to escape into this new body. To his surprise, Isabelle believes him, stating that his unbelievable story is the only thing that explains his strange knowledge and power. Overcome with awe, she drops to one knee and presents her heartfelt greetings to the legendary Lord Lucas. He tells her to rise and to continue calling him Frey, as it's more convenient for his goals. Later, Isabelle finds a bracelet, but Frey snatches it away, warning her that the artifact, part of Schweitzer's staff, would drain her mana and kill her instantly. He then dons one of the earrings he crafted so long ago, and a massive surge of mana erupts from his body, stunning Isabelle with its power. He admits magic tools aren't his style, but he'll wear it as a keepsake from a friend. After finding a golem core, Frey's attention turns to the last item in the room, Schweitzer's desk. He picks up his friend's diary, his heart sinking as he reads the first entry, Lucas vanished. The diary reveals the tragic history that followed his disappearance. His allies turned on each other. Iris went missing, and the demigod's influence consumed the continent. Left all alone, Schweitzer was surrounded by false allies whose smiles hid their murderous intent. As Isabelle reads over his shoulder, she begins to cry, overwhelmed by the story of Schweitzer's lonely struggle and his final, heartbreaking apology to his lost friend. A cold fury builds within Lucas as he reads his friend's words, silently cursing him for being a moron and trying to carry the world alone. Having known loneliness himself in this new life, Lucas finally understands the depths of Schweitzer's pain. He places a hand over the diary, vowing to inherit his friend's will and his solitude, promising to deliver a punch straight to a demigod's face. But as he closes the book, he sees there's one page left. It's a final request to complete his greatest masterpiece, Anastasia. The name clicks and Frey pulls out the golem core, revealing the same name etched into its side. A hidden staircase leads them into a dark cave where the dormant, incomplete form of a massive golem waits. Isabelle wonders if he can complete it with the core, but Frey freezes, lost in a painful memory of showing his first, pathetic golem to Schweitzer, who laughed so hard he couldn't breathe, until Lucas shut him up with a fireball, shaking off the bittersweet memory. Frey explains that completing Anastasia will reveal the unrecorded history of the 4,000 years he was gone. As they approach the cave's exit, however, he stops dead, his face grim. He orders Isabelle to head back to the village immediately once they are outside. Stepping out onto a desolate cliff, they find the sky filled with drakes, all circling a monstrous, colossal beast below. Frey stares it down, undaunted, and asks the Drake King if it was waiting for him. Frey stands before a colossal drake, calmly asking if it was waiting for him, for he already knows this is no mere beast but an intelligent monster. The creature Torkunda cackles, confirming it was waiting for him, a truly interesting human who dared to step into its territory. Frey's voice trembles, a fact not missed by Isabelle, but it's not with fear, it's with a cold, simmering rage. He demands to know why it didn't attack them in the forest, and Torkunda reveals it was waiting for them to exit the dungeon, knowing that those who leave that place always carry something. Frey's eyes narrow as he understands the drake's cruel game. It has been using the dungeon his friend treasured as a trap, preying on adventurers to fill its insignificant stomach. His eyes glow with fury as he tells the monster it needs a beating. He warns the dark elf to stay down while he's still being nice, threatening to kill her if she keeps following him. Turning to Isabelle, he urges her to run, his voice tight with desperation as he admits he's not confident he can win this fight. Torkunda roars with glee, declaring that this lack of confidence is precisely why she shouldn't run, as people like her taste the best before it lunges to devour them both. In a flash, Frey summons Schweitzer's staff and slams it into the ground, erupting a massive earth wall to block the attack. The wall shatters under the drake's power, and Frey screams at Isabelle, telling her she's a hindrance and needs to get away. Stung by his words, she promises to be back as fast as she can and flees. Alone now, Frey dodges a massive fireball and is sent tumbling through the air. He expertly deflects a volley of smaller fire blasts with his staff, but his situation worsens as a swarm of smaller drakes descends upon him. With grim efficiency, he unleashes a flurry of ice spears and a swirling wind storm, shredding the lesser creatures to pieces, but he knows this is just a distraction. To end this, he needs to deal with the big one. He calculates his window of opportunity. He needs exactly 3 seconds to cast his next spell. A complex magic circle illuminates the ground beneath him as he begins the countdown from 3. As Torkunda dives in for the kill, Frey's eyes gleam with lethal intent, and at the last second, he unleashes a massive explosion directly in the drake's face. The blast engulfs the monster, but as the smoke clears, Torkunda emerges, barely scratched. The drake mockingly praises the impressive attack but sneers that Frey's skills are good while his power is utterly insufficient, claiming the blast barely tickled. With a casual swing of its wing, it swats Frey from the sky, leaving him to face the Drake King and its entire swarm, a grim realization dawning on him. He's in serious trouble. His mind flashes to the last resort in his pouch, the frozen river elixir. He recalls explaining to Isabelle that it wasn't a mere tonic. Its energy was so immense that even he would need a week to control it. To drink it now would be suicide. Just as Torkunda closes in for the final blow, a screech pierces the air and a magnificent phoenix engulfed in flames slams into the drake, saving Frey's life. Frey stares in disbelief as the creature he just saved returns the favor, radiating immense health. Torkunda roars in annoyance, telling the little chick not to interfere. But Frey screams at the phoenix to run away, warning that the drake has a high resistance to fire, making it the phoenix's natural enemy. The phoenix glances back, its eyes filled with a clear message. It knew this, and it came anyway, intending to buy him time. The audacity of it, a beast telling him Lucas Traumen to escape, ignites a fire in his soul. Thrown to the ground, Frey acknowledges the pathetic weakness of his current state. It wasn't his feeble body or dulled senses that failed him. It was his own lack of resolve. He apologizes to his fiery companion, vowing that he owes it one. Landing in a secluded cave, a new determination hardens his features. He understands now that death is always around them, an everyday occurrence. Holding the elixir, he tells the phoenix to hold on just a little longer before downing the entire potion in one go. The power is instantaneous and agonizing. Ice-cold energy erupts from his body, his hair bleaching white as he lets out a soul-shattering scream. The cave freezes over as he struggles to contain the chaotic power surging within him. Meanwhile, Torkunda recognizes the phoenix as the divine beast that once escaped its grasp and cackles at its good fortune, declaring that a priceless prey has come to it. The phoenix lets out a defiant cry and attempts a final desperate attack before trying to flee, but Torkunda simply calls it a useless struggle. The wounded bird manages to escape, crashing near a distant waterfall. Where a new figure appears, it is Frey, his transformation complete, who gently comforts the creature, telling it not to worry, for he can help. As he places a hand on the phoenix, a wave of nostalgia hits him. Its loyalty reminds him of an old friend. Back in the cave of ice, Frey's mind reels from the overwhelming power. He believes he has failed, wasting his second chance due to his own arrogance and lack of energy. But then he realizes it's not energy he lacks, but resolve. Just as he sinks into despair, a warm, gentle aura surrounds him. Isabelle is there. Having returned from the village with food and water, telling him he needs nutrition to absorb the elixir's power. Frey is stunned, realizing she risked her life for him, and a memory of his own lonely existence flashes in his mind. She looks at him with unwavering eyes, telling him that while she doesn't know what he's trying to accomplish, she trusts him completely and asks him not to say he's alone anymore. Her simple words shatter his hardened heart. With a faint smile, he thanks her. Finally understanding what he truly lacked, it wasn't resolve but the trust of those who are alive and by his side now. With this newfound clarity, a maelstrom of power erupts from him as he finally begins to master his new strength. The ancient drake Torkunda reels back in shock, blasted by a terrifying cold energy that erupts from the cave entrance. Fueled by Frey's power, the phoenix lunges forward, tearing at the drake's face. Torkunda roars in absolute fury, enraged that a mere bird dared to injure his eye. He snarls at the wretch, declaring it's on death's door and commanding it to wipe that grin off its face before unleashing his own power. But before he can strike, a wave of pure ice magic surges from the cave, slamming into him and sending him flying back. He barely registers the danger of the attack before the cold energy intensifies, flash freezing the lesser drakes swarming the sky and shattering them into a million icy pieces. For the first time in his 1,000-year existence, Torkunda's instincts scream at him to run. A primal fear grips him as Frey Blake emerges from the darkness, his body radiating an aura of absolute zero. The Drake tries to fight the terror, finding it impossible that the great Torkunda could be afraid of a measly human. He decides to retreat just until his eye recovers. But escape is not an option. In the blink of an eye, Frey appears directly in his path, his speed utterly incomprehensible. With a flick of his wrist, Frey summons a storm of razor-sharp ice daggers that relentlessly bombard the Drake, pinning him in place. Torkunda bellows in frustration, swatting at the magical constructs as he desperately searches for his attacker. Frey's voice echoes around him, mocking his arrogance and pointing out that a 1,000-year-old monster shouldn't rely solely on his eyes. Appearing in the Drake's blind spot, Frey swings a massive ice blade, scoring another deep wound. The beast is completely outmatched, unable to land a single blow as Frey dances around him, striking with chilling precision. Battered and bleeding, Torkunda pants heavily, staring at the lone figure standing amidst the destruction and asking in utter disbelief if he is truly a human. Watching from a distance, Isabel grows anxious, internally begging Frey not to drag out the fight, knowing he must be on the verge of collapsing. But Frey has a plan. He gathers an overwhelming amount of energy, forging a colossal ice spear in the air above him. Torkunda recognizes this as Frey's ultimate attack and decides to end it, gathering the flames of the phoenix in his maw. He roars that a mere human with an ice attribute stands no chance against his fiery breath, promising a swift death. The two ultimate attacks collide, fire versus ice, creating a cataclysmic explosion that shakes the very foundations of the mountains. Isabel sees Frey's attack being slowly pushed back and despairs, thinking he's about to lose with nothing she can do to help. As Torkunda pours more power into his blast, he smirks, believing the fight is over. But then he notices Frey has vanished. Isabel spots him instantly. He's teleported directly behind the distracted Drake. With the last of his energy, Frey conjures a massive, curved scythe of pure ice and brings it down with devastating force, severing the Drake King's head from his body. Isabel can only stare, utterly stunned that he actually killed the 1,000-year-old beast. She muses on the terrifying power Lucas Troman must have possessed in his prime. The thought is cut short as Frey finally succumbs to exhaustion, his body plummeting from the sky. She rushes forward, catching him just before he hits the ground. His body is frozen solid, but he weakly asks her to take him to the Phoenix. As they fly, she calls him incredible, but he dismisses the praise, explaining that the Drake was old and inexperienced, a lesson that strength and tactics must go hand in hand. He internally admits the truth of his strategy, using 80% of his mana for the diversionary spear and the last 20% for the teleport and the final, fatal blow with the scythe. They arrive at the dying Phoenix, who thanks Isabel for her help. Frey ignores it, placing his hand on the great bird and declaring his intention to revive it. Isabel watches, realizing he's drawing the potent flame energy from Torkunda's corpse and channeling it into the Phoenix, giving it the power it needs for a full rebirth. Frey then gives the reborn creature its new mission. With Torkunda gone, the Drakes will war for supremacy, and the Phoenix must become the new ruler of the mountains to protect the dungeon of his old friend. Later, in the city of Ka Symphony, Frey sits wearily on a bench when Isabel finds him. She hands him a drink, noting that the magical equipment they recovered from the nest seems to be helping him stabilize his energy. He confirms it, but states he couldn't leave his friend's keepsakes to rot, even if his storage bag is now full. With no ships leaving, Isabel suggests they visit the nearby estate of Lord Peryuan. Upon arriving at the ridiculously large mansion, they're stopped by a guard demanding their business. Frey simply states he's a friend of Peryuan, earning a scoff from the guard for his insolence. It's only when he gives his name, Frey Blake, that the guard's face drains of color, remembering his young master's order to treat this specific guest with utmost respect. Just as the flustered guard processes this, a grand carriage rolls through the gates, announcing the return of the young lady. A stunning blonde woman named Lilia, Peryuan's sister, steps out. The guard informs her of the guest, claiming to be her brother's friend. Lilia introduces herself graciously and welcomes Frey, much to Isabel's starstruck admiration. She dismisses the guard's concern about Frey's unverified identity with a single look and invites them into her carriage. As they ride, Lilia asks Frey why he keeps staring at her. He bluntly replies that she's different from her brother's description, specifically pointing out that her hair is ashen gray, not blonde. After he brushes off the change as something that happened on his journey, she asks about her brother's life at the academy. Frey, with zero tact, says he has no idea since they are in different years and rarely meet. Lilia is visibly shocked by his bluntness, questioning if this rude man could possibly be friends with her brother, while Isabel frantically gestures for him to show some basic courtesy. Frey arrives at the opulent Jun family estate, a place of pristine gardens and imposing architecture, only to be greeted by an exuberant young man with blonde hair named Peyuan. He exclaims that Frey is late, but Frey calmly replies that he's more or less finished his business. Peyuan's sister Lilia notes with a detached air that her brother has never smiled so happily before, a comment that makes Peyuan flustered as he tries to deny ignoring her. As she walks away, Peyuan mutters that his sister gets mad for the most mysterious reasons, before revealing to Frey that he knew his destination because Frey saved his fiancée, Sonia, in the mountains. He points towards Sonia, who is training with a relentless fury, her sword moving like a blur of silver, a true testament to her title of Rainstorm. Peyuan states that family rules dictate all guests must first greet the head of the house, leading Frey into the grand dining hall. There, at the head of a long table, sits an imposing figure Frey instantly recognizes as Shepherd Jun, one of the 7-star magicians of the Empire. Frey's mind races. This is not Frey Blake's father, but a man radiating an immense aura, someone who might hold the key to information about the demigods. Shepherd pleasantly inquires about Count Blake, but Frey's attention is drawn to a familiar tattoo on the man's face, a crescent moon and sun, the mark of his old friend Schweitzer. Shepherd offers his heartfelt gratitude for saving his son and future daughter-in-law, before casually asking what business Frey had in the treacherous mountains of hell. Frey remains vague, calling it a personal matter, which seems to satisfy Shepherd for the moment. The patriarch then changes the subject, asking for Frey's opinion on some magic he's been researching, dismissing everyone else from the room until only the two of them remain. The pleasantries vanish in an instant. Shepherd's eyes blaze with power as he leans forward, his voice low and dangerous, demanding Frey reveal his true intentions and what schemes he's concocting. The atmosphere grows heavy as Shepherd reveals he knows Frey has the Tramen Rings earrings and accuses him of using Peyuan to get close. Frey, completely unfazed, touches the earring and calmly states he is not part of the Tramen Rings, explaining he found them in the mountains and has no desire to be chained to any group. Shepherd seems to accept this, but the tension remains. When Shepherd asks him to lower his guard, Frey coolly retorts that he will, but only after Shepherd does so first. A silent understanding passes between them before Shepherd finally reveals his true purpose, speaking of the continent's true masters. His voice drops to a whisper as he utters a single, world-shattering word, demigod. Frey is stunned not by the revelation, but by the fact that someone else knows. Shepherd explains they are semi-divine predators controlling human society from the shadows, and as he speaks, a slow smile spreads across Frey's face. Shepherd is bewildered by his reaction, but inside, Frey is overcome with a profound sense of hope. For 4,000 years, he believed his 5 comrades were the only ones who fought back. But now he knows others have inherited their will, hiding in the corners of the world, waiting for their moment. For the first time since returning, he sees a true light of hope. Shepherd demands to know how he has prior knowledge of demigods, and Frey, thinking fast, claims he read Schweitzer's notes when he found the earrings. The name Schweitzer sends Shepherd reeling from his seat in shock. He desperately asks where the dungeon is, but Frey claims he found it by accident and doesn't know the way back. Shepherd reveals their organization has inherited the will of the 5 heroes who fought the demigods 4,000 years ago, listing them as chess pieces on a board: Schweitzer, Jin, Lucid, Iris, and the great mage Lucas. After Lucas vanished, their group fell apart, but their will was passed down through secret organizations called circles. Shepherd explains there are 3 main circles, his own being the fist-founder Armlets, and that the student club at the academy is merely a front to recruit new talent. He admits he tested Frey because he feared he was from a rival circle coming to declare war. Now, Shepherd demands the full story, still skeptical of how Frey survived the Espania Mountains. With his suspicions still lingering, he asks for a demonstration. Frey obliges, removing an earring and unleashing a torrent of wind magic that fills the room. Finally convinced, Shepard confesses his true, greater reason for suspicion. A month ago, during the Magic Towers conference, they received a report that someone had gotten in touch with a demigod. Frey is horrified, demanding to know who it was. Shepard looks him dead in the eye and delivers the final, devastating blow. The traitor is Isaka Blake. Frey's father. At a lavish banquet, the pompous Gaspar boasts about manipulating the simple-minded Sir Patrick, his plan unfolding perfectly as he gains entry into the high society event. His eyes scan the room, leering at the women until they land on an unexpected sight: Frey Blake, accompanied by two stunning women. Frey is with Isabelle and Sonia, the latter of whom has just found him. He greets Sonia with a blunt compliment, calling her beautiful as an objective judgment, which makes her blush furiously while Isabelle mutters about how dense he is. Their conversation is cut short by the arrival of Gaspar, who approaches with a sneer. Frey takes a moment to place the man before recognizing him as the trash of the Blake house. Instantly bored, Frey dismisses him as just another annoyance. Gaspar launches into a tirade, declaring that Frey doesn't belong at a party for nobles and must have used connections to get in. He contemptuously tells Frey to get lost. Frey's expression remains cold and impassive as he utters the same two words back: get lost. Gaspar is stunned by this defiance, especially in front of the two gorgeous women he was hoping to impress. Just then Sir Patrick and his cronies arrive, drawn by the commotion. Patrick, the very man Gaspar was bragging about, smoothly introduces himself as the eldest son of the Deersty house and asks for Sonia's name. Gaspar seethes internally, realizing this hyena is using the praise he fed him to woo the woman he had his eye on. Sonia introduces herself as Sonia Aquaride, a name that sends a shock through Gaspar and Patrick. Gaspar quickly deduces she's a foreigner who doesn't know Frey's pathetic reputation, seeing a golden opportunity to humiliate him once and for all. Patrick recognizes her name immediately, identifying her as the famed Rainstorm and, more importantly, Lord Peryuin's fiancée. With his signature denseness, Frey casually mentions the engagement isn't set in stone, causing Sonia to fluster again. Gaspar and Patrick seize the moment, with Gaspar declaring Frey unworthy of Sonia's attention. Patrick piles on, sneering at the infamous Frey Blake, reminding everyone he was banished and questioning how he could possibly share the same blood as his talented siblings. This is too much for Isabelle, who erupts in fury, declaring that no one at the banquet can even touch Frey's ankles in terms of skill and demands an apology. Patrick scoffs at the absurd idea of apologizing to Frey. He insists the only person who needs to apologize is whoever invited such an unworthy man to this prestigious party. A calm, new voice cuts through the tension and all eyes turn to a blonde noble named Peryuin, who coolly states that he was the one who invited Frey. Patrick and Gaspar freeze in shock. Peryuin apologizes for their disappointment before delivering the final blow, declaring Frey to be his most valuable guest. He then drapes his arms over the trembling bullies and leans in close, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper, informing them that if this wasn't a party, they'd both be dead by now. Terrified, they stammer apologies and flee the scene. Frey remarks that Peryuin is more vicious than he expected, to which Peryuin replies he was simply imitating Frey. Later, Peryuin questions why Frey doesn't reveal his true strength, but Frey brushes it off as being too troublesome. Peryuin then reveals something crucial. His father's suspicions about Frey were cleared thanks to someone who vouched for him, Frey's own brother, Heinz Blake. Peryuin adds that Heinz is different from the rest of his family. Frey absorbs this information before dropping a bombshell of his own. He has no plans to return to the academy. Isabelle is devastated by the news, her heart sinking as she realizes their paths are about to diverge. Unable to bear it, she leaves the party early, her mind racing with uncertainty about her future. Later that night, Frey and Peryuin share tea. Peryuin confesses that he views his own genius talent as a curse. He recounts the story of his beloved magic instructor, a kind man who nurtured his passion. But one day, Peryuin's talent surpassed his teacher's understanding, and the old man's admiration turned to pure terror, calling his student a monster. That moment shattered Peryuin, leaving him with a crippling psychological block that prevents him from advancing. He breaks down in tears, wishing he could have been ordinary. Frey places a hand on his shoulder, telling him to stop being a punk. He explains that there is a realm beyond genius, the pinnacle of magic, a height that only people with extraordinary talent can reach. He tells Periyun not to let the jealousy of an unqualified instructor hold him back. Frey declares that by their next meeting he will have reached a far higher stage and expects Periyun to do the same. Periyun understands the challenge. Frey is pushing him to aim for the pinnacle, to become strong enough to fight the demigod. Frey speaks of the tyrannical god controlling their world and humanity's potential to defeat him, asking Periyun what his true goal is. Periyun finds his resolve, accepting Frey's guidance and vowing to forge his own path. The next morning, Frey prepares to depart, only to find Isabelle waiting for him with her luggage packed. She declares that with the greatest mage in history standing before her, she has no need for any other teacher and will follow him. Frey warns her she'll regret it, but she is unwavering, promising to follow him even down the highway to hell. A ghost of a smile touches Frey's lips as they set off on their journey together. Elsewhere, Patrick reports Frey's new friendship with Periyun to Frey's older brother, Miskael. Miskael listens with cold indifference, dismissing the report and his subordinate curtly. But once alone, a dark smirk spreads across his face. He muses that perhaps even trash like Frey can have its uses, contemplating how he can exploit this new connection to his advantage as Heinz watches him silently from the doorway. Frey Blake holds a peculiar card marked with an infinity symbol, explaining to Isabelle that he received it from Duke Shepard. It's a qualification for an entrance test into the Circle, a clandestine organization aiming to reshape the world. This revelation stuns Isabelle, who only recently learned of the demigod's existence, having been taught that the 5 heroes were merely great masters fighting to fix a flawed system. Frey's expression turns grim as he explains the most terrifying form of control is the one you can't see, a subtle domination that has turned humanity into happy, oblivious slaves. When Isabelle frets that they lost the war, Frey playfully grabs her in a headlock, laughing that they are still very much in the process of winning. They arrive before a towering spire of magic, a sight that leaves Isabelle breathless. Frey's gaze is fixed on the structure, his mind calculating. He has 6 months before he can join the Circle, precious time he must use to stabilize his energy and reclaim his former glory. The magic tower stirs a deep nostalgia within him, a memory of a life 4,000 years past, spent buried in ancient tomes. Their path is suddenly blocked by a group of dark elves, their presence causing Frey to stop in his tracks. He's visibly surprised, a reaction that puzzles Isabelle, who casually remarks that elves and dwarves now travel freely among humans. The news hits Frey with the force of a physical blow. This new reality is a stark contrast to his era, where the elves fiercely guarded their unified territory in the northern jungles. Inside the tower's training grounds, people are locked in spars and intense practice. Isabelle focuses her own energy, acclimating to a new combat technique, while Frey performs a series of fluid, dance-like motions. Onlookers whisper amongst themselves, branding him a bizarre eccentric who dances all day and haunts the library all night. But Isabelle, her senses now attuned to the flow of Kai, sees the truth. Hidden within his graceful dance are astonishingly high-level martial arts, a series of attacks and dodges executed at a speed the naked eye simply cannot follow. His opponent is dispatched in an instant, forced to yield immediately. The display catches the eye of a dark elf warrior named Liamson, who scoffs at the human's weakness. He confronts Frey, his eyes filled with condescension, and asks if he's a magic warrior. Frey coolly replies that he is merely a magician, a statement Liamson finds hard to believe given his movements. The dark elf introduces himself and issues a blunt challenge: "Fight me." When Frey seems confused, Liamson awkwardly backpedals, clarifying that he meant a spar. His master, a female dark elf named Camel, apologizes for her subordinate's foolishness. Liamson protests, insisting he simply wants to test his skills against an exceptional human warrior. Frey accepts the challenge, startling the elves by responding in their native tongue. Liamson's interest is piqued, finding this human fascinating, to which Frey retorts that an elf learning human magic is equally strange. The spar begins. Liamson moves like a nocturnal predator, his unique style a blur of motion. He lunges, but Frey effortlessly blocks the attack. Instantly recognizing the footwork as shadow steps, the two become a maelstrom of kicks and blocks, their speed astonishing. Frey matches the elf blow for blow, eventually breaking through his guard and sending him stumbling back with a powerful kick. Both fighters are impressed. The fight intensifies, their speed becoming unbelievable to the spectators, who can't comprehend how a frail-looking human is keeping pace with the dark elf leader. They exchange a final, furious flurry of blows before separating, panting for breath. Camel notes that Frey's physique isn't that of a warrior, yet he's somehow blocking every one of Liamson's attacks with an unbelievable precision of mana control. Realizing the spar is pointless, Camel calls a halt to the fight. The two warriors exchange compliments, with Frey noting that while Liamson would have the advantage at night, he's not accustomed to pure hand-to-hand combat. The observation makes Liamson erupt in boisterous laughter. He asks how long Frey plans to stay, pleased to hear it will be for half a year. Camel then asks Frey why he came to this specific tower. He explains he needs to brew an elixir and requires specialized books, but hasn't found what he needs. Camel informs him that to access the Grade 1 magic books, he must pass an exam overseen by the 3-floor masters. Frey's response is simple: when can he take it? The answer is tomorrow. The next day, Frey stands in the exam hall, already the subject of gossip for his spar with the dark elf. Liamson and Camel arrive to watch, the former already eager for a rematch. The 3-floor masters enter, ancient and imposing figures. The head examiner Mikkel announces the first test: create an energy ball, then compress it. The task seems simple, and the candidates easily form their spheres of mana. But then Mikkel demonstrates the true difficulty, compressing his own energy ball to the size of a tiny marble. One by one, the candidates fail, their mana constructs exploding under the strain. Isabel just barely manages to pass, collapsing in exhaustion. Mikkel then turns his attention to Frey, who is standing with empty hands. He assumes Frey has given up, but another master urges him to feel the mana, not just look. Mikkel's eyes widen in disbelief as he senses it. Frey has compressed his mana to a point where it's completely invisible. Utterly astounded, Mikkel declares that Frey passes and requests his name. Frey introduces himself as the third son of the Blake house, earning him not only reading rights but also a private audience with the floor master. In his office, Mikkel cuts straight to the chase, confirming his suspicion that Frey is a 5-star mage. He then asks a far more serious question: what does Frey know about the demigods? Mikkel reveals that traces of their apostles, humans granted divine power, have been found at Yushiano. These fanatics are gathering followers, and if left unchecked, they will bring destruction. He formally asks Frey to join their investigation. Frey questions why he was chosen. In response, Mikkel reveals a mark on his arm, a relic of Iris, his former master, and admits he was once part of her inner circle. He explains that since the demigods began their reign of chaos, the circle has been forced into the shadows, growing ever more distrustful. But then he met Frey, a young man wearing the legendary typhoon earrings, a symbol that has rekindled a desperate flicker of hope. Frey explains to Mikkel that their departure will be delayed for a week, giving him just enough time to stabilize his frozen river's energy. When asked why he needs alchemy books, Frey reveals his plan to brew a powerful elixir, prompting Mikkel to suggest he seek help from a certain her. The confusion on Frey's face is quickly replaced by surprise as a woman with glasses appears at the door. Introducing herself as Professor Adelia, sent by Mikkel, Frey immediately recognizes the name of the genius professor from Westroad Academy. He follows her into a lab that is a monument to chaos, a mess of books and alchemical equipment. Adelia, claiming to be busy and tired, demands he state his purpose in 4 words or less. Unfazed by her curtness or the unsettling specimens in jars lining the shelves, Frey simply requests she brew a mana potion. Adelia smirks at his cheeky adherence to her 4-word rule before her expression turns serious as she inspects the vial he offers. Her eyes widen in shock at the incredible density of the mana inside. Frey calmly explains it's the mana from the heart of a 1,000-year-old drake with an energy level of around 100,000. Adelia's mind reels, calling the idea of turning it into an elixir completely insane, though a manic grin betrays her excitement. She declares the technique difficult but possible with 2 conditions. She needs a rare phoenix feather and a highly skilled assistant capable of compressing mana to the size of a fingernail. Without a word, Frey conjures a perfect, shimmering ball of compressed mana in his palm, leaving Adelia speechless at his incredible control. Her professional curiosity now fully ignited, she questions who he truly is, noting his outdated yet advanced knowledge. In a sudden burst of enthusiasm, she grabs him by the collar, demanding he become her assistant. An offer Frey instantly refuses. She desperately clings to his leg, offering high wages and secret techniques. But he remains unmoved. A spark of an idea hits her when he confirms he's a student at her academy. But her plan to blackmail him with his grades is foiled when he adds that he already dropped out. Changing the subject, Frey asks about creating a golem with a 1 million mana core, a concept she dismisses as completely insane, explaining the need for legendary materials like orichalcum and mithril. Frey listens, his mind flashing back to Schweitzer's final request to complete Anastasia. Sensing his seriousness, Adelia skeptically asks if he actually possesses such a core, and Frey answers only with a knowing smile as he drops a heavy bag onto the floor. Later, after easily defeating a dark elf in a sparring match, Frey's teachings are praised by his new allies. Isabelle informs him the elixir will be ready that night, a crucial step toward his goal, though he knows reaching the 7-star stage is merely the beginning. A dark elf named Kami offers to teach him their traditional spirit magic as thanks for his help. Back in the chaotic lab, Adelia presents the finished elixir but warns him not to drink it. She explains she succeeded too well, doubling its potency to a level that would melt his bones without perfect control. This is exactly what Frey wanted to hear, and he eagerly snatches the potion. Before he leaves, Adelia gifts him an Eid's necklace to improve focus. A gesture Frey hilariously misinterprets as a romantic confession, causing her to erupt in flustered rage. Alone in his room, Frey unleashes his icy energy to prepare his body, then downs the hyperpotent elixir in one gulp. His body explodes with a torrent of golden power as his mana undergoes a profound transformation. Meanwhile, Isabelle explains to the other elves that a 7-star mage is an archmage, a figure destined for fame and a place in history. But she knows Frey's ambitions are far grander. This is just a stepping stone on his path to reclaim the world from the demigods. As his power settles, Frey opens his glowing eyes, having finally achieved the 7-star stage. Their mission takes them to the eerily quiet village of Hallbridge, where the air is thick with a sickening divine power that Frey finds nauseating. They are met by the mayor, Alad, who nervously claims nothing is amiss, but his story falls apart when Frey points out the complete absence of villagers. Caught in his lie, the mayor's facade crumbles. Frey dispatches Liamson to scout the area, who returns in a flash confirming the worst: no people, only traces of blood. With the deception exposed, the mayor and his men transform into grotesque creatures, roaring that they are busted and must kill them all. They lunge for Mikkel, but Isabelle intercepts, summoning a massive firewall that incinerates the first wave. Frey calmly dispatches the rest with a precise wind cutter, while the dark elves move with brutal efficiency, kicking down their foes. Pinning one of the creatures under his foot, Frey demands to know what happened here. Kami steps forward, offering to extract the information with her spirit magic. She summons Dark Gorun, a terrifying one-eyed shadow spirit, and commands it to take over the creature's mind. The creature writhes and screams as the spirit invades its consciousness. A sight so horrifying, Mikkel silently vows to never anger a dark elf. Under duress, the possessed creature confesses that all the villagers are dead, sacrificed to create more creatures and empower the apostles. The psychic feedback becomes too much, and as Kami reels back in pain, the creature self-destructs in a violent explosion. The battleground smolders from a suicidal explosion, but inside a shimmering barrier, Frey and his companions stand unscathed. Mikkel grimly explains that the apostle was brainwashed to self-destruct, a classic demigod tactic to silence their pawns. The situation is dire and his allies suggest a retreat, but Frey's gaze is fixed forward, his resolve unshakable. He declares they must press on, knowing the enemy is now aware of their presence and they won't get another chance like this. Mikkel frantically objects, insisting they must wait for Honor Lucas, a 7-star magician, arguing that facing such a powerful apostle without him is suicide. With chilling confidence, Frey dismisses the concern, stating simply that he will replace him. Mikkel is aghast at his pride, reminding him that the 7-star stage of fusion, the power to combine opposite elements, is not something to be taken lightly. Unfazed, Frey scoffs at his caution, and with a mere flick of his fingers, he summons colossal pillars of both fire and ice. Mikkel screams at the reckless brat, warning that his arrogance will kill them all. But Frey effortlessly merges the two opposing forces. The old mage can only stare in disbelief, stammering a question of whether Frey has truly reached the 7-star stage as raw power radiates from the young man. Later, under a pale moon, the group stands in a ruined town over a charred corpse. It wasn't fire that killed him, but lightning, revealing their target is a demigod who wields the storm. Mikkel explains that eliminating apostles has a strange side effect. it somehow weakens the demigods who empower them, a vulnerability they can exploit. Frey silently processes this, noting that apostles are a new phenomenon, something that didn't exist in his time 4,000 years ago. Their path leads them into a dead forest where every ounce of life has been drained away, a grim trap set by their foe. The others see a complex barrier that would take days to dismantle, but Frey has no time for such delays. Placing a hand on the dead earth, he scans the barrier's structure in an instant. And before anyone can react, he announces he is done. He unleashes a devastating windstorm that rips the entire barrier to shreds, leaving his companions stunned by the sheer power of a 20-year-old. As the dust settles, a figure emerges, radiating a divine aura. Mikkel's eyes widen in horror and disbelief. The apostle is none other than their trusted ally, Honor Lucas. Lucas greets his old friend Mikkel, calmly asking why he couldn't wait a little longer. With a chilling smile, he tells Mikkel his curiosity was a mistake and raises a hand crackling with lightning, bidding him farewell. But before the strike can land, Frey appears, effortlessly blocking the divine power. He tells Mikkel to get a grip that the man before them is no longer Honor Lucas, and demands to know why the apostle betrayed the circle. Lucas sneers, lecturing Frey on manners before revealing his new philosophy. He has finally realized that humans are nothing but fleas before the demigods. Rage flashes in Frey's eyes as he retorts that humans are not fleas and Lucas didn't realize anything, he simply surrendered. He roars that true humans fight to protect those they love, and that is their honor, and honor Lucas has abandoned. The traitor simply calls this honor ignorance and boasts of the power he's received, a strength beyond any 7-star magician. As a massive thundercloud forms overhead, Frey instantly devises a plan. He assigns roles for a diversion, grabbing Isabelle and promising to hear her complaints later before shouting for them to charge. The team springs into action, Liamson engaging Lucas head-on while Frey unleashes a devastating, burning ground attack that shakes the landscape. Lucas dismisses their efforts as futile, effortlessly blocking their magic with his barrier. The plan seems to be failing as Lucas focuses all his power on Frey. But Isabelle reveals this was the true plan all along. Frey had secretly told her to target the thundercloud, his source of endless power, while he acted as bait, entrusting his life to them. As the others prepare a combined assault on the cloud, Lucas finally sees through the ruse. He unleashes a bolt of lightning, striking Isabelle down. As Lucas moves to finish her, Frey intercepts him, only for Liamson to be impaled while trying to protect them. With his comrades falling, Frey tells them to focus on their target. But their struggle is futile. Lucas mocks their weakness as he brutally strikes Liamson down again. Just as despair sets in, an impossible amount of mana erupts from Frey. He knows he can no longer conserve his strength and prepares to unleash everything he has to become their shield. Screaming at Liamson to run as he channels a cataclysmic lava blast. The explosion rips through the wasteland, leaving Frey Blake gasping, his mana completely depleted. Across the crater, his enemy, the Apostle, rises from the dust, battered but alive, his body steaming with rage as he vows to tear Frey apart. The Apostle mocks him, calling the exhaustion of mana a rookie mistake and gloating about the vast difference in their experience as he gathers crackling lightning in his hands. But Frey is unimpressed, coolly asking if he's being preached to before settling into a martial arts stance, a move that stuns his foe. He declares that even without mana he can still fight, then lunges forward, branding the Apostle a pathetic old man and a demigod's mutt. The insult hits its mark, and the Apostle charges in a fury, but Frey meets him head-on, shattering his guard with a brutal punch. That sends him tumbling across the ground. The Apostle can't comprehend it, questioning if Frey is truly human, but Frey coldly informs him that he is no longer human, merely a tool for the demigods. Despair flickers in the Apostle's eyes as he feels his body failing him. But desperation gives him one last surge of power. He unleashes a massive thundercloud, roaring that his mana is now inexhaustible and that he will burn Frey to a crisp once he recovers. Frey simply scoffs at the empty threat, dismissing it with a laugh before launching himself into the sky. Below, his allies begin to channel their own power for a final, combined assault. The Apostle spots them, screaming at the inferior bastards as he unleashes a torrent of lightning that strikes Mikkel down. He grabs the fallen mage, promising Frey he'll butcher his friend to death. But it's too late. From above, Frey unleashes his howling tempest. And at the same moment, a massive beam of energy erupts from his comrades, engulfing the Apostle in a blinding flash of destruction. The attack vaporizes him completely. Frey lands beside the dying Mikkel, telling him it's his loss. As the apostle's remnants fade, he begs his demigod lord for salvation, but there is no answer. The battle is over. In his final moments, Mikkel asks Frey why he betrayed them, and Frey explains that the demigod's promise of salvation was a lie. He pleads with Frey to reconsider, to fight by their side again, recognizing they both share the goal of saving humanity. Frey reaches for his hand, but Mikkel pulls away, apologizing that he's come too far to turn back before his body begins to glow violently. He detonates in a massive explosion, taking Frey with him in the blast. Nora cries out in anguish at the loss of a kind man, but Frey holds her, telling her that the world is indeed wrong, and that is why they must fix it themselves. Back in the quiet of his room, Frey recovers, examining a red crystal left from the apostle's remains. Nora enters, still shaken from the battle, confessing it was the first time she'd seen a companion die. His mind drifts to a past conversation with Mikkel, who had revealed the Fistfounder Armlet's surprising recruitment policies and the immense power of their members, like Master Alton, who contracted the Grand Duke of Greed, Barbados. The memory solidifies Frey's resolve. Later, Professor Adelia bursts in, summoning him to a meeting with the Magic Tower Master, Elder Julian. Julian praises Frey's report and laments Mikkel's passing before making a shocking proposition. He offers Frey the position of Floor Master to replace Mikkel. This would make him the youngest in history, a prestigious honor with incredible benefits. Yet, to the astonishment of everyone present, Frey flatly refuses the offer. Adelia is furious, berating him as a moron on their way out. But Frey silences her by showing her the Apostle's crystal. Her scientific curiosity instantly overtakes her anger as she recognizes its immense value, eagerly accepting the insane challenge of refining it into an elixir. Upon returning to his quarters, Frey is met by Camille and a foul-tempered old man, Honor Dronzer, who aggressively demands a full account of Mikkel's death. Frey calmly tells him to read the report, an act of defiance that enrages Dronzer, who lunges to attack. But a cloaked figure steps between them, ordering Dronzer to stand down with a single command. The man reveals himself to be Heinz Blake, Frey's brother. Heinz warns Frey to be careful, explaining that their family home is now a dangerous place. He reveals their own father, Isaka Blake, was recently discovered to have been in contact with a demigod. Frey remains silent, a cold suspicion growing in his heart as he wonders what insidious game his caring brother is truly playing. Frey stares down his brother Heinz from his bed, reminding him that he was never even treated like a human before. Though he doesn't carry the original Frey's resentful emotions, he possesses all his memories, and the knowledge that Heinz was a key reason for his past self's despair fills him with disgust at this sudden, sycophantic change of heart. Heinz finally admits the truth, that he genuinely wished Frey would never learn magic. As Heinz turns to leave, he offers a cryptic warning not to trust the circles too much before vanishing, leaving Frey to ponder his strange words. His thoughts are cut short by a familiar voice. Alexandro, the butler of the Blake house, has arrived far sooner than expected. Frey remembers Heinz warning him that the Blake house is a dangerous place these days, a place he has no intention of returning to just yet. He scrambles for an excuse, claiming he has urgent business to attend to and will return on his own time. The butler, though surprised by Frey's refusal of a direct order from the Count, relents and departs, leaving Frey with a moment of peace and a cold, determined expression on his face. Later, he presents his latest creations to the professor, a potent elixir and a crystal crackling with raw lightning energy he managed to bottle. She excitedly offers him a position as her assistant, a proposal Frey immediately shuts down with a promise to consider it in his next life. After explaining the bottled lightning was just a hunch she might need it, he returns to his room to finally use the elixir for himself. He downs the liquid and an explosive torrent of mana erupts from his body, filling the room with a liquid-like energy. The result is beyond anything he could have imagined. His entire body has been reforged into a perfect mana room, a vessel for near-limitless power. Outside, he shows off his newest companion to Isabelle, a small, adorable Darkming. She is instantly smitten, shocked that he's already formed a spirit contract and vowing to get one of her own. With his power growing and allies gathering, Isabelle asks what his next move is, questioning if he plans to join one of the great circles. The answer arrives at his door moments later. A hooded woman introduces herself as Binyang Argento, the circle master of the Tramen Rings, here to personally recruit him. Over tea, Binyang explains that his and Isabel's exploits have made them hot topics among the circles, and other recruiters are surely on their way. But as she speaks, Frey's analytical gaze pierces through her disguise and he asks a question that makes her drop her cup in shock. He asks if she is a dragon. He explains his deduction, noting the unique, unrefined mana signature that dragons possess. A smiling Binyang admits he is half right, she is a half-dragon. After she leaves to give them space, Isabel remarks on Binyang's honest and noble character, surprised that Frey suggested they visit the Tramen Rings. Frey clarifies his intentions. He's not looking for a place to grow, but a focal point to gather all the scattered forces against the demigods. Their plans are immediately complicated when they head downstairs and find representatives from two other circles, lucid swords and straw necklaces, already waiting for them. The new arrivals begin their sales pitches, annoyed at Binyang for getting there first and offering Frey scrolls and directions to their bases. But Frey's attention is on the third figure, a cloaked old man he recognizes as Dronzer. Dronzer tells him to follow, dismissing everyone else. Promising a worried Binyang that he'll be back soon, Frey follows the old mage into the dark woods. The location is eerie and Dronzer wastes no time, his killing intent flaring as he declares he will judge Frey's true strength. He unleashes a powerful spell, trapping Frey in thorny vines. Dronzer gloats that not all 7-star mages are the same, but Frey simply agrees, infusing his own mana with attributes and shattering the spell without lifting a finger. He tells Dronzer his power is all quantity and no quality, a statement that sends the old mage into a blind rage. Dronzer roars and casts Flame Wave, but the spell fizzles out before it can even form, perfectly cancelled by Frey. Before Dronzer can comprehend this impossible feat, he is completely flash-frozen in a tomb of ice. Defeated, he asks if he's to be killed. Frey smiles, saying he has a better idea, a test. The ice will kill Dronzer by dawn unless he can prove he is a true 7-star mage and melt it himself. As Frey walks away, leaving the enraged mage to his fate, he offers one last piece of advice. Dronzer must dig deep and find the will to kill if he wants to survive. He returns to the girls, assuring them Dronzer won't die, though he'll face a humiliation worse than death when the ice melts on its own. As they camp for the night, the conversation turns grim when Binyang reveals the demigod hierarchy, a supreme lord and powerful underlings they call apocalypses. She confesses that her father was killed by the apocalypse of death. Frey's expression hardens. He knows firsthand how powerful these beings are, having already fought one himself. They finally arrive at the Tramen Rings hideout, a humble village protected by a powerful barrier built by Binyang's 8-star mage father. But as they enter, a frantic man rushes toward them with terrible news. While she was gone, their home was attacked and they lost a crucial artifact, leaving the young circle master staring in utter shock and despair. Frey Blake arrives at the desolate base of the Tramen Rings, where a woman named Binyang greets him with a heavy heart, apologizing that the situation has become complicated. A brutish man named Rounder Antoine and his thugs from the Basilisk's Tail Circle are shamelessly extorting them, sneering that they are just helping to shoulder their burdens. As they walk away with the Tramen Ring's hard-earned relics, Binyang's face contorts with shame. Frey asks about the so-called Relics Tournament, and Binyang explains it's a system for settling disputes that has been twisted by stronger circles into a tool for plunder. They are trapped, unable to refuse without being branded as uncooperative, making their already difficult future impossible. Frey understands the situation perfectly. The Tramen Rings have become weak, their pride a distant memory. He's led towards a large, weathered statue of his past self, Lucas Tramen, where he's introduced to Payan, the fourth honor of the circle. Without missing a beat, Frey bluntly asks why someone like her remains in such a mediocre, failing group. While Isabel cringes at his abrasive question, Payan smiles gently, explaining that they cannot abandon their foundation and beliefs. She asks if Frey knows why Lucas Tramen was called the only great mage in history. Payan then recounts a time 4,000 years ago when magic users were divided and fought amongst themselves. But Lucas declared that anyone who studied magic was a comrade on the same path. He created a world where all were accepted, a legacy they are sworn to uphold. Listening to her passionate speech about his own past deeds, a rare, genuine smile touches Frey's lips, moved by their devotion. Payan concludes that Lucas would be happy to have such successors. Having heard enough, Frey turns to leave, his interest now focused solely on the location of the basilisk's tail. He walks straight into the enemy's den, a crude cave where Rounder Antoine and his men are celebrating their latest score. Frey calmly challenges them to a relics tournament, much to their amusement. Antoine accepts, demanding to see what relic a nobody like Frey could possibly bet. Frey simply tosses out Gungnir's dagger, a legendary artifact that glows with power. The thugs' jaws drop as they recognize a genuine relic from the Era of Light. Greed flashing in his eyes, Antoine agrees to the match and sends out a burly magic warrior named Alan, who scoffs at fighting a magician and vows to end it in one punch. The match begins, and in the very next instant, Alan collapses to the ground, unconscious. The crowd is stunned, unable to comprehend what happened. Frey coolly explains it was just a simple ice arrow made invisible with vision magic. Believing Frey must be exhausted after such a spell, Antoine eagerly calls for another round, offering up 2 of his own relics. Frey agrees, adding a red ring to the pot. Antoine smirks, ordering his next fighter, a mage, to simply stall and erect a barrier until Frey's mana runs dry. The mage confidently casts his shield, only for it to be shattered into a million pieces as he's sent flying, utterly defeated. Frey stands unfazed, stating there is one last opponent. Their final fighter, a large man covered in armor, activates his fighting spirit. But it's useless. Frey unleashes a storm of ice shards, pummeling the warrior relentlessly. Antoine can only stare in horror as Frey levitates, surrounded by a maelstrom of deadly ice, his power completely overwhelming. He tells the terrified Rounder that it was never vision magic, they are just pathetically weak. Enraged and desperate, Antoine orders his men to abandon the rules, kill Frey and Isabelle, and steal everything. Just as the mob charges, they are all frozen in place by a crackle of lightning. Isabelle steps forward, coolly calling it self-defense. Frey taunts Antoine for being a coward who hides behind his men, and unleashes a wind cutter that slices through the air, stopping just millimeters from the thug's throat. Suddenly, a powerful presence descends upon the cave. A woman in a pointed hat appears, her followers calling her Master Pelik. Frey asks if she is the true leader of the basilisk's tail. And the moment their eyes meet, Pelik is struck by an immense, crushing pressure that suffocates her. Stuttering, she introduces herself as Pelik Obiert. Frey cuts her off, demanding to know the objective of her circle. Pelik declares their goal is to liberate humanity from the demigods. But her words ring hollow as she falls to her knees before him, an act that shocks her followers. Frey's face darkens as he accuses her of being interested only in expanding her own power. With a flick of his wrist, he freezes the entire cave, encasing her men in jagged ice and threatening to shatter them all. Pelik begs for their lives, promising to obey any command. Frey's reply is chillingly simple, he wants her head. Without a moment's hesitation, Pelik agrees to die if it means her circle survives. Satisfied by her resolve, Frey summons a flame in his hand, preparing to end her life, but then disperses it, melting the ice around them. He declares her useful and commands her to bring him every relic they stole from the Tramen rings. Then, with a cold, calculating look in his eyes, he delivers his final order. She will tell him the location of every single circle in the entire area. Under the pale moonlight, Binyang stands alone, a solitary figure lost in thought, until Gaizelin and another comrade approach, worried she might catch a cold. The group's concern is palpable. They wonder if Frey managed to join the basilisk's tail safely, a thought that weighs heavily on Binyang's mind. Gaizelin tries to lighten the mood, suggesting she'll find another great person someday, but his attempt at comfort is interrupted by an old woman teasing them about their love talk. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the night, and Frey Blake himself appears before them. He dismisses their surprise, claiming he was just taking a walk, an excuse that only deepens their confusion. Later, Frey gathers the core members of the Tramen rings, his expression grim as he prepares to make a monumental announcement. With dead seriousness, he looks them in the eye and declares his intention. He is planning to erase the demigods from this world. The room erupts in shock, but Frey continues, explaining that to achieve this goal, he needs power and influence, which is why he wants the Tramen rings to become the central pillar of all the circles. Binyang points out the futility of it, citing their internal discord and weakness, but Frey isn't asking for their opinion. He slams his hand down, demanding to know if they have the resolve for the journey ahead, a path he describes as agonizing and a literal hell. As proof of his capability, he empties a bag onto the table, revealing a hoard of precious relics. The group stares in disbelief as he explains these are the relics they lost to the other circles. In a single day, Frey had already subdued all 6 small circles in the area, securing their allegiance to the Tramen rings. This unbelievable feat leaves them speechless. He offers the relics back as a simple gift for their hospitality, telling them he'll wait 1 day for their decision. But Binyang needs no time. She stands, her eyes filled with a new fire, and asks if it's truly possible for them to become the central pillar. Frey meets her gaze with unwavering confidence and gives his word, vowing to put his life on the line to fulfill that vow. The next morning, Binyang gathers every member of the Tramen rings for an important announcement, causing a stir of nervous speculation about the circle's future. Standing before them all, she gestures to the man beside her and presents their new circle rounder, Frey Blake. The crowd murmurs in confusion, recognizing him only as a recent visitor. Frey, knowing the backlash this would cause, steps forward and declares that none of them have the right to object, even calling the executives who allowed it unqualified. He then leaps from the platform, landing amidst the stunned members. His challenge is simple and utterly arrogant. Anyone dissatisfied is welcome to challenge him, and if they so much as graze his clothes, he will step down and gift them the Typhoon earrings, a legendary relic crafted by Lucas Tramen himself. Binyang understands his strategy instantly. He's not just testing their members, he's drawing all their frustration onto himself to protect her from the consequences of her decision. A magician named Pio Gunter is the first to step forward, his pride wounded by Frey's audacity. He unleashes a powerful fireball, intent on teaching the newcomer a lesson. But Frey, with casual indifference, conjures an identical fireball without any chanting, effortlessly nullifying the attack. The crowd gasps, realizing he's a mage of at least 5-star rank. Frey then begins his lesson, pointing out that while Pio's spell was perfectly formed, he sacrificed destructive power for aesthetics. He speaks of the duality of fire, its power and its danger, and advises the young mage to learn to fear it to truly master it. The profound advice leaves Pio stunned, and he bows deeply in gratitude. Though defeated, Pio is now a believer, telling his comrades that Rounder Frey knows the way. The next challenger is dispatched even more quickly, swallowed by a pillar of earth before he can even land a blow. By day's end, Frey has captivated the entire circle with his overwhelming strength and wisdom. His true test, however, is just beginning. He informs the leaders they have 3 months to prepare for a friendly competition, where they must achieve an overwhelming victory to establish their dominance. And he reiterates his promise, their training will be a literal hell. He starts with Binyang identifying the flaw in her power, a forcibly created mana rune. He declares his intent to destroy it, forcing her to learn the draconic art of manipulating mana directly from the world. Without warning, he releases all her stored mana, sending a shockwave of energy through her that leaves her gasping and weak. He explains her exhaustion is a phantom, a trick of the mind, before placing a hand on her back to begin the excruciating process of shattering the mana crystal within her. Pain lances through her as the structure cracks and breaks apart, but she grits her teeth, enduring the agony with a resolve that impresses even Frey. When it's over, she collapses, utterly spent, only to be horrified when Frey informs her this was merely the first session of a month-long ordeal. Her despair is met with a cold smile as he reminds her of his promise of hell. Next, he spars with Payan, whose martial arts are utterly ineffective against him. Her fists feel like they're striking a solid boulder. He tells her plainly that her style is predictable, but her real problem is simpler. She's just weak. He promises to accelerate her growth, a promise that translates into a torturous training regimen that leaves her collapsed and begging for death. For Gaizelin, he provides a new weapon, Kunjal's dagger, a mithril artifact. Frey reveals he knows of Gaizelin's past as a swordsman from the calluses on his hands and offers to train him as a magic swordsman, a path to a whole new level of power. The training that follows pushes them all to their absolute limits. Later, Gaizelin and Payan lie broken on the floor, barely able to move, lamenting that their life has become pure hell. Binyang stumbles in, looking just as wrecked. Their brief moment of shared misery is shattered when Frey announces their 5-minute meal is over and evening training is about to begin. As they groan in despair, a man named Azek returns from his mission, stopping in his tracks at the sight of his collapsed comrades. Believing Frey to be an assassin who attacked in his absence, Azek explodes with rage, drawing his sword and vowing to kill him. But his furious strike is stopped effortlessly by Frey's hand. Just as the confrontation escalates, Professor Adelia and Isabel arrive. And the truth is revealed. Binyang, from her spot on the floor, weakly introduces Frey Blake as the new rounder of the Trauma and Rings. A revelation that leaves Isaac and Adelia completely thunderstruck. Frey shakes hands with an old acquaintance who is stunned to find him now a rounder in the Trauma and Rings. When Frey nonchalantly brings up Adelia, the woman's face contorts in shock. And he playfully teases her that since he's of a higher rank, she should speak to him formally, sending her into a comical rage. Later, their group gathers as a warrior reports his findings on the magic warrior king's heir, having tracked him to the Renol's jungle deep within the elves' territory. He explains that the elves were hostile, dismissing them as dogs of a corrupt circle with whom they had no desire to speak. While they are aware of the demigods, they show no interest in fighting them, believing that their martial arts take absolute priority. Frey, his mind already racing, asks how long it would take to reach the jungle. The answer is 4 days via a warp stone to a city named Filat, a place that strikes a chord within him. It's the heart of the Blake household, Frey's former home. With cold resolve, Frey announces he will go meet Master Venian, the successor to the magic warrior king. The others protest, warning him of the extreme danger. But his decision is final. He will leave right now. As he departs, the warrior who gave the report can only stare, wondering who this powerful and decisive young man could possibly be. That night, under the quiet glow of the moon, he speaks with Isabel, telling her that this is a journey he must undertake alone. The circle is still fragile and he can't risk anything happening while he's away. Isabel, her expression firm, promises to fill his place, vowing that should danger arise, she would be by his side within a month. Frey looks at her, a faint smile on his lips, remarking that she has truly grown. A simple acknowledgement that brings tears to her eyes as she whispers her thanks. When he leaves, he finds the entire fellowship of rounders waiting to see him off. They lament his sudden departure, but he cuts through their drama, coolly stating that a hell is coming that will make them forget all about him. He places Isabel in charge, giving them a sharp warning not to anger her, then lifts their spirits by reminding them of a nearby tournament. Their sorrow turns to fierce determination as they roar that they will wipe the floor with their opponents. With a final wave, Frey departs, looking forward to the day they reunite. Elsewhere, in a desolate, rocky canyon, a new life flickers into existence from the corpse of a fallen drake. A magnificent fiery being emerges, a phoenix. With tears in her eyes, she vows to become the master of this mountain range, her friend's dungeon, so it will never be defiled by the Torkunde. With that promise, she spreads her wings, erupting into a column of brilliant flame and soaring into the night sky. Frey, now under a new identity, arrives in Crowd City, gazing at a blonde-haired reflection in the mirror. A flicker of magic reveals his new persona, Kane Rickstone, a 26-year-old C-rank mercenary. He explains to his companion that a fake identity is necessary because Filat, their destination, is Blake territory. He doesn't want to clash with Asaka Blake, who is rumored to have demigod connections, just yet. As he walks through the streets of Filat, a strange sense of nostalgia washes over him, and he wonders if the original Frey's soul is reacting to his hometown. He enters a bustling tavern, his presence as a magician turning heads. At the counter, a barmaid named Irene asks what he wants. In a brief flashback, he recalls being told he must escort a group of peddlers who trade with the elves monthly, a necessary step to reach the dangerous Rienal's forest. Back in the present, he tells Irene he's there to accept that very escort quest. She scoffs, informing him that only B-rank mercenaries can take that job. Without missing a beat, Kane declares he'll take an advancement exam right now. Intrigued, she leads him upstairs to the hungover guildmaster, Dumkey. Irene explains the 2 exam types, recommending the easier commission exam as no one has passed the proof exam in a decade. But Kane has no time to waste and chooses the proof exam, piquing the guildmaster's interest. In the testing room, Irene gestures to a reinforced wall, telling him to just shoot some magic at it. Kane smirks, learning the guildmaster is A rank and asking if destroying the wall would make him A rank too. Irene bursts out laughing at his audacity. Kane simply raises his hand and summons a flame ball, a common spell that makes her roll her eyes, but Dumkey's expression turns deadly serious as he senses the catastrophic power within the small orb, screaming for Irene to get down. A thunderous explosion rocks the building, and when the smoke clears, the magically fortified wall has been utterly obliterated, leaving only a gaping hole and 2 stunned onlookers. A notification congratulates him on advancing to A rank. Dumpy is ecstatic, calling Kane an incredible young man. After Kane declines to join a mercenary group, Dumpy learns of his urgent request to escort the peddlers. Later, while nursing a drink, Kane overhears mercenaries gossiping about Asaka Blake's potential resignation. He smoothly joins their table, buying a round of drinks, and feigning a desire to become a Blake house guard to pry for information. He casually asks about any rumors, and one man recounts a story of an unusual number of carriages arriving at the mansion, from which his friend heard what sounded like screams. The others laugh it off as a ghost story, but Frey's mind sharpens on a single, horrifying word: sacrifices. His thoughts are interrupted by Captain Alcone, the escort leader, who warns him not to let his guard down. The previous peddler group was annihilated by an undying being. The news sends a chill down his spine as he recalls the intelligent Lich from his past. Soon the caravan is on its way. Inside the wagon, Kane studies his companions, his gaze lingering on a quiet old woman. The captain introduces her as Syx, a famous A-rank mercenary known as Green Wind. That evening, Syx approaches Kane as he eats, introducing herself and bluntly asking if he's a spiritualist, as she can sense a rare spirit's energy from him. Kane is internally startled that his illusion magic was detected, but calmly denies being a spiritualist, merely having a contract with one. He then turns the tables, questioning how an ordinary person could possibly sense such a thing. Syx is visibly flustered by the question. Frey then asks why a mercenary of her caliber would join a simple escort mission. She answers that the appearance of an undying being in this region is an anomaly not seen in 1,000 years. Frey latches on her words, dryly commenting that she speaks as if she'd lived that long herself. Realizing her slip-up, Syx quickly retreats, urging him to finish his meal. Kane watches her go, now certain of the truth. People use illusion magic to hide something. He's hiding his identity, and he now sees her for what she truly is, an elf. He is left wondering what secret she's so desperate to conceal. A scout rushes to his captain with urgent news. A horde of undead has appeared in the southwest, the exact direction they're headed. There's no avoiding them now. The captain orders Kane to enchant the recon team's equipment, and Kane gets to work, his hands glowing with power. As he imbues their weapons, he senses a faint divine power, but it's far too weak to belong to a demigod. Moving into the woods, the recon team is hit by a rotten stench, but when they find the source, they're met with a scene of utter carnage. The undead are already annihilated, their bodies torn to pieces and scattered across the forest floor. They are stunned. These creatures were moving just 30 minutes ago. Kane kneels to inspect the massacre, his face grim as he realizes this was the work of a single person who wiped them out in less than 10 minutes. As his comrades whisper that it's impossible, Kane's eyes snap to a lone undead pinned to a tree. He recognizes the brutal efficiency instantly. This is the work of the Magic Warrior King's successor. A palpable sense of danger fills the air, and Kane orders everyone to move immediately. Elsewhere, the man responsible, Ivan, is a whirlwind of destruction, single-handedly tearing through legions of ghouls with his bare hands. He smashes their heads and rips them apart, a one-man army against the undead tide. When the captain's group finally catches up, they can only stare in awe at the lone warrior standing amidst the wreckage. The captain demands to know who he is, but Ivan's reply is a cold, simple threat: get lost unless they want him to kill them too. While the soldiers are frozen in fear, Kane understands the gravity of the situation. This man is a monster, but this path is used by innocent peddlers. Deciding he can't let such a dangerous individual roam free, Kane tells his captain he'll follow him alone, confident in his concealment skills, before melting into the shadows. Ivan continues his relentless slaughter, growing weary of the endless horde until he unleashes a devastating bladed fist technique, obliterating a wave of enemies. Suddenly, a massive beast lunges from behind, its jaws clamping down on his shoulder, but its fangs shatter against his indestructible skin. Ivan scoffs, casually grabbing the creature and asking if it really thought it could pierce his flesh before tossing it aside like trash. But then a new figure appears, a man with long white hair named Frey. Ivan turns, demanding to know who he is, but the man simply asks how long it's been since Ivan learned the Warrior King's techniques. Ivan's eyes narrow with contempt. He sneers that Frey must be another mutt from the circles. Frey confirms he is from the tradesmen rings, calmly reminding Ivan of his promise to kill the next person who came near. Before Ivan can even blink, an invisible force slams into him, sending him hurtling through the air. Frey reappears, coolly stating that he's here to fulfill Ivan's threat. Ivan snarls, telling Frey he has no intention of getting involved with the circles or their pathetic attempts to fight demigods. He grabs Frey by the collar, raging that the circles are nothing but mindless, greedy swine. Frey remains unfazed, agreeing that the circles are corrupt, which is precisely why he plans on changing everything himself. He intends to unify them. Ivan shoves him back, a predatory grin spreading across his face. If Frey wants to talk big, he'll have to prove he has the power to back it up. The fight begins. Ivan charges, but Frey effortlessly sends him flying with a flick of his wrist. He follows up with a storm of ice spears that Ivan is forced to punch his way through. Frey mocks his brutish style and unleashes frost breath, freezing Ivan's leg in place. As a massive wave of ice descends, Ivan creates a boulder shield to defend himself. Shattering the attack, he roars, breaking the ice that binds him and lunging forward, vowing that Frey is dead meat. But Frey is faster, using the Martial King's own bull sweep technique to slam Ivan face first into the ground, pinning him under a massive rock. Standing over the defeated warrior, Frey calmly asks if he's finally ready to talk. Humiliated, Ivan gets to his feet and does the unexpected. He runs. Frey gives chase, calling him a wimp, but soon realizes Ivan isn't fleeing, he's being led somewhere. Frey recognizes the unique clown steps and the bull sweep, secret techniques of the Martial King. He asks for the warrior's name, and the man replies that it is Ivan. After Frey introduces himself, Ivan simply tells him to keep up if he can. Their chase ends at a secluded, overgrown house. Ivan takes a deep breath and unleashes a deafening roar, announcing that Ricky is home. Annoyed, Frey asks who Ricky is, and Ivan gives a one-word answer that freezes him in place: a demigod. Just then, the door creaks open, and a figure with long, pale hair emerges. The demigod Ricky immediately identifies Frey as a demigod himself, one with the power of an apocalypse. Inside, as Ricky confirms Ivan's success on his mission, Frey suddenly grabs Ivan, demanding to know why the Martial King's successor is working with a demigod, threatening to kill him on the spot. Ivan just smirks, revealing the unbelievable truth. Ricky is a traitor whose goal is the complete annihilation of the other demigods. Inside a space-distorted room far larger than the house should allow, Frey sits before the demigod. Ricky confirms he betrayed his own kind and reveals his plan. If an apostle is killed, its demigod master is forced into hibernation, making them vulnerable. He sent Ivan to stir up the undead to lure out the apostle hiding in the nearby forest, Oiden Fudwood, servant to the demigod of death, Nozdog. He wants Frey and Ivan to kill the apostle so he can eliminate the hibernating demigod. Frey is skeptical, asking why Ricky, a being of immense power, doesn't do it himself. Ricky explains that any move he makes will alert the other demigods to his betrayal. Frey interrupts, stating that he recently killed Indra's apostle. When Ricky asks for proof, Frey presents a vial containing Indra's lightning energy. Stunned but convinced, Ricky smiles, declaring that the opportunity to earn Frey's trust has come sooner than expected. He says he'll be right back, tears open a portal, and vanishes. Mere moments later, he returns and drops a severed head at their feet. It's Indra, the demigod of lightning, killed in an instant. Ricky looks at Frey with a triumphant smirk, asking if killing them seems so difficult now. With their goals perfectly aligned, he asks if there's any reason left not to cooperate. Ricky calmly explains to Frey and Ivan the perplexing nature of demigod apostles, whose power is but a pale imitation of their masters, making their creation a significant risk. He speculates there must be a hidden purpose, a grim possibility that the demigods themselves face complete erasure if they run wild any longer. Ivan scoffs at the idea, but Ricky's expression is dead serious as he reveals the only existence capable of such a feat: God. He clarifies that God is not a being to be worshipped, but a grand universal law, an absolute mass of energy from which the demigods are mere fragments that fell. Ivan dismisses it as nonsense, but his confidence shatters when Ricky reveals that approximately 20 demigods have already been sent to oblivion. With the stakes laid bare, Ricky announces a grand gathering in 1 month, attended by the demigod lord himself, with the sole purpose of hunting down and eliminating the traitor. Their window of opportunity is closing. They must deal with the apostle Oiden before he and his subordinate Nozdog vanish after the meeting. Ivan, ever the simpleton, boils the plan down to killing the apostle and suggests flying into the forest from above, a plan Frey immediately shoots down as moronic. sarcastically noting his relief that Ivan is on their team. Frey explains the futility of such a direct approach, revealing that the High Elves' village is sustained by the World Tree, a life form connected to the entire forest and sharing consciousness with the queen herself, making any intrusion instantly known. As Ivan fumes, the scene shifts to a camp of human merchants outside the village, complaining about the arrogant elves who won't let them inside. Their leader tells them to rest, as the trade will happen tomorrow. Deep within the woods, a high elf named Syx feels the forest wailing in pain, knowing the land will die if the undead continue to spawn. She spots a figure and is relieved to see it's Cain Rickstone. But their reunion is cut short by the sudden appearance of Frey and Ivan. Ivan immediately insults Syx, calling her an old hag and demanding she lead them into the forest, threatening a massacre if she refuses. Frey silences his brutish companion and steps forward, grabbing Syx and revealing he knows her true identity as a high elf. A surge of blue mana erupts from his body as he declares himself a magician from the circles, just like her, and insists they need her help. Syx's disguise melts away, revealing her true, youthful elven form, shocking Ivan to his core. Frey explains that the necromancer is a demigod's subordinate currently hiding within her forest. She protests, claiming the queen would have sensed such a powerful intruder, but Frey counters that this one is different, hinting that Oiden's high elf nature allows him to blend in. When Syx questions how he, a human, could contract a spirit, Frey drops a bombshell. He learned the technique from a dark elf friend named Camel the Leopardess. The legendary name shocks Syx into compliance. She agrees to trust them and lead the way. Meanwhile, in a dark throne room, the apostle Oiden is visited by a shadowy specter of his master, Lord. Lord informs him that Indra has been killed without a trace and warns him to be wary of a traitor until the next gathering. Oiden obediently accepts the command, only to be summoned by the elf queen moments later, a smirk playing on his lips as he wonders who would possibly dare to attack the queen's own elder brother in this sacred forest. Back with the group, they arrive before the colossal world tree, Hruhurl. They are greeted by an elf named Pippin, who insists the outsiders must first receive permission from the queen to stay. As they walk, Syx warns Ivan to mind his manners, but he arrogantly declares his martial art trains his body and mind, his name practically being etiquette. Syx grows anxious, sensing a terrible misfortune surrounding the man, but Frey merely smirks, comparing him to an old friend who is always petrified in front of women. His words prove prophetic as they enter the throne room, and Ivan lays eyes upon the queen of all elves, Snow de Friedequid, and is instantly frozen solid, completely captivated by her beauty. Frey internally notes the queen shares a family name with Oiden, explaining the apostle's impunity. After Syx makes her report, Frey steps forward and greets the queen with perfect elven etiquette, earning her permission for them to stay. Later, Ivan is disgusted by their vegetable dinner until Frey tosses him some jerky. Frey warns him to be quiet as the elves are listening in and explains their plan. They must wait for Oiden to contact his subordinate using a medium infused with divine power. Frey confidently predicts this will happen soon, reasoning that a bloodthirsty beast like Oiden couldn't possibly resist the urge to kill for long inside a village of vegetarians. Just then, an exhausted Syx returns from her debriefing and collapses into bed. Frey decides it's time to act, asking Ivan to deliver a message for him. He finds a quiet place and enters a meditative state, his body dissolving into pure mana as his spirit ascends into the sky. His destination is the World Tree itself, which he believes holds the key to his past and his future. In the spiritual realm, he returns to his original form, that of the great mage Lucas Tromen. When a gentle voice calls his name, a beautiful spirit of the forest appears before him, stating that she has been waiting for Frey, or as she corrects herself, for Lucas. Lucas Tromen finds himself face to face with the ancient dryad, Hruhurl, whose tears fall for the painful and lonely life he was forced to endure. She offers to tell him anything within her knowledge, a promise of clarity in a world of shadows. His question is simple and heavy. He wants to know what happened to his friends in their final days. Hruhurl agrees, ushering him to a seat, for the story is long and bleak. The truth begins to unravel with chilling finality. Martial King Kassadin met his end in a brutal battle in the Amakan desert, and Sword King Lucid was annihilated alongside his motherland. But when it comes to the great sage Schweitzer, she hesitates, warning that the truth is a bitter pill to swallow. Frey, his eyes burning with resolve, insists he must know, declaring that his war is against the gods themselves and he will not turn away from any reality, no matter how harsh. Seeing his determination, Ruhurl decides to show him rather than tell him, her touch plunging him into the abyss of memory. Frey's world shatters and reforms into a desolate, rocky wasteland, where he finds his friend Schweitzer lying broken and dying on the ground. As Lucas, he calls out his friend's name, but Schweitzer only looks up in agony, gasping that he finally understands why Lucas thought he was the traitor. Before he can process the words, a shadow falls over him and he turns to see the face of their ultimate betrayer, Iris Visfounder. She coolly remarks that while she never trusted Schweitzer, Lucas did, a fact the dying sage screams back at her, accusing her of betraying Lucas's lifelong dream. Iris merely scoffs at their narrow minds, claiming it was unpleasant to watch them try to fill the void Lucas left behind. Schweitzer, laughing with bloodied lips, demands to know why she joined the demigods, a revelation that stuns Lucas to his core. Iris's face contorts in fury as she silences him, insisting that Lucas is not dead, before unleashing a torrent of dark energy that completely erases the great sage from existence. Schweitzer's final thoughts are a litany of failure. He couldn't stop the betrayal, couldn't prevent Lucas's death, and couldn't unite the world. He dies apologizing to his friend. The vision ends with a violent snap, throwing Frey back into the present, his body trembling as he clutches his head, a silent curse on his lips. He grimly processes the truth that Iris is still alive, and the weight of Schweitzer's final apology crushes him with guilt, feeling that his own incompetence led to his friend's agonizing end. His grief is cut short as Ruhurl senses a disturbance, pulling him back to the mission at hand. Time lurches forward and Frey finds himself back in his own room, a full day having passed, with the sensation of being watched still lingering. He finds Ivan still training obsessively and tells him it's time to move. Tonight, they deal with Oiden. Later, as Frey meditates, he is joined by the dark elf Kami, who admits she had doubted his connection to the martial king. She reveals a complex political situation. Oiden is the queen's brother but of a different elven tribe and ice elf, because the royal line passes through daughters. Frey warns her not to cause trouble, but she just scoffs, reminding him he's the one who pinned his crimes on her. As she departs, Kami leaves him with a dire warning. Oiden is a talented spiritualist with the divine power of an apocalypse-class demigod, a threat far greater than any he's faced before. Elsewhere, that very power rages within Oiden, who struggles to contain his murderous impulses, nearly killing a servant elf before shattering a glass in his hand, his control reaching its breaking point. That night, Oiden confronts another elf, Syx, his eyes glowing with malice. He casually asks about her hunt for the necromancer, and when she confirms the rumor of the necromancer hiding in the village, he chillingly suggests they kill her, immediately striking her down. Ivan intercepts the attack, demanding to know what he's doing. Oiden recognizes the martial artist who destroyed his undead, and his composure finally cracks when Ivan calls him a demigod's mutt. Unleashing his divine power, Oiden declares Ivan must be disciplined, causing the very ground to rupture as undead soldiers claw their way to the surface. Syx stares in horror, realizing Lord Oiden is the necromancer. Ivan protects her, noting these undead are far stronger than before. And Syx understands with dawning shock that Ivan provoked Oiden on purpose to expose him. As Oiden gloats over his lovely minions, Ivan calls them nauseating, pushing the elf over the edge. But just as Oiden prepares to strike, a massive pillar of divine fire erupts from beneath him. Frey Blake steps out of the shadows, wryly advising Oiden to watch his footing. The two warriors mock the scorched and humiliated elf, who howls in rage that he'll kill them all. He slices his palm, using his blood to fuel a demonic summoning circle. Ivan is stunned to see a spiritualist apostle also has a contract with a demon, but Frey is unfazed. From the swirling vortex of darkness emerges a monstrous, six-armed entity, its name echoing in the night, Asura. A warrior barrels through the battlefield, knocking aside an elven woman with a frustrated yell. He complains that she's in the way, but his face flushes as he tells her to go report to the queen and get reinforcements. As she leaps away, promising to be back, he watches her go, marveling at the effect the queen has on him. His focus is immediately broken by a new threat looming over the desolate landscape, the infamous archduke of the demon world, Asura. A blonde elf named Oiden points a finger, screaming for Asura to kill the intruders immediately. But Asura is unimpressed, dismissing the elf's command with cold contempt. He reminds the elf of his place, warning that if he doesn't correct his attitude, he will be the first to die. A contract is still a contract, however, so Asura turns his immense power on the humans, ordering them to disappear. A devastating shockwave erupts from the ground, tearing through the battlefield. Frey stands his ground unfazed as Asura recognizes him. Frey smirks, mocking the Archduke for his poor memory. Asura's eyes narrow at the familiarity in Frey's gaze. He unleashes a blast of purple energy, enveloping Frey completely. His companion screams Frey's name, telling him to wake up. Frey finds himself in a dark, twisted realm, surrounded by shrieking souls. The colossal form of Asura demands to know who he is. Frey calmly turns the question back on him, asking where they are and what is happening. Asura explains this is the slaughter hell, a place where he can extinguish a soul with a flick of his finger, and that Frey now understands why he's about to die. But Frey merely teleports to the top of a stone pillar, casually sitting down and revealing he's the human who made this scenery possible. He tells Asura to recognize his benefactor, even if his appearance has changed. A flicker of recognition sparks in Asura's eyes, followed by a booming, incredulous laugh. He finally understands, realizing the ridiculously weakened human before him is none other than Lucas Trauman. Frey cuts the reunion short, stating there's no time for a leisurely chat. He asks if Asura is here to collect a debt, and Asura confirms he will fulfill a single demand. Frey's request is simple. He needs to know where Iris Fistfounder is. Asura's expression darkens as he admits he doesn't know. After joining the demigod lord, she unilaterally terminated their contract. Frey is stunned to hear that Iris, along with Barbados and Zephyr, joined forces with a lord, but Asura assures him it was entirely of her own free will. This all happened not long after Frey vanished 4,000 years ago. Asura adds that Iris is likely searching for the legacy of the great sage, Schweitzer Stroh, specifically his core. The name strikes a chord with Frey. He realizes she's searching for Anastasia, Schweitzer's greatest golem. With grim determination, he knows he must create the golem to find his answers. Frey declares the debt repaid, and Asura expresses his surprise, having expected a demand for world domination, not the location of a past lover. Frey denies they were ever like that, but Asura then reminds him of his current obligation. His contract with Odin requires him to kill Frey. Realization dawns on Frey's face. He'd completely forgotten about that minor detail. As Asura prepares to leave, Frey stops him, proposing a new contract. Asura is intrigued, asking what benefit he could possibly gain. Frey's answer is a single chilling promise: the death of the demigods. He declares his obvious intent to eradicate them and offers his very soul as collateral should he fail. Amused, Asura accepts the deal, agreeing to lend his power to the humans' futile struggle. The contract is sealed, and Frey's body is racked with agony as power surges through him before he snaps back to reality. His companion rushes to his side, asking what happened, and Frey casually explains he was just on a short trip to hell. Meanwhile, Odin is stunned that Asura simply vanished. The Archduke's voice echoes, stating that he cannot kill his new contractor and that Odin will have to do his best to survive. With a final act, Asura's power dissipates, taking the summoned undead with it, leaving Odin alone and terrified. Frey smirks, telling his friend he bribed the Archduke. Odin, consumed by rage, unleashes his own power, summoning a fresh wave of skeletons from the earth. This time the army is different. Frey notes with concern that Odin has summoned bloody knights, undead far stronger than what they've faced before. Just as the battle is about to begin, Odin makes a break for it, fleeing into the forest. He screams for Hruhurl, intending to possess her, but Frey has other plans. He tells his companion to go after the apostle while he handles the army, sharing his newfound power with a simple fist bump. Feeling the energy course through him, the warrior grins and charges headfirst into the horde of bony bastards. While Frey leaps into the air in pursuit of the cowardly elf, he quickly catches up, landing directly in Odin's path. Enraged that a human dared to take Asura from him, Odin summons a massive bone dragon from a dark magic circle. Frey simply raises a hand, casting a powerful ice spell that freezes the creature solid and shatters it into a million pieces. He calmly asks if Odin has any specialty other than summoning the undead. Odin screams that this is the power of death, but Frey scoffs, calling it mere necromancy and lecturing him on the true ruler of death, the demigod Nozdog. With contempt, Frey grabs Odin by the throat, telling him he's far too weak to be an apostle. Pushed to his limit, Odin's body convulses as a glowing purple energy erupts from his eye. He's using the artificial eye as a medium to summon his master. The very air grows heavy as a terrifying presence descends upon the battlefield, the demigod Nozdog. Oiden grovels, begging his master to defend his honor from those who called him weak. Frey remarks that he was right. Oiden was just bait to lure out the real apostle, a trap to find a traitor among the demigods. Nozdog admits that Frey found him far too quickly, as if he was tipped off, revealing the demigods are aware someone is betraying them. The demigod then turns his attention from Frey to his poor little puppet. He tells Oiden he's too loud and with a casual gesture unleashes a torrent of dark energy. The apostle dissolves into dust, screaming for mercy in his final moments. Nozdog finds it curious that he cannot read Frey's mind, a feat that makes him deeply suspicious. He vows to keep an eye on Frey before vanishing into a vortex of dark energy. Once the demigod is gone, Frey lets out a breath and turns, calling out to the figure who has been hiding in the trees. An elven warrior with long white hair steps into the clearing, Queen Snow. Frey notes that she revealed her presence on purpose. Snow thanks him for putting her brother Oiden to rest, confirming she knew he was an apostle. She explains that the same person who informed Frey about her brother's identity also informed her. Frey smirks at her clumsy attempt to get information, stating that the informant was the demigod with the power of swords, Ricky. She confirms this, declaring herself one of his comrades. Frey asks who she truly is, dismissing her title as Queen of the Elves. Before she can answer, the ground beneath them begins to tremble violently as a massive, intricate magic circle illuminates the forest floor. Ivan lands hard after finishing a grueling battle, his body screaming for sustenance. But a sudden surge of sinister energy towards the village steals his attention. Elsewhere, two elves watch in horror as a colossal purple magic circle paints the sky, heralding the arrival of an immense power born from the consumed divine energy of their fallen brother. A cold dread washes over them as they realize what's coming, a monstrous skeletal dragon clawing its way into existence. As the beast solidifies, a lone figure observes from the trees, donning an elegant bird mask. It's Sadhna who remarks that her beauty can be troublesome before declaring that the village is now in grave danger. The undead dragon descends upon the elven settlement, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. The village mages and archers rally, launching a desperate counter-assault of wind magic and arrows. But their attacks are utterly futile, shattering harmlessly against the dragon's hide. The beast retaliates, spewing a beam of pure destruction that obliterates everything in its path, leaving the elves to watch in despair as their homes are annihilated. Just as all hope seems lost, a storm of countless ice spears materializes from nowhere, intercepting the dragon's blast. The elves stare in disbelief, wondering if an entire army of magicians has come to their aid. But it's Frey, flanked by Ivan, who has arrived on the scene. Frey calmly informs Ivan that Oiden is dead, and now they just have to deal with this scrawny lizard. The masked Sadhna appears, telling Ivan to stop talking like a weakling and fight, which only infuriates him. The elves immediately recognize her as Lady Sadhna, the hero of the Hurl Guard. Frey quietly tells Ivan that she's an ally for now, but her true motives remain a mystery. Before they can argue further, the dragon roars and the trio prepares for battle, agreeing to put the beast to rest. Ivan charges forward with fists blazing. As Sadhna blitzes in with her blades and Frey channels immense gravitational magic. Frey unleashes a gravity explosion, crushing the dragon to the ground, and Sadhna seizes the opportunity, decapitating the beast with a single, fluid strike. But Ivan, not to be outdone, follows up with a thunderous kick that shatters the dragon's entire skeleton into dust. As Nora the elven mage looks on with a blush. The battle is finally over. 1 week later, the village is celebrating its survival. Frey and Ivan are brought before the elf queen, and Ivan's jaw drops when she removes her mask, revealing herself to be the rude woman from before, Sadhna. She thanks them for protecting her village, giving special praise to Frey for his astonishing magic that repaired all the damage. Frey cuts through the pleasantries, demanding to know who she really is. She reveals her true identity as Ricky's apostle, prompting Frey to reveal his own secret. He is the last surviving ice elf, his race wiped out by the demigods. He tells her he joined Ricky because he lacks the power to get revenge alone. He then scolds her for being so reckless with her identity, but she merely smiles, stating she trusts him because Hruhurl, the mother tree, has faith in him. As a reward, she leads them to Mother's Root, a sacred, otherworldly place, where she plucks a fruit from the ancient tree. She explains this fruit can double or triple a person's mana overnight. Frey warns Ivan that a human body might not withstand such power without preparation. But Sadhna calls him boring, and Ivan, provoked, defiantly takes a huge bite. Instantly, he's racked with agonizing pain as raw mana explodes within him. Frey rushes to his aid, temporarily dispersing the energy and warning him to focus before his organs melt. Sadhna watches on, amused by the spectacle and enjoying the fact she gets to tease him. Some time later, Frey finds himself mobbed by grateful villagers during a festival, silently cursing Snow for running off and leaving him to handle the adoration. His forced pleasantries are cut short when a dark elf named Camel arrives with an urgent matter. Frey slips away and meets Snow, collapsing onto a bed in exhaustion. She tells him to get ready, they must go see Ricky soon. Frey questions how she, the queen, can abandon her duties, but she casually waves it off, saying it's fine if she isn't caught. Instead of walking, Frey creates a warp circle, leaving Snow stunned by the stable and powerful magic that requires no destination marker. They arrive instantly at Ricky's hideout, and are led into a room where the demigod awaits. Frey wastes no time confronting Ricky about the fact that Oiden was never Nozdog's apostle. Enraged by the deception, Frey kicks the table over, roaring that they were all prepared to die because of Ricky's incomplete information. Snow tries to calm him, reminding him he's provoking a demigod. But Ricky remains serene. He calmly apologizes, admitting his mistake and promising to investigate more thoroughly in the future. Frey cools down, understanding that this might have been a test. Ricky then presents him with a gift, the crystal from the demigod Indra. He explains that this crystal holds enough energy to instantly elevate Frey to the 8-star stage, but it would come at the cost of his magic, replacing it with divine power. Frey demands to know his true plan. Ricky's offer is simple: drink the crystal and in 3 months attend the demigod's meeting with him. And then comes the final, shocking proposal. Ricky asks Frey to become his apostle. Snow confronts Ricky, her voice laced with panic, questioning his reckless plan to give Frey divine power. She reminds him that Lord will be at the demigod meeting and will surely discover Frey's identity. But Ricky remains cool and collected, stating that demigods are not all-knowing. He's confident Lord won't figure it out, just as he failed to see that Oiden was merely bait. He turns to Frey, proposing that he drink the elixir and pose as his apostle for the meeting. But Frey's response is a simple, cold refusal. When pressed for a reason, Frey explains that as a magician, sacrificing his mana for divine power is unthinkable, for he needs his magic to annihilate every last demigod. Ricky smirks, asking what he would do if it were possible to wield both powers at once. Frey dismisses the idea, but Snow interjects, revealing that for him, it is possible because of the Blake blood in his veins. The revelation hangs in the air as Ricky admits he has known about Frey for a long time, recounting his miserable past as the talentless third son of the Blake house, exiled and alone. He finds it truly astonishing that the family's trash has grown so powerful and defiant. Frey demands to know how he has such intimate knowledge, and Ricky delivers a world-shattering truth. The Blake house is nothing more than a demigod testing ground. He reveals a centuries-long experiment led by the Apocalypse Lyran to harmonize mana and divine power. A horrifying project that culminated in the very existence of the Blake family. Frey's mind spins with the implications: his family, his body, all a product of his sworn enemies. This connects to the warning from his brother Miscale that their father was in contact with the demigods. Ricky confirms that because of this unique bloodline, a Blake will not lose their mana even after becoming an apostle. And once more, he urges Frey to join him. The pieces of Frey's strange new life click into place, realizing his possession of this body was not a coincidence but an inevitability. Clutching the elixir, he sighs, admitting he needs time to think about such a monumental decision. As he walks away, Ricky warns him not to take too long, his patience wearing thin. Far away in a desolate, craggy landscape swarming with drakes, the fiery warrior Agni descends. She faces the monstrous horde, her gaze resolute as she vows to keep her promise to become the ruler of these mountains and protect her friend's dungeon. Her journey leads her to a quiet forest, where she finds a mysterious woman already waiting. A jolt of pain flashes through Agni's mind, a fragment of Torkunda's memory surfacing at the sight of this woman, who warns her with chilling finality not to follow. As the woman turns to leave, Agni calls out to her. Standing before a great tree, the woman, Nora, murmurs that the final room has been opened and that he has returned. Before Agni can demand an explanation, shadowy tendrils erupt from the earth and violently drag Nora away, snatching her into oblivion, leaving Agni utterly alone and confused. Back in the training grounds, Frey sits in quiet contemplation, the elixir in his hand. He ponders the impossible choice to become something more than human, a being capable of wielding both mana and divine power. For the sake of his revenge, to finally eradicate the demigods, he decides he doesn't mind throwing away his humanity. He uncorks the vial and drinks, and an explosive torrent of golden energy engulfs him in agony. Snow watches from afar, fascinated by the unprecedented event unfolding before her. A week and 2 days later, Ivan awakens, the agonizing process of absorbing the fruit's power finally over. He sees Frey, who has also completed his transformation, calmly eating some leaves. Ivan asks if he's stronger, and Frey replies with quiet confidence that he has reached the 8-star stage. A feat that leaves Ivan speechless. With their shared ordeal concluded, Frey declares their collaborative mission over, intending to resume his search for Kassajan's relics. Frey explains his goal to Ivan, to find the 3 legendary artifacts and surpass his former master. He then asks Ivan about his plans, and Ivan reveals Ricky's offer to become an apostle, stunning Frey. Frey quickly explains his own unique situation, calling himself a crossbreed capable of using both powers. Before Ivan and Snow depart through a portal, Frey reveals his next move. He will attend the Circle's conference to wreak havoc and clean house. Inviting Ivan to join the fun later, Ivan bursts out laughing and the two share a fist bump, promising to meet again in a year and a half. As Ivan and Snow leave, Snow reappears instantly, now clad in a masked costume. She introduces herself as Sadhna, her new combat identity, and declares she will accompany Frey. Their journey takes them to a dilapidated cabin. But Frey's senses scream with danger, and he halts Sadhna. The door swings open to reveal the 2-headed demigod Hydra, with Ricky standing calmly at her side. Hiding in the brush, Frey and Sadhna stare in horror, the raw power of a demigod washing over them. Hydra senses their presence, but Ricky dismisses her concerns. She then comments on Ricky's new elf apostle, noting the odd coincidence that the previous bait, Nozdog, was also an elf. In a flash of steel, Ricky decapitates her. Hydra's severed head cackles, realizing she's been betrayed. It dissolves into 9 smaller snake-like forms that scatter, one vowing to report Ricky's treason to Ananta. But Ricky is a whirlwind of death, his blade a blur as he slices through 7 of the escaping pieces. Sadhna watches in awe as his speed defies her perception. Ricky coolly informs them he missed 2, pointing towards their hiding spot. He instructs them to handle one while he pursues the other, giving them a quick rundown of Hydra's strengths and weaknesses. The 2 Hydra pieces laugh maniacally as Frey and Sadhna spring into action. Frey unleashes a lava blast, but the agile creature dodges effortlessly. Sadhna finds herself completely outmatched, unable to land a single blow. Just as the strike is about to connect, a magic barrier materializes around her, Frey's protection. Resolved to buy him time, she pushes back with all her might. But the demigod is simply too strong. It unleashes a rain of venomous snakes from above. Sadhna struggles to fend them off, the weight of each serpent immense. Her strength fails and she apologizes to Frey for not being able to buy him enough time. As she's about to be overwhelmed, a blinding light fills the sky. The Hydra fragment looks up in confusion, wondering why a second sun has appeared. It's Frey, floating in the center of a massive orb of pure solar energy. The light intensifies into a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing the demigod and vaporizing it in an instant. The shockwave sends Sadhna tumbling. She stares at the aftermath, stunned that Frey killed a demigod so easily and lamenting that she can only hold him back. Frey lands his power on a completely different plane. After 4,000 years of mastering magic in his mind and now having reached the 9-star stage, he can finally unleash his full potential. Holding the injured Sadhna, he looks towards the horizon, his heart filled with a newfound certainty. He can win against the demigods. Snow watches Frey, realizing with a jolt that he doesn't look tired at all, meaning he hadn't even used his full power to defeat Hydra. Ricky asks if Frey killed her, and Frey calmly confirms it. With the immediate threat gone, Frey decides they should return to his residence. Inside his dilapidated home, he warns them that they can't hide Hydra's death for long. Soon, Ananta, the apocalypse who controls poison, will find out. Ricky is unfamiliar with the name, but Snow's expression is grim. Frey stares intently, having already made his decision. He reveals that he's already drunk the crystal Snow gave him, a fact that surprises her. Snow explains that for the next 3 months until the demigods' assembly, Frey will train to use divine power exclusively, abandoning magic entirely. Lord isn't omnipotent, she explains, but his senses are incredibly sharp, so Frey must learn to completely conceal the traces of mana inside him with divine power. She warns him the training will be excruciatingly difficult, but Frey simply cuts her off, telling her to stop with the useless questions and get on with it. As they prepare to leave, Ricky calls out to Frey. But it's Snow he embraces, a human gesture of farewell he learned about. Frey finds it a pity, joking that if he were Ivan, he would have fainted on the spot while foaming at the mouth. Snow wishes Frey to be careful, and asked him to tell Syx and Camel that she's sorry for leaving so suddenly. With the farewells over, the brutal training begins as Snow unleashes a torrent of energy. Frey is immediately on the defensive, dodging and weaving through golden blasts. He struggles to control the divine power, his face strained as he tries to manifest it. He lifts his sword, but the raw power is overwhelming. Focusing his will, Frey begins to gather the crackling divine energy into a ball in his hands, preparing to meet Snow's next onslaught. The battle rages, with Frey getting blasted through the air. 2 months later, Frey's control has grown exponentially, and as Snow attacks, he unsheathes his sword, meeting her power with his own. With that, Snow declares his divine power training is over. Frey celebrates wildly, ecstatic to be done. Snow reflects that Frey's growth surpasses even her own, and thankfully they haven't been discovered yet. Now, it's time for the meeting. Since Frey's human body can't handle space-time teleportation, they'll use a warp stone in Pilat to travel to the Luinoble kingdom. As they journey, Frey reflects on the irony of cooperating with a demigod. Their path is suddenly blocked by a gang of thugs calling themselves the Red Evil Bandits, who declare that they are unfortunate to have been found. Frey can only think what a cliché this all is. Snow is utterly unimpressed, questioning how they dare speak to her in such a manner. Unfazed, the bandits demand their possessions in exchange for their lives. With a snap of his fingers, Frey unleashes a wave of power, instantly knocking the entire group unconscious. Snow asks if he was being sympathetic by not killing them, but Frey simply says no, they were just giving him second-hand embarrassment. As they walk away, Snow muses that humans are truly interesting, the most three-dimensional being she knows. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, the circles are in a meeting. A vampire rounder confirms that the sword has indeed made a move and is headed to Pilat. The other members are wary, recalling how the mighty Tramen rings were annihilated just trying to get information on the demigod Nozdog, who controls death. Rounder Charles clarifies they aren't trying to subjugate the demigod, merely trail him. The vampire turns her attention to a younger member, Heinz Blake, questioning him about the source of his information. She taunts him, reminding him he reported his own father's communication with the demigods and asks how they can trust someone who would sell out his family for status. With a cold look, Heinz reveals the demigods' meeting will happen in Luinoble, and that they will be accompanied by their apostles. This is unprecedented news. The vampire decides they will monitor the sword's movements in Pilat, and if they get caught, they'll just have to silence the apostle. At the gates of Pilat, Ricky gives his name as Cain Rickstone, an A-rank mercenary, while Frey presents a D-rank ID under the name Ricky. Ricky is mortified that Frey used his real name for his fake ID. They discover the warp stone to Luinoble will be out of service for 3 days. After a meal, Frey announces he's going to the Blake main house alone, stunning Ricky. Frey explains they likely already know he's here, and it's a chance to find Laren, revealing he's aware Asaka Blake is her apostle. He lays out the circle's weakness. They don't know the Blake family can use both mana and divine power, a secret that was only exposed because Heinz Blake himself reported his father's betrayal. Ricky wonders what Heinz could be scheming. Suddenly, Frey alerts Ricky that they're being monitored by familiars, likely from the circles and powerful enough to be executives. Rather than eliminating them, Frey decides to test them, curious about their skills. From a nearby building, the circle members watch, and the vampire rounder's eyes glow with intensity. She notes the name Cain Rickstone is fake and decides to handle the investigation herself. In her room, she bites her thumb and draws a summoning circle with her own blood, calling forth Lilith, an archduke of the succubi. The vampire tasks Lilith with entering Cain Rickstone's dreams to confirm the demigod gathering and its objective. But the mission is a catastrophic failure. Lilith returns, utterly bewildered, reporting that the man's mental strength was so absurd he didn't even budge when she used her powers of seduction. She speculates he might be a eunuch or a legendary virgin wizard. Critically, she felt the presence of another archduke he had a contract with, making any forceful entry far too dangerous. The vampire is now deeply intrigued by this Kane Rickstone. In his bed, Frey sits up next to Asura, his own contracted archduke. He expected them to send a succubus. Asura tells him he would have resisted even without help, but Frey admits it would have been trouble. After Asura departs in disgust of Lilith, Frey puzzles over the situation, realizing a rounder must be involved. He finds it a pain since these people may be future comrades he can't harm. Ricky returns, having found nothing at the Blake residence, but he did encounter Heinz. Frey keeps the knowledge of Heinz's allegiance to himself, still not fully trusting Ricky. 3 days later, they arrive in the magnificent city of Lewinoble. Frey reveals this isn't their final destination, he has other business here. He senses they're still being monitored and, finding it bothersome, decides to have some fun. Grinning maniacally, Frey declares they should try acting like other humans. Before screaming "run" and bolting through the crowd, dragging a shocked Ricky with him. In a blur of motion, Frey and Ricky dart through the city streets, their pursuers struggling to keep up. The blonde pursuer curses their speed, ordering her men to spread out and capture them at all costs, but it's too late, they've already vanished into the alleys. Safely hidden, Ricky notes that these little chases can be quite fun, before directing Frey to a nearby door. He explains that inside, Frey will find a man with a worn-out hat who can provide a mask capable of suppressing his divine power, a necessary disguise for the upcoming gathering. Ricky stays behind, explaining that if they enter together, it would be too obvious that Frey is his apostle. Alone, Frey descends a seemingly endless spiral staircase, marveling at the hidden passage, which leads him into what appears to be a simple antique shop. He is immediately greeted by a woman named Ailey, whose presence he didn't sense at all, realizing she must be a golem. From behind a curtain emerges a man in a top hat, welcoming him to Hector's general store. Frey recognizes the worn-out hat Ricky mentioned, realizing this must be the man. Hector holds up a white mask, correctly guessing Frey is there for it, but his eyes suddenly lock onto the bracelet on Frey's arm. His demeanor shifts instantly from casual shopkeeper to obsessed appraiser as he lunges forward, frantically demanding to see the bracelet. He babbles that he's never seen a magic item of such quality, suspecting it hails from the legendary era of light. Frey, unamused, warns him to back off, causing Hector to drop to his knees, shamelessly begging just to touch it once. Seeing an opportunity, Frey changes the subject, asking if it's possible to create a golem core with 1 million mana energy. Hector is stunned by the question but dismisses it as impossible, recalling that the best alchemist he knows called the idea insane. With a smug grin, Hector scoffs at the mention of the best alchemist, revealing there are only 3 top-class alchemists on the continent, the master of a secret 11th magic tower and Archlich in the northern snowfields. And as he dramatically points to himself, the third one is him. Frey barely reacts, more interested in the exorbitant prices of the items in the shop. Hector laughs, admitting that in his current fragile body, things like humility have become pointless. Frey astutely observes that this isn't his original form, prompting Hector to confess his true past. He was once part of a respectable and ancient race with scales that could resist any blade and a heart that transcended all engines. Before he finally reveals the truth, he was a dragon. Frey recalls that a dragon's corpse is an unbelievable treasure, and for one to disappear without a trace, only the demigods could be responsible. The dragon Hector explains that most apostles mock him for being a slave to the demigods, who use him as a living trophy to show others the price of defiance. But Frey isn't mocking. Instead of sympathy, he offers respect. He remembers that 4,000 years ago, it was the dragons who first recognized the danger of the demigods and fought them head-on, the only beings who could truly rival their power. Looking Hector in the eye, Frey declares with chilling conviction that the war isn't lost, they are still winning. Shaken by Frey's words, Hector gives him the mask, his demeanor softening. Before leaving, he offers to build the golem body Frey asked for, but his price won't be money, he wants the bracelet. Frey calmly agrees but adds a single condition spoken in the ancient dragon tongue, a language that freezes Hector with shock. Frey clarifies he was just testing him and had no intention of actually refusing the bracelet before leaving the shop. Back outside, Frey meets with Ricky, who explains their next move. He reveals that the Lewinoble Kingdom, the supposed nation of knights, is the most corrupt place he knows, all because of one man. He points to a mountain fortress belonging to Marquis Dalaman, a depraved noble who runs slave camps all over the mountain. Frey is shocked, believing slavery had been abolished long ago, but Ricky grimly informs him it still thrives in the shadows. Since Frey needs to practice his divine power, Ricky gives him a new mission: destroy Dalaman's entire trafficking operation on that mountain. Unwilling to trust blindly, Frey tells him he will see and judge for himself before taking action, then leaps from the cliff to begin his infiltration. Under the cloak of night, he scales the fortress walls, slipping past the guards unnoticed. What he finds inside is a waking nightmare: cages filled with elves, dwarves, and monsters, treated as nothing more than cattle. His horror deepens as he witnesses guards casually tossing the corpse of a female elf onto a massive pile of dead bodies. He overhears them complaining that the Marquis's bad mood leads to slaves dying, with the only ones he cares about being the high-value elves. The truth hits Frey like a physical blow. Ricky was right. But it isn't Frey who is there, it's the white-haired apostle Ricky who steps from the shadows, his face a mask of cold fury. The guards demand to know who he is, and Ricky asks them if they possess the pride of the knights they claim to be. Before they can answer, he unleashes a torrent of divine power, erasing them from existence in a flash of light. Alarms blare as he finds himself surrounded, but he only scoffs at the pathetic excuses for knights before him. Meanwhile, Marquis Dalaman is seething over the death of another elf, enraged by the cost. His personal chef calmly suggests preparing the body as they always do, craving fresh basil sauce. Suddenly, a terrified guard bursts in, screaming that an intruder has annihilated all the knights. Before the Marquis can process the news, the wall behind him shatters. Ricky strides into the room, his presence radiating menace. The chef charges with a meat cleaver, but Ricky doesn't even flinch, disintegrating the man into dust with a wave of his hand. The Marquis falls to the floor, babbling and offering money. But Ricky simply grabs him by the collar, his voice low and dangerous. He informs the terrified noble that he's a little angry now, and this is going to take a very long time. As the Marquis's eyes widen in sheer terror, Ricky coldly asks where they should begin, the tongue or the eyeball. A moment later, the fortress is filled with blood-curdling screams that echo through the night. Perched atop the ruins of the slave camp, Ricky watches the dust settle, a cold indifference in his eyes. His apostle Frey notes that it seems to be over, but Ricky corrects him. It's not over yet, for some people still remain. Below them, huddled in shattered cages, are the broken survivors of this hell. With a flick of his wrist, Ricky's power shatters their chains, the metal links flying apart. He descends before the bewildered captives and declares them free. But one beastman, his eyes devoid of hope, asks what freedom even is. He has nothing left, his family and his entire race are dead, leaving him with no reason to live. With a heavy heart, he begs for the mercy of death. Unflinching, Ricky agrees to his request, raising his sword and promising a swift, painless end. Just as he is about to strike, Frey's hand shoots out, stopping him. This is dangerous, he warns. Frey turns to the hopeless slaves, his voice cutting through their despair, asking if they seek sympathy or rage. He tells them that unfortunately neither will bring them peace. He makes it clear that he didn't save them out of pity, and he certainly won't kill them. Instead, he declares they have a use for him. They've simply changed owners. For the next month, he will exterminate the people who did this to them. And they will follow. He doesn't care how they feel. He only wants to kill the greedy pigs responsible. He leaves them with a final command: they must find the meaning of freedom with their own eyes. Later, Frey reflects on the irony of the situation. He, a villain, ended up telling them to live. Ricky muses that Frey seems to be aiming for the role of a dark hero. Frey dismisses the notion, explaining that for people who have only known despair, sudden freedom is a painful burden. What they need now isn't freedom, but time to think and a purpose to find it. As the month unfolds, Frey leads his new army of freed slaves on a brutal crusade, tearing down one slave camp after another. They storm fortifications, their rage fueling their charge. And with every lock they break, they liberate more souls from their chains. Finally, after a month of fire and blood, the last of the camps lies in ruins. Frey's work is finished. The beastman, his eyes now filled with a flicker of life, approaches and asks if they are truly free. Frey simply tells him that it's up to them to decide. In that moment, tears stream down the beastman's face as he understands the fight, the struggle, the choice, that asterisk was asterisk freedom. He thanks Frey profusely, declaring that his people will now forge their own path in the mountains of Hispania, a land of monsters, reasoning that nothing could be more frightening than the cruelty of humans. Frey laughs, conceding the point, as the newly freed people march towards their future. Ricky asks if Frey knew this would be the outcome. Frey admits he didn't, but he believed in the unquenchable fire within them. As they depart, Ricky alerts Frey that they must move. The meeting is about to begin. Frey is confused why they're meeting here, but Ricky reveals a terrifying truth. This ruin is the very location where the demigods will gather. Elsewhere, the circle members feel the shift in power, realizing with dread that they have stumbled into a demigod's domain and are now trapped. Suddenly, the sky splits apart in a blaze of glory. A colossal phoenix of pure flame descends, the demigod Agni. Frey is warned to keep his mouth shut as Agni materializes into a humanoid form, surprised to find Ricky already present. Agni introduces his own apostle, a masked figure who looks upon Frey with an unnerving familiarity. Frey's heart freezes, he knows that apostle. Before he can process the shock, 3 more demigods appear in a burst of light: Lion, Nozdog, and Anante. Faces from a 4,000-year-old nightmare. Nozdog's skeletal head turns, hissing that there are intruders. The hidden circle members panic, their mana concealment having failed utterly. Frey knows they are the Black Dragon Knights sent to clean up the mess. But Nozdog sees only prey. Dismissing Ricky's concern about divine punishment, Nozdog claims the knights for himself, and with a single gesture unleashes a wave of annihilating purple energy, wiping out hundreds of soldiers in an instant. He cackles, declaring death to be the best gift of all. The others watch in cold silence, Frey realizing he's out of his depth against this genuine apocalypse. Suddenly, a pure blinding light fills the space. A featureless, ethereal being materializes, greeting them as his dear brothers. It is their leader, Lord. He approaches Ricky and embraces him like an old friend. The meeting officially begins, but the first topic is not a traitor, but a discovery. Lion presents a strange metallic orb she calls Illuminium. After licking a piece, her divine aura vanishes completely. She explains its power. The metal can completely conceal their divine energy, allowing them to cheat God's laws and kill mortals without any fear of punishment. Ricky's face darkens. This changes everything. Nozdog taunts him, asking if he isn't happy, but Ricky is not happy at all. This leads to a tense confrontation, with Nozdog calling out Ricky's strange behavior over the last 4,000 years, making Frey wonder if it was Ricky who killed Lucid. Ricky retorts that Nozdog is the strange one for never changing, rejecting the notion that they are perfect beings. Before the argument can escalate, Nozdog drops a bombshell: Hydra is dead. Immediately, suspicion falls upon Ricky. Just as tensions reach a breaking point, Lord intervenes with a smile. He suggests they pass the time with a truth game while they wait for the others. The game is simple and horrifying. They will all reveal their apostles. The demigods are stunned into silence. For Frey, this is a death sentence. If his identity is revealed here, all his plans will turn to ash. To everyone's shock, Lord declares he will reveal his apostle first. As the demigods stare in disbelief, Frey's eyes widen, a desperate, impossible plan flashing through his mind. This is his chance. With the fate of the demigods hanging in the balance, Ricky stares down Lord, a chilling certainty in his heart. He can kill him. But Agni interrupts the tense standoff, dismissing the apostles as mere essences and suggesting that any traitor would be trying to check Lord's apostle, not their own. In a brilliant political move, he offers to reveal his first, putting Lord in a corner from which he can't escape. The other demigods quickly agree, and Ricky sees internally, realizing Agni's cunning has made things incredibly difficult. Ananta declares that if Lord won't reveal his apostle, then neither will she, prompting a furious outburst from Nozdog, who roars that all demigods are not equal. He insists the title of Lord elevates him above the rest, but Ananta scoffs that she can't ignore his bullshit. As their argument spirals, Lord calmly tells them to stop. But Hydra chimes in, pointing a finger at Ricky and declaring him suspicious. Lord, ever the mediator, suggests it's better not to doubt each other for now, infuriating Nozdog, who can't stand Ricky's nonchalant attitude. Finally, Lord lays down the law. He will not remove the barrier until the traitor is found, even if it takes a year. The reveals begin. Agni orders his masked apostle forward, who is unveiled as Phoenix, a sight that shocks Ricky to his core. He never expected to see her again in such a place, wondering if she was forced to become an apostle. The others marvel at her power before Nozdog presents his own apostle, a man known only as the Genta Killer. Next, Ananta reveals hers, a blonde woman, followed by Hydra, who summons a massive demon, Satan, leaving Ricky stunned at how he could have acquired such a being. Nozdog mutters that Eris must be involved. The final reveal belongs to Laren, whose apostle is a woman from the Blake family, Frey's own mother, a fact that hits Ricky like a physical blow. With the unsettling parade complete, Lord expresses his amusement, thanking them all for sharing their secrets. He dismisses the other apostles, telling Ricky's to guide them to a waiting area, but requests that Ricky himself stay behind for a private conversation. In an instant, the world shifts and they are alone in a quiet room. Lord tells Ricky not to feel offended, explaining his own past of utter loneliness in an uncivilized universe. He confesses that Ricky's birth was the first time he felt joy, the moment he was no longer alone and found his purpose. This, he explains, is why he has always favored Ricky, allowing him to live in a simple hut, ignoring his requests, and even turning a blind eye when he killed their own kind. With a chilling smile, Lord's eyes burn with intensity as he finally asks why Ricky did it. Meanwhile, in a desolate prison cell, Ricky's apostle faces hostility until a demon intervenes. Ricky, or rather Frey, offers them bread and beer. He approaches Phoenix, telling her he's relieved she's healthy, causing her to blush. Back in the private room, Lord explains that he always knew what Ricky was doing and admits killing their own is unforgivable. He reveals that he finally understands Ricky's goals align with his own, confessing that he was wrong 4,000 years ago. He offers to pretend the entire incident never happened, a bizarre apology for his past interference. Ricky is speechless. Lord explains he had to put on an act for the others but now needs a scapegoat to end the charade. And he already has a candidate, a demigod named who is on his way. Ricky erupts in fury, accusing Lord of betraying his own principles of equality. But Lord's face twists with a strange devotion as he declares it's because Ricky is special to him. Then comes the horrifying ultimatum. Ricky must kill his apostle in front of everyone, after which he will be put into hibernation for a century, a punishment Lord calls a mere vacation. He promises to handle everything afterward. Ricky is left reeling, a new possibility blooming in his mind, the chance to get Lord on his side and destroy the demigods from within. He returns to the prison and calls for his apostle, Frey, to follow him. Leading him through the castle, Ricky's mind races. He knows Frey killed Lucid, but trust is a luxury he can't afford. He brings him to a hidden treasury and reveals Lord's terrifying power of space manipulation, the very power that trapped him for 4,000 years, warning Frey that even at 9 stars he stands no chance. He then shows him the aluminum, the metal that will make the demigods immune to God's wrath, rendering apostles useless. With a heavy heart, Ricky apologizes and says it's time for their farewell, lunging forward with a blade of pure energy. But his attack is caught mid-swing by Hydra, who sneers that he knew Ricky was eavesdropping. With cold fury, Ricky calls him out by name, and Hydra confirms it was he who killed him. In a flash, Ananta slices through the illusion, revealing it was a fake. Frey demands to know what's happening, but Ricky simply says there's no time. He unleashes a torrent of power, not as an attack, but as a slash that tears open Lord's impenetrable barrier. As a portal opens, he steps towards it, leaving Frey to scream his name. Ricky reminds him that it's time to say farewell as he traps Frey in a crystal prison. Frey hammers on the walls, begging him not to go alone, roaring that he must come back alive as the portal seals shut. In his place, the other demigods appear, their faces masks of pure rage. They roar at Ricky, accusing him of betrayal, but he calmly notes Lord's absence. Nozdog scoffs that Lord would never take his side and that there was no intention of letting him live anyway. Alone against 4 of the apocalypse, Ricky reflects on his life as number 2, a position that never brought him jealousy, only a deep, gnawing emptiness. Ananta sneers at the idea they were ever equals, but Ricky looks her dead in the eye, telling her they lack the one thing that truly matters: conviction. Thrown into a different dimension, Frey finds himself in a desolate, snowy wasteland before a lone grave and a massive sword. He realizes with dawning horror that this is Lucid's grave, and he's inside Ricky's personal space. Collapsing before the tombstone, he recognizes Lucid's sword, Dukid, and understands that the technique Ricky used to shatter the barrier was Lucid's own swordsmanship. The truth finally clicks into place. He suspected Ricky was the one fighting for Lucid, for humanity. As his world shatters, a figure appears behind him, Lord, who coldly states that it was Frey who planted a seed of confusion in his oldest and most precious friend's heart. Ricky's existence was defined by his Lord, a being who had finally found joy and a purpose to live. But for Ricky, there was only a void. While his Lord had a goal, he had none. So he decided to simply follow to make his lord's goal his own, fighting endless battles against foes like Agni, who commanded him to die. Day by day, the emptiness grew as he swung his sword without reason. His lord would constantly press him, asking what he was swinging for, what he wanted to gain. And that question terrified him more than any enemy. His blind faith shattered the day he realized his lord wasn't even in his original body. It was a human who finally gave him the answer he desperately sought. A man who challenged his entire worldview. This human, Lucid, scoffed at the idea that strength was everything, dismissing Ricky's overwhelming power by claiming he would always be weak. Enraged, Ricky insisted that the winner would be the strongest, but the human's calm demeanor was unshakable. He then asked a question that pierced Ricky's soul: had he ever once entrusted his life to the sword in his hand? The man's fierce eyes saw right through him, and in that moment, Ricky knew he couldn't win. Lucid explained that a day would come when he'd have to entrust his life to his blade to protect something dear, and only then would he understand true strength. Back in the present, Agni mocks Ricky for using human swordsmanship, taunting him that he can't revert to his true form without losing that very power. Agni unleashes a hellish inferno, certain that Ricky's fragile human body will simply melt away. Elsewhere, the masked man Frey faces a far greater threat. The Lord himself appears, his voice cold and devoid of the warmth it held 4,000 years ago, utterly furious at Ricky's betrayal. Frey steels himself, knowing he must win this impossible fight no matter what. As Lord reaches out to obliterate him, a shadowy figure intercepts the attack. It's a woman, Iris Fistfounder, who stands between them and calmly tells Lord not to kill him. Lord is enraged, questioning if she's gone crazy and warning her to move or die. But Iris holds her ground, reminding him of a promise he made, one request he would grant her. With unwavering eyes, she declares that her request is to let Frey go. Lord is stunned that she would waste a 4,000-year-old favor on a mere mortal. But a promise is a promise. He agrees, vowing that the next time he sees Frey, he will kill him without fail. As Lord departs, he wonders why two of his most loyal apostles would risk their lives for this human. Before vanishing into nothingness, with the immediate danger gone, Frey confirms that Iris is truly alive. He asks a favor in return, that she show him her real face. Iris coldly refuses, stating that she cannot trust him, and opens a portal to leave. As she steps through, Frey asks one final, desperate question: why she killed Shizer. The scene rips back to Ricky, engulfed in Agni's flames. Lucid's words echo in his mind, asking if he's ever once entrusted his life to his sword. Now facing annihilation, he finally understands. Pouring every last ounce of his will into his blade, he unleashes Lucid's ultimate technique, debridement, splitting the sky. The attack is cataclysmic, a beam of pure energy that tears a rift through the heavens themselves. Lord's followers can only stare in disbelief at the sheer power wielded by a supposed human. In a single unstoppable arc, the technique cleaves through Agni, Nosedog, and Ananta, obliterating the three apostles in the blink of an eye. But victory is short-lived. A furious Lord appears from thin air, seizing Ricky by the throat. Gasping for air, Ricky whispers that this is the saddest day of his life. With tears streaming down his face, Lord declares that there is no other way and condemns his former apostle, striking him down with a devastating blow. Lord stands over Ricky's mangled body, informing him that this is a punishment from all their fallen brothers. The apostle Raylan begs Lord to reconsider, saying they can revive the others, but Lord simply turns and walks away, leaving her with the final, grim task. Raylan approaches the broken demigod, power swirling in her hand. Ricky, defiant to the end, tells her to just kill him. She hesitates, then spits for him to get lost, refusing to dirty her hands with his death. She leaves him to perish alone. Sometime later, Frey returns to the desolate battlefield. Finding the dying Ricky, he rushes to his side, but Ricky stops him, explaining that his demigod body is failing without Lord's power. He reveals that he has bought Frey a year of time by gravely wounding 3 of the apostles. He explains Lord's weakness is his affection for his demigods, which is why he couldn't end his life easily. Frey asks why he would betray such a being, and Ricky's thoughts turn to Lucid. He explains how Lord intervened in his duel with the human, fearing Ricky would lose, an act of shame he could never forget. He asked Lucid for the source of his conviction, and Lucid simply answered, his friends. That was the moment Ricky understood the true meaning of trust and the preciousness of life. With his final breaths, Ricky gives Frey a mission: go to the Blake sect to find clues about Iluninium, then seek out the demigod Elias in the northern snowfields, the only one Lord ever gave up on. He fades away, lamenting that he cannot meet Lucid in the afterlife. Frey watches, imagining Lucid telling his friend that he did a great job. Frey looks down at the dying warrior and confesses he'd been mistaken about him, and for a moment he thought Frey was Lucid. With a gentle smile, Frey reveals his true name is Lucas Trauman, the great mage who returned after 4,000 years to defeat Lord. Realization dawns on Ricky's face. Lucas tells him that Lucid would have been proud, and that he is too. Calling him Lucid's friend and now his own, he bids him to rest in peace. As Ricky's body dissolves into particles of light, Lucas kneels, a purple orb of power materializing in his hand. He stands before the grave, now marked by 2 swords, ready to carry on the fight alone. The aftermath of a demigod's battle is a scene of utter devastation, a ruined fortress that leaves the newly arrived Circle members in stunned silence. Lauder Charles can't comprehend the level of power on display, feeling a deep sense of dread as she realizes that not even the entire world united could stand against such beings. Suddenly, they spot a figure floating in the sky, identifying him as Cal's apostle. One of the Circle members, a boisterous man named Jerome, sees this as an opportunity, suggesting they recruit the apostle to their side. Ignoring Lauder's caution, Jerome flies up to confront the man, Kane Rixton, directly asking if he is their enemy. Jerome lays out their reasoning, noting that Cal has revolted against the other demigods and that Kane even freed the slaves here, actions that don't align with their typical enemies. He presses for an answer, demanding to know if they must treat him as a foe. Kane simply smirks, his silence a clear sign of his contempt. Enraged by the disrespect, another Circle member charges forward, sword raised, only to be stopped cold by a shimmering golden barrier that appears before Kane with no effort at all. The onlookers are shocked, especially when Kane casually summons a massive thunderbolt, a spell that should be impossible for an apostle of Cal. The air crackles with immense power as everyone realizes Kane is controlling the entire space, his mana revealing him to be a terrifying 8th-level mage. Before they can fully process this, Kane's power surges again and Lauder's group watches in disbelief as he begins summoning demons. 2 powerful entities, Asura and Lilith, materialize and immediately turn on each other. Asura roars that she appeared in his contractor's dream, while Lilith mockingly asks what he's talking about before they clash in a shower of purple energy. Seeing the situation escalating, Lauder Charles takes command, ordering her men to stay back, knowing they would only be a hindrance. She flies up to face Kane alone, a determined glint in her eyes. With a smirk, she reveals that he was her target from the very beginning. Her eyes glow with a menacing red as she attempts to use her mind control abilities, only to find them completely useless against Kane's unbreakable will. His mental strength is inhuman. Kane taunts her, calling her vampire girl, then auntie, and finally grandma, each name infuriating her more than the last. He then declares his true intention. Since her race respects the hierarchy of power, he will make her his servant. This is the final insult. Lauder roars in fury, unleashing a swarm of shadow creatures. Kane notes that she seems to prefer a war of attrition, unimpressed by her display. He casually clenches his fist and a blinding explosion of golden light erupts from his body, dispersing her shadows instantly. She retaliates, summoning a vicious hellhound and 2 other monstrous demons to stand by her side. Annoyed by his continued taunts about her age, she sends her minions charging forward. But Kane is on another level. He effortlessly dodges their attacks and unleashes a ball of pure energy that vaporizes the demons in a single, devastating blast. In the next instant, he's in front of her, his foot connecting with her gut and sending her crashing to the ground. He calmly informs her that while her skills are impressive, her patterns are too cliché, adding that he never intended to kill her. He reveals the entire confrontation was just a test to see if she was strong enough to fight the demigods. Lauder can't believe it, accusing him of being a demigod's henchman who sold out his convictions. Kane coolly states that her belief is irrelevant, all she needs to do is accept it because he is stronger than all of them. Meanwhile, in a desolate realm of ice, the demigod lord appears as a featureless being. He's met by a woman named Elia, whom he chides for entering his territory without permission. Lord then coldly announces that Ricky is dead, he killed him for betraying them. He offers Ricky's now vacant position to Elia, but she furiously rejects him. Undeterred, Lord simply states he will return and expects a different answer next time, leaving her to tremble in the frozen waste. Back in the ruined fortress, Asura and Lilith are still brawling until Kane orders them to stop. Defeated and humbled, Lauder Charles kneels, admitting her loss and pledging to be his servant. However, the former queen of vampires has one last trick, proposing a blood covenant. Cain immediately sees through her ploy, calling her a sly grandma for trying to reverse the pact and make him her servant. When she asks if he's afraid, he smirks and closes the distance in a flash, sinking his teeth into her neck. He pulls her into a void, a space of nothingness, where his true form is revealed, a man with long, flowing white hair. Lauder explains that in this space, untethered from time, she can imprison him for centuries until he submits. But Cain only laughs. He finds the space comfortable, remarking that it's just like the abyss he once knew. Lauder's confidence shatters as she realizes he's not bluffing. His senses and ego are intact, an impossibility for any normal being. Terrified, she asks what he truly is. Grabbing her from behind, he whispers that he'll show her, and plunges her into his memories, an endless abyss where countless hands tear at his soul. He shows her only 1 year of his 4,000-year torment before releasing her. She collapses, weeping and broken, unable to process the horror a human had endured. Through her tears of terror and awe, she finally understands, recognizing him as the legendary great mage, Lucas Trauman. Kneeling before her, Lucas asks once more if she will surrender. Utterly defeated, she vows to follow his every command. His first order is for her to send Heinz Blake to him, alone, at sunset. With trembling voice, she asks if he really returned to kill all the demigods. His answer is a simple, chilling yes. Later, Lucas stands on a precipice when a being of pure flame materializes before him. Lucas greets the Phoenix, stating he was waiting for him. He cuts straight to the point, asking why Phoenix became Agni's apostle. He reveals his plan to erase every demigod from existence and warns that Phoenix's answer will determine if he lives or dies. The Phoenix scoffs, a twisted grin spreading across his face as he declares that he's been waiting for the day he could rip out Lucas's throat. Frey faces a fiery-haired warrior, a being he expected to be Phoenix, only for the man to confirm his name is Torkunda. But before Frey can question further, Torkunda collapses, clutching his head in agony and roaring that he can't die until he snaps Frey's head off. As the pain subsides, Torkunda explains his bizarre situation. When Phoenix absorbed his dead body, his consciousness was dragged along for the ride. They fought a vicious battle for control, a battle he ultimately lost, reducing him to a mere passenger in a body he once owned, forced to grovel to Phoenix every day just for the right to exist. Frey, ever pragmatic, questions why Torkunda is speaking now, and the former Drake King reveals the truth. They became servants of the demigod Agni, and Phoenix, not wishing to be a nuisance to Frey, allowed him to take control for this conversation. Annoyed by Torkunda's constant insults towards his host, Frey asks if the Phoenix even has a name, a question that throws Torkunda into a flustered panic. He stammers that the Phoenix is embarrassed but wants Frey to be the one to name her. A small smile plays on Frey's lips as he bestows a name upon the creature, Nyx. A deep blush spreads across the host's face, a clear sign of her approval which Torkunda begrudgingly confirms. With the formalities over, Torkunda recounts their tragic past, explaining how after his death, Nyx ruled the area until the demigod Agni appeared. A being whose presence instilled a terror Torkunda had never known. While Nyx, fearless and reckless, tried to fight the demigod head-on, Torkunda's consciousness provided the wise advice to surrender and preserve her life. This act caught Agni's attention, and to survive, they had no choice but to accept his offer to become his apostle. Frey reveals his own demigod Ricky is dead, but they shared the common goal of subduing their kind. Seizing the opportunity, Torkunda proposes an alliance, revealing they know Agni is in the Silkit Desert. He promises more information will come, but for now he delivers a final message directly from Nyx, a simple warning to be careful. Frey's expression softens, he knew it. Parting ways, Frey makes his way through a ruined fortress where a lone figure waits for him. He addresses the man as Heinz, correctly guessing his identity. Heinz reveals he knows everything about Frey consuming Lucas's crystal and the dark secret of the Blake household being an experimental lab for combining mana and divine power. Frey cuts straight to the point, asking whose side Heinz is on. Heinz gives the perfect answer. He is on no one side, merely struggling to survive in a world of gods and monsters. Satisfied, Frey issues a command, take him to the Blake house. He has something to find, cryptically warning that the household faces total annihilation. Heinz hesitates, questioning if this cold, powerful man is truly his brother. but ultimately agrees, revealing that Rounder Charles herself ordered him to support Frey's will without question. As they approach the grand estate of the Blake family, Frey is hit with a wave of conflicting emotions, a strange longing mixed with a deep-seated fear for the place he willingly gave his life to escape. The guards welcome Heinz but are startled by Frey's presence, only recognizing him as the long-lost young Master Frey after a moment of intense scrutiny. They see a guest is visiting, the third Princess Fleur, who has apparently grown close to their mother, Resha Blake. As they approach the courtyard, Frey sees his family gathered, and Heinz immediately kneels to greet the princess. The sight of Frey alongside Heinz shocks his father, Duke Asaka Blake, to the core. Frey greets him coldly as father, prompting the Duke to postpone any family drama. The princess introduces herself graciously, but is left speechless when Frey, with the poise of a seasoned noble, kisses her hand and excuses himself with perfect etiquette. A stark contrast to the failure his father later describes him as. Back in his old, dusty room, Heinz advises Frey that pretending to be his weak former self is pointless. Rumors of his incredible feats have already reached the family. Later, a butler barges in without knocking, openly complaining about the loser Frey returning. Frey appears behind him like a ghost, his cold gaze terrifying the servant, and warns him that there won't be a second time he forgets his manners. The family dinner is a trial of veiled insults. His brother Miskael mocks him for finally returning after ignoring their father's call. When Frey claims he was simply traveling the world, Miskael erupts in laughter, accusing him of running away after being expelled and chased out of every institution. Frey's patience wears thin. He coolly denies running away, and with a smirk declares that at the very least, he's become stronger than Miskael. The challenge is set. Miskael, enraged by the perceived arrogance, tells Frey to follow him outside for some exercise. An invitation their father coldly permits. In the training yard, Miskael taunts his younger brother, offering him the first move in what he calls a lesson. Conscious of his mother, Lairen's apostle, watching from afar, Frey holds back and casts a simple magic missile. Miskael scoffs at the one-star spell, but his arrogance shatters as the missile slams into him with impossible speed and force, blasting him across the yard. Stunned, he unleashes an ice arrow, only to watch in horror as Frey shatters it with his bare hands. Closing the distance in an instant, Frey grabs his brother by the collar, prompting their father to realize he's learned magic martial arts. Enraged, Miskael summons his spirit fire, vowing to burn Frey's arm off for his insolence. But Frey is unimpressed. A single brutal punch to the face extinguishes the flames and sends Miskael crashing to the ground, unconscious. Standing over his fallen brother, Frey asks if he feels better now, assuring him no one will treat him like an insect again. In the aftermath, his father Asaka acknowledges his growth, and his mother Resha declares she's proud of him. Frey internally scoffs at her hypocrisy but offers his thanks. Later that night, his mother summons him for a private chat. She reveals the true purpose of Princess Fiore's visit, an engagement. With a sly smile, she proposes that Frey be the one to marry the princess, dangling the prospect of being truly recognized as a member of the Blake house, when Frey seems indifferent to recognition. Resha plays her trump card. If he accepts, the household secrets will finally be shared with him. An offer Frey knows he can't refuse. The household secrets are a poison, and Resha gives Frey exactly 4 days to swallow them, demanding he accept the demigod's experimental territory. Back in his lavish room, a meek butler welcomes him home, but Frey feels nothing but contempt for the subservient act. He dismisses the man with a wave, ordering that no one disturb him until morning. Once alone, he calls to his demonic cat, Darkoming, instructing it to wake him if any hostile presence approaches. With his physical body protected, Frey's consciousness slips free, transforming into an ethereal ghost. He drifts silently through the opulent mansion, a phantom searching for the truth, knowing he needs to move cautiously as he's unsure if the demigod Lairen is present. His search leads him to a hidden chamber where Asaka Blake and Resha are locked in a secret conversation. They're discussing the marriage arrangements with Princess Fiore, a plan Frey now realizes is more sinister than it appears. Asaka voices his concern, questioning their obsession with the princess, whom he deems dangerous. But Resha explains she is the only one who can supply them with what they desperately need. Frey's ghostly form hangs on every word, his mind racing. The secret material is aluminum, something Lady Lairen requires, and Resha quickly silences Asaka for speaking the name aloud, her face a mask of cold fury. Isaka is confused, but Resha clarifies that Princess Fior is their only source for the key ingredient, Harkin. By marrying her into the family, they can secure a large, continuous supply without suspicion. In that moment, the entire puzzle clicks into place for Frey. The Blake household's weakness is Princess Fior. Isaka presses Resha for Lady Leyren's whereabouts, but she coldly tells him that's not something he needs to know. Having learned enough, Frey's spirit rushes back to his body, startling him awake. He pets Darkoming, thanking it for its watch as he organizes the new, damning information. The key to blocking the production of aluminum is the princess herself, and he must understand just how aware she is of her own situation. As he wonders how to approach such a cautious woman, opportunity comes knocking, or rather, walking toward him on its own 2 feet. Princess Fior has arrived, Resha at her side, whispering that the princess took an interest in him. Fior asks for a tour of the mansion, and Frey plays along. She makes small talk about his friend Peryuin before suddenly losing her footing in a ridiculously clumsy display. Frey catches her with a sigh, internally mocking her abysmal acting skills. After a moment of feigned fluster, she claims to have another meeting and rushes off. But not before deftly slipping a small, folded note into his hand. He watches her go, realizing he can't afford to look down on her. The note reveals a time and place, 2 a.m. at the Millikid Inn. Later that night, Princess Fior prepares for their meetings, lecturing her guard Veronica that beauty can be a powerful weapon. Frey arrives in a disguise of his own, meeting her in her room. Fior compliments his disguised face and reveals she knows of his exploits as the new rounder of the Triumen rings. Expressing surprise that he would abandon the circle after achieving so much, he spins a tale of internal strife and impossible choices, all to pose a simple question about the reliability of comrades, directly probing her own situation. Seeing through her facade, Frey remarks that if they are truly alone, then the friend lurking on the ceiling must be an intruder. On cue, Veronica drops down to attack, daggers drawn. But Frey stops her with contemptuous ease, his fingers millimeters from her face. He coldly informs the princess that he could have killed her guard instantly. Done with the games, he cuts to the chase, demanding to know how much she understands about Resha's plans. Fior admits she knows they want a resource from her and have been tripling their orders of rare alchemical ingredients like Harkin, though she hadn't yet pieced together their true objective. Frey reveals Resha's ultimate goal and gives her a chilling ultimatum. The demigods will rule the continent within 2 years and her neutrality will get her killed. Veronica leaps to defend her princess's honor but is immediately frozen in place by an invisible force, crushed by Frey's immense pressure. Stunned, Fior demands proof and Frey gives it to her. The key is Harkin, a material only she can acquire which will hasten the demigod's plans. The truth hits her like a physical blow. She asks if she should side with the circles, but he scoffs, telling her they aren't ready to protect anyone. Instead, he makes a bold declaration. She should stick with him and he will become her shield. The princess is left flustered and speechless, questioning his motives and mentioning her trust in her own master. She reveals her only way to contact him is a one-way communication marble. But as she holds it, the marble begins to glow. A holographic hooded figure materializes. Her master has initiated contact. The figure, his face obscured by magic, agrees with Frey's assessment of the timeline. Frey refuses to show respect to a man hiding his face, a move that seems to amuse the master. Instead of taking offense, Frey expertly deduces the man's identity from his magical tools, calling him the former master of the Stro necklaces. The man confirms it and introduces himself as Cairo Wilsaman, revealing he was an old friend of Osil Argento, the former master of the Triumen rings. He recounts the tragic tale of how the other circles betrayed and murdered his friend out of jealousy. With this shared history, Cairo makes an offer. Frey should take the Triumen rings and form a new, pure alliance with them to fight the demigods. Frey instantly rejects the offer, stating his goal is to reform the circles from within, arguing that any new organization will inevitably fall to the same corruption because it is human nature. Impressed, Cairo calls Frey a replica of his old friend, hoping he avoids the same fate, and orders Fior to give Frey her full support. As his image fades, he leaves Frey with one last shocking revelation. He is a descendant of the great sage Schweizer. The weight of this new information settles upon Frey, back at the Blake mansion over a silent, tense dinner. He finally makes his move. He looks directly at Resha and states he will accept her offer. He will marry Princess Fior. Frey declares his intention to marry Princess Fior, a statement that sends ripples of surprise through the council. Later, in a private meeting with the princess herself, she lays out her terms, 3 requests. First, with a blush betraying her composed facade, she asks to postpone the engagement, assuring him she's an expert at playing hard to get. Second, she needs him to halt the Harkin sale, a task she confidently claims she can handle by concocting a clever excuse. After their meeting, her attendant Veronica questions the wisdom of fulfilling his demands. But the princess reveals her master instructed her to cooperate, musing that it's often those who defy common sense who end up changing the world. Back at the Blake estate, Resha formally welcomes Frey into the family. After which the family head instructs Heinz to teach Frey their secrets before departing, summoning Frey to the basement in 1 hour. Left alone, Heinz casually tells Frey to kill some time. But Frey has his own agenda, requesting that Heinz summon Cheryl Roland. Heinz is skeptical but agrees to pass on the message. Frey descends into the dark, foreboding basement where Resha awaits him, asking how it feels to finally know the world's grim truth. He admits it all feels unreal as she leads him through a horrifying laboratory, a gallery of tormented souls who she explains are the Blake family's wizards and alchemists. When Frey comments on their wretched state, Resha coldly explains she erased their minds. In her eyes, ego is poison, and the most efficient way to manage a group is to turn them into mindless puppets who follow orders. They arrive before a massive door, radiating an immense divine power. Resha commands him to pay his respects, for their master, Leirin, is inside. Panic grips Frey. He never predicted Resha would lead him directly into the lion's den. His identity is on the verge of being exposed. Running is an option, but he quickly realizes this is not a crisis, but an opportunity. Steeling his resolve, he knows what must be done. He has to kill Resha before Leirin uncovers his secret. The doors swing open, revealing Leirin on a throne, looking unimpressed. She notes their early arrival and gives Frey a curious glance. Resha kneels before her, hailing her as the continent's true ruler and introducing Frey as her 3rd child. Leirin raises an eyebrow, questioning the existence of a 3rd son. Before demanding a progress report, Resha's admission that they are only halfway to their goal ignites Leirin's fury. Resha hastily adds that Frey's marriage to the princess will accelerate their plans. Pacifying her master for a moment, Leirin then shifts her focus to Frey, grabbing his chin to inspect him. Suddenly, her eyes widen as a powerful energy crackles from her hand, engulfing Frey in pain. He's been caught. He lunges for Resha, his last desperate gambit, but Leirin moves with impossible speed, shielding her apostle. She pins Frey to the ground, remarking that he's quite the goods, an exceptionally gifted child. She then dismisses him, saying she needs to speak with his mother alone. Frey is stunned. She's letting him go. The moment he's gone, Leirin's demeanor darkens. She asks if Frey has absorbed divine power yet. And before Resha can finish her answer, Leirin seizes her by the throat. She snarls that if Resha weren't her apostle, she'd be torn to shreds for her incompetence before slamming her into the floor, and demanding to know if her servant is a fool. Outside, Frey pieces together the terrifying truth. Leirin must have sensed Indra's power within him. She didn't act not because she missed it, but because she couldn't asterisk. She's been pouring her divine power into healing the other apocalypses, leaving herself a weak, empty shell. This is his one and only chance to kill her. As this realization dawns, Heinz appears, shocked by the magic circle on the floor. Frey looks at him with cold eyes and declares that he will kill Resha today. The revelation that their mother is an apostle horrifies Heinz, but a deeper suspicion takes root. He accuses the man before him of not being Frey and demands to know what happened to his brother. The imposter's face contorts with rage as he grabs Heinz, spitting that Frey is dead. He roars at Heinz, asking if he could ever imagine the torment Frey endured, despised, abused, and abandoned by his own family. The only escape the poor boy ever found was to take his own life. Heinz is shattered, collapsing as the imposter shoves him away, telling him he has no right to be sad. Heinz sobs that he had always prayed for Frey to escape their living hell. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, the demigod Lord reports to a projection of Leirin. A human wielding Indra's lightning has appeared, and Lord is terrified, admitting he is using all his power just to sustain the healing well. Leirin orders him to capture the human, promising to send 3 other demigods as backup, though they will take 4 days to arrive. Back in the mansion, Heinz reveals a body covered in scars, the price of being a talented child in the Blake family. The imposter explains their lives were nothing but experiments. Then Heinz makes a gut-wrenching confession. He was the one who sealed Frey's mana channels at birth. Hoping to spare his innocent brother the agony he had endured, he never thought Frey would choose death. As Heinz weeps in regret, the soul of the true Frey cries within the imposter's body, a mix of gratitude and sorrow. Wiping his tears, Heinz asks again who this person is. Before he can answer, shadows coalesce and Rounder Charles appears, kneeling and addressing Frey as master. Heinz is utterly bewildered. Frey tasks him with finding a rare metal called aluminum, crucial for the demigod's plans. He then orders Charles to track down Resha, who is now on the run. Charles asks for permission to cause a trivial disturbance. A wicked grin spreads across Frey's face as he agrees. And in the next instant, a massive explosion tears through the Blake mansion. Frey arrives amidst the smoldering ruins of the Blake household, his expression cold and calculating. He knows his assumptions are correct. Leirin will undoubtedly bring reinforcements, and there is no time to waste. As he speeds through the wreckage, his sister Asaka, battered and bleeding, cries out that he must find the aluminum at any cost. But his father appears before him, his face contorted with rage, demanding to know what Frey is doing to their home. Frey simply asks what it looks like he's doing, a casual impertinence that sends his father into a frenzy. Asaka lunges forward, his mana flaring, but Frey effortlessly neutralizes it, a golden light enveloping them both. The old man is stunned, his mana completely unresponsive. Frey looks at him with utter disgust, telling him to stop the fatherly act because it makes him want to vomit. In that moment, his father realizes the terrifying truth. Frey is an 8-star magician capable of controlling space itself. Before he can react, Frey sends him flying, encasing him in a prison of jagged ice. Asaka is shocked, having assumed Frey's divine power would be wind, given his supposed connection to Leirin. With a flick of his wrist, Frey shatters the ice, sending shards flying and his father crashing to the ground. Frey stands over him, confirming that he returned to this wretched household for this exact purpose. Consumed by fury, Asaka screams that he was mistaken, that he should have killed Frey the day he kicked him out, calling him a deplorable child who should have never been born. He summons a swarm of grotesque, fly-like creatures, which Frey coldly observes are a reflection of Leirin's weird taste. He raises a massive frost wall to block their assault, but is surprised when his own magic is offset. Asaka laughs maniacally, boasting that it's foolish to use ice magic in front of him and that this is the true strength of divine power. Frey scoffs at the very notion, his own body erupting in a brilliant golden light as he unleashes his own divine power, effortlessly disintegrating the demonic flies. His father can only stare in disbelief, screaming, questioning how it's possible for Frey to possess such power. Meanwhile, in a dark, hidden chamber, Asaka's wife senses the disturbance and decides the time is now. She communes with her reconnaissance spirits, a swarm of rats, sending them scurrying through the city to find Resha Blake. Her eyes glow red as her consciousness spreads, locating her target almost instantly. In another part of the city, Resha chants before a massive purple portal, surrounded by a horrifying ritual circle fed by the drained bodies of human sacrifices. She has gone completely mad, using living beings to maximize her magic's efficiency. The portal cracks open and a figure steps through. Resha kneels, welcoming the demigod Sir Apeb. Apeb looks around the filthy chamber with disdain, finding it depressing. Resha explains that Lady Leirin forced her to hide there. Apeb acknowledges her use of human sacrifices as a sign of a good apostle, and she reports that her target, Frey Blake, has already begun his move. Suddenly, Apeb's eyes narrow. He reaches into the shadows and yanks out Asaka's wife, who was spying on them through her rats. She is caught, much to the demigod's annoyance. Back at the manor, Frey discovers the aluminum production center, a grim chamber decorated with hanging corpses. He finds a hidden bookcase containing a manual on the production method, and his face twists in horror as he reads its contents, realizing it's completely insane. Just then, his brother Heinz appears from the shadows, holding a subspace bag. He announces that he's found it, all of the aluminum is inside. The trapped Asaka can only watch in horror, unable to believe Heinz is also on Frey's side. Frey explains to a confused Heinz the true purpose of the metal. The only thing demigods fear is an invisible power that maintains the world's order, God. Aluminum is their golden remedy, a substance that allows them to perfectly conceal their divine power, enabling them to conquer the continent without incurring God's wrath. Then comes the final, sickening truth. One of the ingredients for aluminum is a human heart. Heinz reels in shock as Frey reveals it takes 108 hearts to create just 0.1 kilograms, and he found countless kilograms in the production center. This was the true face of the Blake house. Overwhelmed with disgust, Heinz turns to his father and demands to know how many people he sacrificed. Asaka spits back, calling him an ungrateful hypocrite and revealing they simply bought slaves from poor families, people no one would miss. He reminds Heinz that the same Blake blood flows through his veins. The words hit Heinz like a physical blow, but after a moment of terrible clarity, his resolve hardens. He looks to Frey and agrees that the Blake house must be eradicated. Asaka roars in defiance, but Frey is already on him, grabbing him by the throat and demanding to know Laren's whereabouts. His torture is cut short by the sudden arrival of Rounder Charles, who intervenes. She is followed by the demigod Apeb and Resha. Charles, battered and bloody, warns Frey that they need to evacuate, as 2 more demigods are expected before dawn. Frey hands her to Heinz, telling him to take care of Charles and get away. He intends to face the demigod alone. Heinz begs him not to die as Frey turns to face his opponent. Apeb sneers, finding it depressing that Laren would tremble before a mere human. Frey launches an ice attack, but the demigod's shadows consume her instantly. Apeb's darkness swallows the light, his form twisting into a monstrous entity surrounded by countless glowing eyes. Frey's barriers are useless against the assault, which seems to ignore the very laws of physics. He unleashes a massive lava blast, but Apeb simply dismisses his resistance as pointless. Frey switches tactics, unleashing a torrent of white magic, holy breath, which collides with the darkness in a spectacular explosion. The sheer power of the clash is exhilarating, and Frey admits to himself that this is quite fun. Apeb seems to agree, stating that he likes Frey. The demigod's power seems endless, drawing energy from the surrounding darkness. Apeb asks if he is in despair. Frey finds himself being pushed back, realizing the demigod's attacks are becoming sharper and he can recover from any damage within the darkness. He desperately wonders what he should do. From the sidelines, Heinz watches the battle, unable to comprehend the level of power on display. The injured Charles crawls toward the bound Asaka, offering him a chance to atone for his sins. She then sinks her teeth into his neck, draining his life force in a vortex of red energy as he screams in agony. His body withers and Charles sprouts demonic wings, assuring Heinz that their father isn't dead before flying off to aid Frey. As she leaves, Heinz's mother appears, admonishing him for betraying his family. But Heinz coldly retorts that he is the one who is disappointed in her, in himself, and in their entire house. The battle rages and Frey knows he's running out of time. Just as he's about to be overwhelmed, Charles intercepts the attack. She tells Frey she is glad to be a vampire as her recovery is swift. She assures her master that she has a plan, a strategy that, if successful, will allow them to eliminate the demigod once and for all. As Frey dodges another attack, Charles unveils a desperate plan: warp the demigod to the demon world. There, Asura's true body could easily overwhelm him. The catch is that she needs Frey to draw Asura's complex summoning circle, and time is a luxury they don't have. By daybreak, 2 more demigods will arrive, sealing their doom. Frey hesitates, his mind racing, acutely aware that the sheer amount of mana required for such a feat would drain Charles's life force completely. A memory flashes through his mind, Isabel's voice telling him she trusts him, urging him not to feel alone anymore. That memory solidifies his resolve. Charles, seeing his hesitation, declares that she is prepared for the consequences. Looking at her unwavering determination, Frey agrees, but with one condition: she must not die, promising that he won't say goodbye. Before they can act, the demigod Apeb strikes, sending Frey crashing into the architecture. Apeb sneers, amused by their planning, and states he has no intention of leaving Frey alone. Frey frantically searches for his companion, screaming Charles's name, finding her crumpled on the ground. She's completely paralyzed from the single strike, the vast difference in power a horrifying revelation. Despite her state, her mind is fixated on the mission. She must get the summoning circle from her master. Suddenly, the ground beneath her glows as the intricate lines of Asura's summoning circle materialize out of thin air. The realization dawns on her: Frey had already drawn it in his room as a precaution. A voice echoes in her mind as Frey confirms the warp circle is complete and instructs her to lure the demigod. The plan was already in motion. The demigod watches, intrigued, as Frey explains that the circle will lead straight to the demon world. Frey goads the demigod, pointing out that his right arm is purely for defense, meaning if his offensive left arm is restrained, he's helpless. With a surge of power, Frey lunges forward, seizing the demigod's left arm and unleashing the blinding, golden fury of Indra's divine power. The demigod roars in shock and pain as the energy engulfs him. From the chaos, Frey manifests a miniature sun, a devastating attack that leaves the demigod stunned. Though his arm is scorched away, Apeb merely scoffs that such a shoddy light could never erase his darkness. That's the opening they needed. Frey roars for Charles to act now. With the last of her strength, she activates the warp circle and a vortex of purple energy erupts, ensnaring the demigod. He screams as he's violently pulled into the portal to the demon world. Charles collapses, gasping for air. The mission is a success. Frey looks up at the swirling sky, entrusting the rest to Asura. In the desolate landscape of the demon world, Apeb materializes, disoriented and enraged. A towering, armored figure greets him with a sinister laugh, welcoming him to slaughter hell. It is Asura, who relishes the opportunity to kill a demigod with his own hands. Apeb barely has time to register the threat before Asura strikes, contemptuously calling him a small fry. The demigod is utterly annihilated, not even as strong as one of Apocalypse's feet. Back in the human realm, Charles senses the demigod's divine power has vanished, wondering if they actually won. But the victory comes at a cost. Frey suddenly chokes, spitting up blood as his mortal body gives out from the strain of wielding divine power. Charles catches him as he falls, her eyes wide with awe, realizing that the legends of Lucas Trauman didn't do him justice. As the sky brightens, Heinz and his mother, Cute, arrive on the scene. Cute immediately unleashes her power, her fury directed at her son. She screams at him, calling him an ungrateful traitor for betraying her after she gave him life. Heinz scoffs, questioning what kindness she ever showed him. He rips his shirt open, exposing a torso covered in grotesque scars, a testament to her daily experiments. He tells her the only reason she had children was for a supply of test subjects. His entire childhood was a living hell, endured only by the belief that his suffering was creating a future for Frey. But now he knows the truth. It was she who blocked Frey's mana, rendering his lifelong sacrifice utterly pointless. With cold finality, he declares that the Blake house must be eradicated, and for that to happen, she must die. Frey holds him back, stating that he will be the one to settle this. Cute demands to know where Apeb is, her voice laced with venom. Frey calmly replies that he and Charles killed him. Cute erupts in laughter, refusing to believe it until the chilling realization hits her. She can no longer sense Apeb's divine power. Frey turns to his companions, telling them he needs just 1 minute to cast what may be his final spell. Heinz and Charles nod, ready to buy him that time. Heinz looks at his mother with tears in his eyes, knowing they have to be the ones to end this because the alternative is too tragic to consider. Cute condemns them as traitors who have abandoned humanity. With Frey beginning his incantation, the battle begins. Cute launches a wave of ice, but Heinz stands firm. Suddenly, she clutches her head, screaming in agony as Frey's psychic assault takes hold. Charles uses the opening to strike, calling her a dog of the demigods. Cute sneers, unimpressed by their resistance, and effortlessly sends Frey flying with a flick of her wrist. She tells them to give up, then vanishes. Heinz explains she's not moving fast, but hiding within the wind itself. Deciding to end it, Heinz unleashes his own divine power, a wave of absolute zero that freezes the battlefield solid, revealing his mother's position. Cute is stunned that he would use the power she gave him against her. She mocks him, declaring that while they may share the same power, she is an apostle and he is merely an experiment. She overpowers him easily, preparing to deliver a final killing blow. But as she bids farewell to her son, a dark energy pierces her chest from behind. It's Frey, who has appeared behind her wielding a new form of magic she's never seen. He casually remarks that he just created it. Cute collapses to the ground dead. Heinz rushes to her side, screaming for his mother as he holds her lifeless body. Frey quietly tells him that she felt no pain and that this mercy was the best he could offer. Through his tears, Heinz simply thanks him. The moment of reprieve is shattered when a brutal kick sends Frey flying across the rubble. As he looks up, his heart sinks. Dawn has arrived, and with it 2 new demigods descending from the sky. Frey Blake coughs up blood, a demigod's spear still lodged in his chest as 2 divine beings loom over him. With his last ounce of strength, he whispers an authorization, and a brilliant flash of lightning erupts from his body, cracking the very fabric of space. From the shimmering rift, skeletal hands shoot out, ensnaring one of the demigods who can only watch in shock. As the creature is dragged into the void, Frey feels a grim satisfaction, thankful that his true power remains hidden for now. Suddenly, a warm hand presses against his back, and a familiar voice cuts through his pain. It's Isabel, here to save him once again with her healing magic. She chides him, asking if he thinks she'll always be there to rescue him from danger, and tells him to leave his body to her for the time being. Elsewhere, the mighty Archlich Diablo stands victorious, having dealt with one of the demigods. The other two, Lord and Ananta, watch from afar, with Ananta noting that Cairo's assessment of the mortal was correct. Lord warns his subordinate never to let his guard down, recalling that once in a while, a mortal appears who can threaten even them. As Isabel supports the weakened Frey, her group escorts them away from the battlefield. She explains that they are heading to the home base of Paragon, an alliance centered around the 11th Wizard Tower, and that a man named Cairo arranged for them to meet. Frey's mind races as Isabel reveals Cairo's full name is Wiesemen, a name connected to Schweizer's dungeon. They arrive at a secluded house, and inside, a hooded figure welcomes them to Paragon. The man is Cairo, who instructs Isabel to place Frey on the bed. As Isabel's healing energy flows through him, Frey thanks Cairo for saving his life. Cairo clarifies that it was Diablo, the Archlich, who saved him, remarking that two ordinary demigods were no match for the undead mage. The name sends a shock through Frey. He knows of the Archlich from the northern snowfield. Cairo confirms his identity, impressed by Frey's knowledge, and adds that he heard about Frey's situation from Hector. Frey immediately asks about Hector's well-being, but his focus shifts when Cairo questions if he could beat Rod upon reaching 9 stars. Frey's answer is a simple, grim no, a response that surprises Cairo. The hooded man chuckles, noting that most humans can't see the limits of a state they haven't reached. Frey explains his despair, realizing that even 9 stars is a peak bound by mortality. This leads Cairo to a startling conclusion: they must create a state beyond the mortal bondage, a 10-star level of power. Frey scoffs at the childish notion, but Isabel reminds him that 9 stars is the final stage for humans. Yet Frey insists the potential for 10 stars is real, revealing they discovered records written by none other than Lucas Trauman. The name, his own from 4,000 years ago, stuns him into silence. Cairo dismisses the topic as a future concern and shifts their focus to the present crisis, warning that the Trauman Ring's recovery is a source of trouble for other powers who wish to maintain the status quo. He predicts their enemies will be cunning and may try the same trick they used on Osul, the previous master. They need Master Binyang's help, as she is someone who would cross any perilous bridge to avenge her father. Frey, however, declares his priority is to rescue Hector first and asks for Cairo's help. His eagerness to leave immediately is cut short when Isabel slams him back onto the bed, demanding to know if he's trying to get himself killed. She scolds him for acting like a child despite being 4,000 years old and insists he recover first, a command he begrudgingly obeys. Cairo watches with a smile, noting that Frey seems uniquely obedient to Isabel. As night falls, a guard announces the return of Sir Diablo. The Archlich enters, his presence commanding the room, and reports that he has finished subduing the demigods. He confirms 2 are dead and 5 are seriously injured, stunning everyone with his power. When asked to help rescue Hector, Diablo agrees without hesitation. Frey then issues his own commands, telling Charles to meet the master of the Fistfounder Armlets, and ordering a shocked Heinz to become the new head of the Blake House. He reassures Heinz that the third princess has promised her full support, making the task much easier. With the plan set, Frey, Cairo, and Diablo prepare to leave, leaving Charles and Heinz to grumble about the mountain of work they've just been assigned. A flash of blue light transports the trio to a quiet alleyway. Cairo quietly observes that there are no demigods nearby, but Diablo warns Frey not to let his guard down. As they walk, Cairo confesses his happiness, sharing Frey's fury over the ruin of the dragon race and the enslavement of Hector. They arrive before a general store, the place of Hector's confinement, and prepare to rescue him. Inside, they find Hector not in a hellish prison, but in a state of pure bliss, being pampered by a maid. He demands she feed him a cookie with her feet, a request that darkens Frey's expression. The sudden appearance of the trio startles Hector from his reverie. Frey removes his disguise, revealing his true face. Recognizing him, Hector is relieved, but Frey is unimpressed, stating he came to rescue him from what he thought was hell, but it clearly doesn't look that way. Hector panics, asking if he can truly leave this place he just moments ago called paradise. Later, with Hector present, they discuss the larger war. Lord is healing and his influence is weakening. Frey delivers the bombshell. There was a traitor among the demigods, the demigod of swords, Ricky. Cairo is stunned, realizing Ricky's death was a sacrifice. Frey reveals Ricky's final words were to seek help from Elia. Diablo recognizes the name, confirming she is the demigod of the North's snowy fields. He recounts how she approached him a century ago, asking him to be her apostle, an offer he refused because he wouldn't trade his mana for divine power. Cairo scoffs, calling Elia childish, spoiled brat with no dignity. Despite this, Diablo agrees to cooperate if they wish to win her over, seeing her as a powerful potential ally. Frey turns to Hector, asking what he wants to do. Hector screams that he wants to leave this hell-like place. With the decision made, Frey asks Hector about the incomplete golem he'd requested. Hector leads them to a secret workshop in the basement, a place hidden from Lord's surveillance. He proudly presents his work, a line of beautiful maids who are actually his golems. But the true masterpiece is a stunning golem sitting in a chamber, a creation that can withstand an output of 1 million mana. Cairo is floored by the number, but Frey already knows the secret. He holds up the core, naming it Anastasia. The very core Schweizer created so long ago. Hector stares in disbelief at the tiny golem core, a masterpiece of engineering he can barely comprehend. He acknowledges that its creator, Schweitzer, was an unparalleled genius. Inspecting it closer, he finds letters engraved inside, spelling out the name Anastasia. The name sends a jolt through Cairo, who recalls a troubling passage from Schweitzer's journal about completing Anastasia. He realizes this core could become a massive threat to the demigods and urges Frey to help Hector finish the golem within a month or two. Just then, the imposing figure of Diablo appears, announcing that he has lifted all restrictions and they are free to depart immediately. With a wry smile, Hector declares he only needs his body, claiming his golems, potions, and workshop are all extensions of himself, before Frey initiates a mass warp. They reappear in a lush forest, which Nora immediately recognizes as Rienal's forest, the forbidden land of the elves. Her warning comes too late as a masked elf materializes before them, causing Nora to shriek in surprise. The stranger addresses Frey by name, her voice calm and familiar. She removes her mask, revealing the ethereal beauty of Snow, the queen of the elves, leaving Nora utterly speechless. Snow wastes no time, asking if the demigod Ricky is truly dead. Frey confirms it, his expression grim as he reveals it was Lord who killed him. A shadow crosses Snow's face as she recounts the decimation of her entire race at the hands of a single demigod, Lay. She confesses that Ricky was her savior, the one who extended a hand to her in a raging blizzard and gave her a new life. Frey listens with quiet understanding, admitting Ricky was a similar figure to him as well. With a newfound lightness, Snow announces she has abdicated the throne, feeling an incredible sense of freedom. She declares that from this day forth, she will dedicate all her energy to the subjugation of the demigods. To seal her commitment, she embraces a stunned Frey, explaining it as a human greeting she wishes to learn now that she's no longer queen. Nora erupts in a flustered tirade, lecturing the former queen on human customs and respecting one's body. When Snow coolly asks who she is to Frey, Nora is thrown into a panic, unable to define their relationship before blurting out that a 4,000-year age difference is nothing to her. Leaving Frey utterly confused, the trio journeys onward, arriving at a simple wooden gate which Frey identifies as the Tenebron Ring's headquarters. A young, green-haired woman rushes out, calling Frey Master Binyang and tearfully checking if he's unharmed. She is the current master, and she is immediately captivated by Snow's dazzling beauty. Inside, Binyang humbly admits her failings, but Snow praises her honesty and will to change, then casually reveals to a shocked Frey that Master Binyang is a dragon. Frey lays out his plan. Instead of provoking the other circles, they will demonstrate that it's already too late for them to interfere. This bold move was set in motion the previous night when a bat-like familiar from Master Alton of the Fistfounder Armlets appeared, requesting a meeting. The next day, Binyang brings the guests, but the moment she sees them, she drops the tea set in utter shock. Master Alton himself has arrived, accompanied by his subordinate Charles. At the meeting table, Frey cuts straight to the chase, asking Alton what he wants. Impressed by his directness, Alton proposes an alliance. Frey scoffs at the idea, pointing out the precarious position of the Tenebron rings, but Alton smirks, noting Frey's interests clearly extend beyond the demon world. Frey's expression hardens as he realizes Alton completely misunderstands the power dynamic, asking condescendingly if Frey truly believes they are on the same level. Leaning forward, Frey declares with chilling confidence that he plans on stopping all petty fights within the circles himself. The alliance he offers is not one of equals, it is him offering to pull Alton out of the chaotic mess. Alton laughs at his arrogance, demanding to see the basis for such a bold claim. In response, Frey calmly places a demigod's core on the table, stating he subjugated the being himself, without a single casualty to his circle. Alton is rendered speechless, dismissing it as an unbelievable joke, but Charles steps forward to corroborate the story, confirming she was a witness. The color drains from Alton's face as the reality of Frey's power sinks in. After a moment of heavy silence, he extends his hand, formally accepting the alliance between the Fistfounder armlets and the Tenebron rings. Later, Alton uses Frey's summoning circle to call upon his demon, Asura, who appears in a rage, demanding to know why he was summoned like a servant. Frey placates the demon, explaining that everything is for the sake of demigod subjugation, and Asura reluctantly backs down. Back inside, Binyang demands an explanation, and Frey calmly confirms the new alliance. As Alton departs, Charles bows respectfully to Frey, a gesture that completely mystifies Binyang, who wonders why the notoriously disrespectful woman treats Frey with such reverence. As Frey and Nora walk through the settlement, they are stopped by a young woman with pink hair who asks him a single, pointed question: where did he learn the martial king's fist technique? She explains that the art follows a strict one-successor tradition, and any who learn it without permission must be killed to uphold it. A furious aura explodes around her as she demands an answer from Frey Blake, threatening his life on the spot. Unfazed, Frey simply states he learned it from Ivan, correctly identifying her as Ivan's master. The woman's rage instantly vanishes, replaced by surprise. She sheathes her power and offers a belated introduction. Her name is Nora. Frey is grilled about his relationship with Ivan, coolly explaining they were simply friends who met near the Great Jungle and fought Nozdog's apostle together. He acknowledges Ivan has grown, but ominously remarks that he should be ready for what's to come, revealing Ivan went to Silkid on his suggestion to find Kassadin's artifacts. The casualness of their connection baffles the others, especially Nora, who can't believe the master of the martial king fist would teach a mage like Frey. Frey clarifies that Ivan never intended to make him a successor, and the fault was his own. His eye glowing with cold fury as he internally vows to engrave the rules of the technique into Ivan's very bones when they next meet. Miles away in a desert, Ivan shivers, completely oblivious to the chilling promise being made against him. The conversation shifts, with Nora asking if Frey joined Paragon. He confirms it's just a simple partnership. Turning the question back on her about her own circle, she dismisses it as an old story, prompting Frey to mention the corruption within the current circles. Nora admits she heard from Cairo about Frey's plan to reform from within, calling his idealism both admirable and naive. Her interest piqued, she declares she will watch him from the sidelines to see if his resolve is real or mere arrogance. Their journey takes them to the Trollman Ring's hideout, where a man named Hector introduces himself before leaving to fetch their master. Frey watches him, thinking the man has no chill. But Nora correctly interprets Frey's demeanor as that of someone who knows the past is irreversible. Hector returns and bizarrely asks Nora to be the model for his golem, praising her mature charm. But she shuts him down instantly when he admits it won't help defeat the demigods. A young woman with green hair appears, introducing herself as Binyang Argento, the master of the Trollman Rings. While Hector emotionally asks Frey to care for her, Frey is already assessing her, noting the position of her dragon heart. He places a hand on her shoulder, startling her, and announces they need to immediately check her mana utilization and spirit sensitivity. As they head off, Isabel grumbles that he's just going to use the master as his golem's model. Later, Frey declares he's visiting the Stro necklaces and demands Nora accompany him. Explaining her presence as an executive will prevent unnecessary conflict. Nora agrees readily, stating she has her own unsettled debts with them. They arrive at a ridiculously large mansion, which Frey learns with horror is his new house, a gift from the Circle members. He's overwhelmed, but his companions insist he accept it. His frustration peaks when they walk inside to find a vampire queen and an elf queen already bickering over the best room. The domestic chaos is shattered when a man bursts in with catastrophic news. Jiatenbul has been destroyed by a demigod. At an emergency meeting, they learn the demigod appeared without warning. With Leyland hibernating and Rod busy, their situation is dire, and an emergency meeting for all executives has been called in 3 days at the Jun family mansion. A name that resonates with Frey. While Binyang panics over the short notice, Frey calmly states he knows the coordinates and they can leave on the day of the meeting, giving her 3 days to prepare. He dismisses the others to rest, then descends into a dark laboratory to meet the skeletal Lich, Diablo. Frey gets straight to the point. He needs Diablo's help to reach 9 stars. Diablo agrees, telling Frey to follow him. And casts a teleportation spell. Frey reveals the condition for Diablo's help. He must get an appointment with the demigod Elia. They are instantly transported to a raging blizzard, guided by an elf named Snow, who explains this is her domain and the demigod's residence must be nearby. As the blizzard intensifies, Snow declares it proof they are approaching the center. The storm suddenly vanishes, leaving them in a tranquil, snowy landscape. On a peak above them stands Elia. She recognizes Diablo, her voice laced with venom as she calls him the fool who once refused her. Since he was so dissatisfied with being left alive, she promises to kill him now, unleashing a storm of ice shards. As Diablo braces for impact, Frey shouts that he carries Ricky's will. The attack freezes midair. Elia is stunned, demanding to know what he said. Frey repeats Ricky's last words, that she would become their strength. Elia is silent for a moment before breaking into manic laughter, calling Ricky a self-indulgent bastard. Her rage erupts, shattering the ice barrier as she screams that nothing could justify his death, vowing to erase everything in her grief. Far away, the demigod Agni awakens from his slumber. Greeted by Ananta and Nozdog, he's surprised to have healed in only a few months. Their reunion is interrupted by the arrival of Lord, a featureless being of light who declares the time for action has come. In an instant, they are teleported above the capital of Silkid, terrifying the citizens below. Lord hands Nozdog a piece of aluminum, telling him not to use it all at once. But Nozdog crushes it immediately, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion upon the city. The defenders scramble, realizing the rumors of demigod attacks were true, as Nozdog contemptuously dismisses them as insects. As Lord watches the destruction, Agni asks a single question: where is Lair? Lord reveals the horrifying truth: he absorbed Lairen's power and shared it among them, which is why they healed so fast. A shocked Agni tells Lord to leave, stating he will handle the finale himself. Lord departs and Agni faces the chieftain Tuarik, telling him to save his people instead of dying a pointless warrior's death. But before he can act, Lairen's apostle appears, questioning his disobedience. She tells him she won't report it, understanding his shock. But Agni bitterly retorts that Lord knew of Ricky's betrayal and ignored it. The apostle delivers the final, chilling blow. Lord didn't just ignore it. He had prepared another demigod to take the fall, advising Agni that it is better not to know the full extent of their Lord's hypocrisy. Amidst the desolate ruins, a woman reflects on Lord's motivations, musing that he tried to forgive Ricky, even at the cost of sacrificing others. But Ricky disobeyed to the very end, forcing Lord's hand. She wonders if Ricky's defiance was ultimately more important to Lord than his grand cause. Her words provoke the fiery demigod Agni, who demands to know what she's planning. She calmly states she was merely perplexed, unable to understand the one she served, as all demigods were supposed to be equal. She challenges Agni, asking if he can still call Lord their master after knowing all this. Agni's patience snaps, ordering the apostle of Lord to stop her incessant yapping, threatening to crush her if she continues. She simply closes her eyes, unfazed by his fury. Meanwhile, Elias' training is underway as he faces a formidable ice user. He unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, but his opponent's ice is incredibly powerful, like the walls of a massive castle. Unyielding, Elias imbues his blade with brilliant flames, unleashing a fiery slash that shatters the ice barrier. The ice wielder is thrown back, impressed and amused that an enchanted weapon from such a distance could destroy her powers. She finds the challenge fun and erects a new cage of sharp ice shards. Elias dodges deftly, before shattering another projectile with a powerful punch. He closes the distance with a blazing kick, but the woman meets his strike with cold resolve. Suddenly, a dark figure, the Lich, appears behind her, his purple energy ensnaring her legs and binding her in place. Elias uses the opening to land a devastating kick, sending her crashing to the ground, shattering the frozen landscape. The ice demigod chuckles, admitting they are strong enough to put on airs, especially the Lich and the magic warrior, who she notes have phenomenal potential. She then turns her attention to Elia, recognizing him as Ricky's apostle from the influence on his sword. The Lich chimes in, correcting her that Elia couldn't properly use Ricky's power, not that he didn't. He explains that after Ricky's death, his divine power should have become entirely Elia's, but without reaching a higher stage, using it will be his death. The ice demigod points at Elia, mocking his lousy magic and Indra's pathetic divine power, but she concedes that his combat experience is flawless for a novice who has barely lived 20 years, demanding to know what he truly is. Elia smirks, replying that sometimes he doesn't even know himself. With that, she makes a decision, declaring she will turn him into a 9-star warrior. She coolly states she originally planned on killing him if he didn't satisfy her. Elia is puzzled how a demigod like her could know how to reach 9-star. She admits she doesn't know the exact method, but she has experience, having witnessed multiple people reach that level while fighting her. Adding that the skeleton who came with him was one of them. The Lich confirms her story, revealing that was the reason he brought Elia to her. While the exact conditions remain a mystery, the ice demigod reveals the one common point: they all almost died fighting her. Her tone turns deadly as she grabs Elia by the collar, informing him that from this point on, he's going to be at death's door over and over again. There are only 2 ways this can end: he either becomes a 9-star warrior or he dies for real. Just as she prepares to begin the brutal training, the Lich intervenes, reminding her of an important meeting in 3 days. This gives Elia a terrifyingly short deadline: become a 9-star within 3 days or fail. She warns him that 3 days is not a short time, and if he can't reach his goal, he won't be able to keep up in future battles and will simply die in vain. As she walks away, she adds that she will never forgive the person who inherited Ricky's will if he dies without her permission. 3 days later, at the emergency meeting in the Jun family home, Honor Shepard and another noble discuss the arrival of the newly reformed Tromen ring. Shepard recalls meeting Frey Blake once and finding him unimpressive. Just then, the Tromen ring makes their entrance. They are immediately confronted by Sven Hendrik, a former member who betrayed them. He sneers at them, but Benian's rage is cut short when the group's new master steps forward. She greets Sven coldly, her eyes glowing with power as she reminds him of his place and warns him to show proper manners unless he wants to be humiliated for life. Sven is left sweating and speechless. After they pass, Benian admits to his new master that he hasn't heard from Frey. The meeting begins with Shepard showing everyone a projection of the ruined city of Geotambal, explaining it was one of the strongest defensive nations, yet it was destroyed in a single night by the demigods. One of the masters, Gomes, erupts, demanding to know what they're waiting for. Master Jekyll advises caution, stating they know nothing of the demigods' numbers or motives. But Gomes dismisses this as pathetic talk. An old master, Rigil, coldly states that the circle won't make a move even if millions die. Enraging Gomes, who smashes the table in a fit of fury. Rigil, unbothered, shifts his focus to the Tromen ring, demanding their hooded members reveal their identities. The first to do so is Nora, the last successor of the Warrior King. Shocking the room, she declares that she supports Frey Blake and insulting his circle is insulting her, leaving Rigil momentarily speechless. Shepard grows more curious about the mysterious Frey Blake. The next hooded figure unmasks, revealing herself as the successor to the Mu Kingdom, another powerful ally for the Tromen rings. Rigil's attempt to intimidate the smaller circles is backfiring spectacularly. He presses on, stating that the opinions of the 3 great powers are absolute and that he'll personally talk to anyone who rejects their decision, revealing his true purpose: to use this crisis to purge dissenters and solidify his power. Jekyll then turns to Master Alton, asking for his opinion, but Alton defers, seeking the opinion of Benian Argento, master of the Tromen rings, instead. This confirms the rumor that Alton has allied with them. Benian declares that they must stop the demigods. Rigil scoffs, but Benian retorts that he will never forget the death of his predecessors and reminds Rigil that the circle was established to overthrow demigods and protect humanity, not hide behind them. Rigil's face darkens as he unleashes a wave of mental pressure on Benian, a childish and petty move that doesn't go unnoticed. A quiet, hooded figure who had been observing the rotten politics of the circle finally stands up, walking directly towards the old master and declaring him the worst piece of trash he's ever seen. Rigil's cronies rise, warning the stranger that he looks like he wants to die. The man, Frey Blake, calmly replies that he was about to say the same thing to Regil. He declares he will return the disrespect shown to Master Benian, and with a surge of raw power, he slams Regil into the ground, forcing him to his knees. As the room watches in shock, Frey stands over the trembling old master, his eyes glowing, and tells him he doesn't deserve the name of Stro and must come down from his seat. In the frozen wastes, a woman muses that a mortal has made her truly happy, marveling at the endless, unbound talent that allowed Frey to achieve the status of 9 stars in a mere 3 days. But in a grand hall, that achievement has brought only conflict, as the once mighty Regil Ursamen kneels in disgrace. A blonde swordsman remarks that qualifications are not Frey's alone, a statement that ignites Regil's fury. He roars that they don't know who they're standing in front of, and with a surge of power, his mana erupts. The room is filled with dozens of different types of magic, cast instantly without a single chant, a display of power that leaves the other mages in stunned awe. As the very mansion begins to crumble under the assault, Regil's allies plead with him to calm down. But he simply smirks, convinced that Frey needs to be taught a lesson. Frey, however, remains utterly calm on his seat, stating with a confident smile that he was thinking the exact same thing. In an instant, the chaotic storm of magic simply vanishes. Leaving a stunned silence, the onlookers realize with dawning horror that Frey didn't just block the attack, he completely offset it. The truth sends a shockwave through the room. Frey has returned as a 9-star mage. Regil stares in disbelief, muttering that it's impossible for someone so young to reach such a level. Frey looks down on the broken man with cold disappointment, acknowledging that while they may both be 9-star mages, the sheer pressure he exerts is on an entirely different level. Pinning Regil to the floor with his aura alone, he lectures the old man, telling him that without an unflinching mind, he will never see the true extremes of power, calling his entire philosophy stupid before turning his back and walking away. With Regil defeated, Frey addresses the entire room, asking a simple question: why did they join the circle? He declares that the circle is not a shield for their lives, and anyone with such cowardly thoughts should leave at once. It becomes clear to everyone that Frey meticulously planned this, overpowering Regil to gain their instant attention. He then reveals the true threat, informing them that the demigods have already begun to move. When one mage scoffs that fighting gods is impossible, Frey counters, explaining that demigods are not absolute beings and their hurry is born from fear. Their goal, he warns, is the complete extermination of all mortals, leaving them with only one path to survival: to fight and win. He gives them a choice: fight for their lives or wait for quiet death. The choice is clear. First Alton, then another and another raise their hands, pledging their allegiance to Frey's cause, until the entire room stands united. Regil can only watch from the floor, his face a mask of fury, realizing that Frey Blake has ruined everything. Later that night, Regil gathers his loyalists, his rage still simmering. He spits Frey's name like a curse, declaring that demigods are like the sun, beings that humans cannot defy. He announces his decision to leave the circle and join the Lord. He rationalizes this betrayal, claiming his original plan was to raise the circle's power only to offer their surrender for a better position. He vows to follow any order from the demigods, no matter how insane. But his traitorous speech is cut short by a familiar voice, and Frey Blake appears before them. The sheer force of his mana makes the ground tremble. Regil, calling him a stupid guy, screams for his men to kill him. As they charge forward, Frey calmly apologizes, remarking that while he intended to come alone, his friends are notoriously bad at listening to him. At that moment, his comrades descend, cutting through Regil's forces with brutal efficiency. Defeated and surrounded by the bodies of his followers, Regil grits his teeth, unable to comprehend the vast difference in their power. Frey tells him that it's something he'll never understand, noting that Regil reminds him of his brother. The name strikes a chord as Regil recalls Cairo Ursamen, a genius who also believed demigods weren't absolute. Desperate, Regil demands to know if Frey truly believes he can defeat the Lord. Frey concedes that while most demigods aren't absolute, the Lord is different. He is God. Frey presses him, asking if he's truly willing to become a slave. Regil explodes in a fit of rage, screaming that survival is all that matters and questioning why neither Frey nor his brother could understand that simple fact. Frey's answer is chillingly simple. He refuses to abandon his pride to live like livestock. He knows the Lord better than anyone because he fought him once and lost. spending 4,000 years trapped in an abyss with the singular thought of how to kill him. Then comes the final, world-shattering revelation. His real name is Lucas Stroman, the archmage who fought Rod 4 millennia ago. Rigil and Lucas's companions are left utterly stunned by the truth. His closest follower explains to the others that Master Lucas borrowed Frey's body to return. Rigil laughs brokenly, lamenting that if only he'd known sooner, things might have been different. With no regrets, Lucas declares it's time to end it, and a beam of light pierces Rigil's head. In his final moments, Rigil prays that he was wrong and Lucas is right. As Rigil falls, Cairo Ursaman appears and Lucas informs him that he killed his brother. But Cairo, tears streaming down his face, corrects him, stating that he is the one who killed Rigil, for it is an older brother's duty to stop his sibling from straying onto the wrong path. He thanks Lucas for ending his brother's life while he was still human. Lucas then turns to another of Rigil's former men, telling him he doesn't need puppets and inviting him to stab him in the back if he ever believes him to be wrong. The next day, Lucas addresses the newly united circle, laying out the true state of the world. One of the 5 apocalypses is dead, another hibernates, and the demigods use a substance called aluminum to hide from God's sight. The circle, now truly one, listens intently. Lucas explains that the demigods' greatest fear is the will of the world, an order they call God, which will erase them for indiscriminate slaughter. Their path is now clear. They must find and eliminate the apostles of the apocalypse. He names 2, an assassin named Genta and a demon named Kaltad. Taking them out will force 2 more apocalypses to hibernate, turning the tide of the war. Genta is recognized as the legendary king of darkness, while another member, Shuril, reveals that she knows Kaltad from a past contract, and agrees to track him down. With their goals set, Lucas declares that he has regained his 9-star status and is now surrounded by comrades who share his will. This is the start. The full-fledged fight against Lore begins now. A visceral scream tears through the air as Benian unleashes her power, the force of it so immense it feels like the world itself is crying out. Frey recognizes it as the scream of a dragon, a shockwave that echoes across the valley. And he's grimly impressed, noting to himself that she's already talented enough to use it twice a day. He remarks to his companion that her scream is an indispensable weapon in the coming fight against the demigods. The man in the top hat is taken aback, questioning why a non-apostle like Frey would be concerned with such battles, but Frey's mind is already elsewhere, picturing the demigod Agni and the apostle he forced into servitude. Their conversation is cut short as the creator announces it's time to unveil his masterpiece, the goddess of victory, a golem named Anna Chayung. He boasts that it's a dream creation far superior to anything from the Age of Light, even the works of the great Schweizer Straw. With a manic gleam in his eye, he takes the core from Frey and inserts it into the golem's navel, bringing it to life in a blinding flash of light. Frey can feel its heart beating, a pulse of unimaginable power that stuns the onlookers. The creator laughs with glee, proclaiming its strength is immeasurable, even comparable to Diablo's, a true work of art. The newly activated golem, which he now calls Ja, stands and fixes its gaze on Frey. To everyone's shock, it speaks to him, asking why his arms are so thin. A jolt of recognition runs through Frey as he reaches out to touch her. His eyes widen in disbelief as he asks if she is Schweizer. The golem's voice is calm as it confirms his suspicion, stating that it has been 4,000 years, 7 months, and 23 days before calling him by his true name, Lucas. The revelation sends shockwaves through the group. Perrin demands to know if Frey is truly the legendary Lucas Stroman. Anja confirms it, adding that he's become quite handsome. For Nora, everything clicks into place. Schweizer's dungeon was always a message for Lucas, his last hope. Overwhelmed, Frey pushes her away, complaining about the softness of a female body. Schweizer, trapped in this new form, is bewildered by her own voice and pale arms, summoning a mirror to see her new face. Frey clarifies that this body was the creator's choice, not his. The creator can't believe the nucleus contained Schweizer's soul, but Schweizer corrects him, explaining it's a perfect copy of his memory and personality, not a soul. Later, as the group processes the news, Nora explains that Lucas was sealed in the void for 4 millennia until he connected with Frey. A fate worse than death. On a moonlit balcony, Schweizer asks Lucas to show her the memory of Iris killing him. Lucas is stunned, she knows, but she clarifies her memory copy is from before her death. She insists Iris would never betray them to save her own life, but Lucas delivers the cold truth. Iris has become Lord's apostle. Elsewhere, a warrior named Ivan is interrupted by a visitor, a fiery-haired woman who introduces herself as Phoenix and makes a simple, insane request. She wants him to kill her. Back on the balcony, Lucas explains the concepts of demigods and apostles to a bewildered Schweizer, who can't help but be impressed by the revelation that Ricky betrayed Rod. She then compliments Lucas on surviving and regaining his 9-star power, but he humbly states that he owes it all to the people of this new world. The problem, they decide, is finding Rod, who moves freely through time and space. Schweizer offers a solution. They can use Iris. Lucas explodes in anger, reminding her that Iris betrayed them, but Schweizer simply smirks, retorting that she also saved him, implying Iris had a good reason. They travel to the Hispania Mountains, a place where Lucas recalls meeting a friend, Agni's apostle, whom he now feels he must defeat with his own hands. Suddenly, a massive goblin crashes down from the sky. The creature stammers, recognizing Lucas as the master's master, trying to relay a garbled message about a dangerous situation and the need to create a gap. Repeating one word over and over, Silkid, Lucas understands their next destination is decided. In a desolate desert, the demigods Agni and Nozdog argue over Leyren's sacrifice. Nozdog coldly dismisses it as necessary, but Agni seethes, claiming Lord's will is changing. Nozdog warns him not to follow Ricky's foolish path. In a flash, Ivan is seen locked in combat with Phoenix, who makes no effort to fight back, merely provoking him until he lands a devastating blow. He stands over her, fist raised to end it. Meanwhile, Nozdog taunts Agni about his weak apostle, Frey Blake, and questions his choice of a random Phoenix. Agni reveals his plan. He will completely remove this weakness, as he and the Phoenix are perfectly compatible, potentially eliminating his need for an apostle altogether. Ivan hesitates, his punch stopping just short of Phoenix's face. He tells her to get lost, refusing to kill someone who begs for it. As she screams in frustration, he turns to face an approaching horde of demigod creatures, wondering aloud if there's a traitor among them, before walking away, leaving her to her fate. As Frey and his companions travel towards the desert city of Renat, he explains that Schweizer is off training to adjust to his new body. They gaze at a cataclysmic display of divine power in the distance, a sign that the demigods are on the move. Frey tells them they're headed to Renai to meet a member of Paragon who can update them on the situation, knowing they must hurry before Silkid is annihilated. In a war-torn tent, Yuruha slams his fist down in pure despair, realizing everything is ruined. A grim report confirms his fears. Of 17 cities, 7 have fallen and 4 have surrendered, signaling the absolute end of their resistance. Just as all hope seems lost, a soldier announces a visitor from Paragon. A jolt of electricity shoots through Yuruha. Paragon means reinforcements, perhaps even the legendary Cairo or Diablo who could single-handedly turn the tide. He rushes out, his heart pounding with renewed hope, only to find a group of cloaked figures he doesn't recognize. When a woman named Nora greets him, his face falls in bitter disappointment. They aren't the heroes he prayed for. Nora explains they've come to assess the situation, and Yuruha lets out a hollow laugh, telling them it's better to see for themselves. He leads them into a scene of pure hell. The camp is a sprawling infirmary filled with the dead and dying, with desperate cries for herbs and supplies echoing through the smoke-filled air. This, he grimly informs them, is just a fraction of the carnage from a single day's battle. The silver-haired mage Frey calmly observes that they were attacked by a demigod, and more chillingly, that the demigod is still alive. Yuruha, shocked, confirms it was the demigod known as Apocalypse, a foe on a completely different level than anything he's ever faced. Frey's eyes glow with recovered power, his healing having progressed far faster than expected. The situation is dire, Yuruha explains, lamenting the loss of their greatest fighter, a man called the Great Warrior Irumyun. Hearing this alias for Frey, Nora cracks a smirk, noting he's as noisy as ever. Suddenly, the evacuation bell rings out in a frantic clang. The demigod's army is upon them. A terrifying horde of flaming creatures surges across the desert, and Yuruha whispers that it is truly over now. Frey stands atop a watchtower, asking if the demigod himself is present, and a guard confirms he is not. Facing the endless army, Frey prepares to fight alone, much to Yuruha's disbelief. Frey calls out Yuruha's shattered hope, telling him he should be happy, for Frey is no weaker than the heroes he wished for. He scolds the man for relying only on warriors, declaring that for a mage, numbers are meaningless, it's all about coordinates. With a stomp of his foot, an overwhelming torrent of blue mana erupts from Frey's body, shocking everyone with its sheer power. He announces that for a 9-star mage, even coordinates are pointless because his range is everything he can perceive. With a single word, blizzard, he unleashes a devastating ice storm that instantly flash freezes the entire army. A moment later, he clenches his fist, and the thousands of frozen monsters shatter into dust. Yuruha and the others are left speechless, staring at the colossal ice sculpture left in the aftermath, a spectacle that would forever be known as the Snowflower. Later, Nora furiously confronts Frey, accusing him of deliberately drawing Agni's attention. Frey calmly confirms her suspicions, stating they are already at a disadvantage and must force a confrontation now. He lays out his plan. While one group rallies the local forces, he will sweep through Silkid, forcing Agni to make a move. He then turns to Binyang, asking for private conversation. On a balcony overlooking the frozen battlefield, Binyang expresses her doubts about being the Traumen Ring's master, insisting Frey should take the role. She then reveals that an old friend of hers recently woke from a long slumber, a righteous and wise man she deeply respected. This friend was fascinated to hear about the circles and the fight against demigods, but his greatest curiosity was for the Stro necklaces. At this, Binyang freezes, realizing what she's about to reveal, and admits she couldn't tell him how corrupted they had become. With dawning horror, she pieces it together, whispering the friend's name, Schweizer Stro, before asking if Frey could possibly be him. Frey turns away, quietly confirming her suspicions and telling her he was proud she was the one to succeed his name. Overwhelmed with emotion, Binyang breaks down completely and Frey embraces her, telling her he knows how hard she's worked and how proud he is. Her faith restored, Binyang reflects on how Lucas, her master, had protected her dignity. Their strategy is set and Lord Sarman suggests Frey head north into the lawless demigod territory. Frey has one request: he's looking for a woman with fiery red hair. Sarman recalls a rumor of a woman who wants to die, one who unleashes flames when anyone tries to kill her. Arriving in the ruined city of Altarha, Frey and Nora witness thugs harassing a woman. Frey swiftly dispatches them, only for the rescued woman to pull a knife and try to stab him in the back. Nora effortlessly subdues her, remarking that trust is a luxury here. Their attention is then drawn to a horrifying display: men impaled on posts, a public execution for defying the city's ruler, Milred. An old man explains Milred is gathering forces to subjugate the great warrior. Frey realizes this means Agni has delegated control of the region, showing he has no intention of getting involved personally. He decides his first stop must be to meet this Milred. Elsewhere, a man with no memories awakens in the desert, his past a complete blank, knowing only that he has lost everything. Within a celestial hall, the being known as Lord remarks on Iris's busy schedule. And she reveals a startling truth: she went to Selkid and summoned 10 demigods. Lord questions her true intentions, but the conversation quickly shifts to the one person Iris saved against his will, a man named Frey Blake. An unspoken tension fills the air as Lord reminds her of their agreement, coldly promising that next time he will not only kill Frey but make him suffer so intensely he'll wish he had died before. Iris simply smiles, finding Lord's sudden talkativeness strange for someone usually so taciturn. Once alone, the facade drops and a deep sigh escapes her lips as she yearns for even a single day of rest from the crushing weight of her duties. Elsewhere, Frey Blake and his companion Isabel infiltrate a heavily guarded fortress. Isabel observes that the security seems oddly concentrated on the lower levels, a fact Frey dismisses as obvious. Their target must be underground. Deciding to bypass the ground patrols entirely, they take to the air, floating silently through the corridors. Suddenly, Frey yanks Isabel into the shadows, hushing her as he points to a heavily fortified door, warning that they will be caught if they cross it carelessly. Behind that door, a subordinate reports to the sinister Mr. Mold, confirming that the bodies of dissenters have been publicly displayed, and anyone who objected has been swiftly executed. After his report, the man steps onto the castle ramparts for a breath of fresh air, only for Frey to emerge from the darkness and knock him unconscious in a single, silent blow. Dragging the captive Porto to a secure room, Frey places a hand on his forehead, his eyes glowing with power as he casts a mind control spell. Isabel watches, a shiver running down her spine at the sight of such a terrifying skill. Under Frey's command, Porto reveals that he gave up being a demigod to protect the city's inhabitants. Frey offers an alliance a chance to fight alongside a partner who will never surrender, but to Isabel's shock, Porto's will is strong enough to refuse. Just as Frey muses that an alliance is impossible with someone he can't defeat, Mr. Mold himself appears. A smug grin on his face, he taunts them, revealing he sensed the presence of a demigod all along and calling them fools for using Porto. Frey, unfazed, asks for the location of Agni's apostle. Mold, whose true name is Yukin, gloats that they've finally tracked the Phoenix to Nimbattle, and mocks their chances of escape before instantly teleporting them all to a barren desert wasteland. Now in his element, Yukin materializes a grotesque bow, its power radiating malice. Frey calmly tells Isabel to stand back, intending to face the demigod alone. Yukin scoffs at the mortal's arrogance and unleashes a spiraling arrow of pure energy. Frey erects a shimmering barrier, but the impact is so powerful it reshapes the entire landscape. Yukin smirks, recognizing the weapon-based power, and fires again, confident Frey's defenses won't hold. Frey listens intently, hearing the bowstring release 3 times, and conjures a series of layered barriers just in time to block the invisible projectiles. He weaves through the attacks with an agility that surprises his opponent, while Isabel watches in awe, realizing this battle is on a level she cannot comprehend. Deciding to go on the offensive, Frey freezes the very ground beneath them and launches a torrent of massive ice shards. Yukin dodges with ease, countering with a rain of fire from the heavens, before summoning a single, glowing arrow pulsing with immense power. He fires, and Frey feels a surge of genuine danger as the flaming projectile screams towards him, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. But as the smoke clears, Yukin's triumphant grin vanishes, replaced by disbelief. Frey stands amidst the destruction, having blocked the attack, now wreathed in a swirling dark red mana. It's absolute magic, and Isabel realizes Frey wasn't bluffing about his power. Yukin can only applaud, admitting Frey is one of the most annoyingly resilient humans he's ever faced. Furious, Yukin summons a sky full of countless golden arrows, boasting of his thousands of years of training. But Frey just laughs, calling it a pathetic lie. He brutally deconstructs the demigod's ego, stating that they are nothing but lazy, self-absorbed beings who stumbled into power and immediately stopped growing. Enraged by the mortal's audacity, Yukin unleashes the arrow storm, creating a blinding sandstorm. Isabel screams Frey's name and runs toward the chaos, only to find the dust settling on an impossible scene, Frey standing calmly over the defeated, kneeling form of Yukin. The demigod trembles in disbelief, unable to fathom his loss, as Frey coldly explains that unlike him, he truly has trained for thousands of years. Yukin erupts in denial, ranting that a short-lived mortal couldn't possibly possess such experience. He recalls Lord's paranoia about humanity and realizes the madness was justified. With newfound resolve, he declares Frey his true enemy, and uses a space-time technique not to flee, but to launch a desperate final assault. He reappears behind Isabel, but Frey moves in a flash of light, taking the arrow meant for her through his own shoulder. Brushing off Isabel's frantic apologies, Frey tells her they have no time to heal. The archer has already repositioned to snipe them from an unseen distance, like a true hunter. At Frey's prompting, Isabel suggests using divine power to locate their foe. After a moment's thought, Frey agrees it's a good idea and gives her a light flick on the forehead. Yukin, watching from afar, scoffs as one of their mana signatures vanishes, but his amusement turns to shock as he realizes Frey is now completely hidden. He searches frantically, wondering how the human is locating him. Just as a terrifying power erupts from beneath his feet, Indra's lightning. He screams in agony as divine power and magic, wielded by a single being, tear him apart. In his last moments, he recognizes the name Frey Blake, cursing the Blake house for creating this monster before a swirling vortex of dark energy consumes him completely. The battle won, Isabel rushes to Frey, hugging him tightly in celebration. As she begins to heal his wound, Frey reflects on his final attack, explaining that the divine power and his mana had merged unconsciously, attracting like magnets, and creating a new harmony within him, the greatest gift he could have ever received. In the city of Nemphadal, a hooded woman sits by a fountain, reminding Nyx of his promise, her help in exchange for a certain body. She can't comprehend why he's so willing to sacrifice himself for some arrogant magician. Elsewhere, a man with no memories wanders a desolate desert, a void in his mind as vast as the sands around him. He feels no hunger, no thirst, no fatigue, a state that makes him question his very existence. Far away in a secret hideout, an old man named Mildred awakens, tubes ripping from his body as he remembers his defeat at the hands of Frey and Heinz. In a desperate gamble, he had fused himself with a demigod's crystal. A gamble that paid off magnificently as he tears open his robe to reveal the glowing gem embedded in his chest. A manic grin spreads across his face as divine power erupts from him, shattering his confinement in a blast of raw energy. He laughs, drunk on his new strength, which he believes could rival a demigod's, roaring his intent to kill Frey and all the other ungrateful bastards. His celebration is cut short by a bored voice telling him to be quiet. A mysterious woman with pale blue hair appears before him, utterly unimpressed. Mildred, not recognizing this new demigod, declares her a perfect practice partner. But she simply yawns before slamming him into the ground with overwhelming force. She looks down at the broken man, identifying the power as Leiren's work and wondering when that bitch stole her sample. Mildred gasps that Lady Leiren is dead, a piece of news that surprises the woman. Realizing he was her minion, a cruel smile twists her lips as she decides to play with him for a while. Meanwhile, in the Cascow Empire's throne room, the demigod lord stands over a field of butchered knights, giving the terrified emperor a final choice: submit or die. To expedite the decision, Lord summons a mass of dark thorns that ensnares the emperor's daughter, Genia. The emperor screams her name, begging for her release, but Lord merely comments on the curious nature of family before brutally crushing the princess into nothingness. As the emperor collapses in abject grief, Lord mocks his pain, callously suggesting he could simply have another child and explaining that his own kind cannot reproduce, making every loss profound. Back in the desert, Frey holds Ricky's crystal as Isabel watches Mildred's crystal turn to dust. Suddenly, both artifacts begin to glow, pulling the lingering divine power from the sand into Frey's hand. He screams for Isabel to run as a violent explosion of energy erupts, knocking them both unconscious. They are discovered by the amnesiac wanderer, Dro, who wordlessly lifts them onto his shoulders and carries them from the desert wastes. In a military camp, the warrior Ivan examines the legendary giant's belt, unimpressed by its appearance. Just as reinforcements arrive, led by a man named Sarman. Ivan scoffs at the small, female-led group, but his arrogance melts when one of them, a beautiful elf named Snow, reveals herself. He is instantly captivated, but his swagger returns as he patronizingly tries to pat her head. In a flash, Snow sends him flying with a single devastating kick, crashing through his tent and leaving a crater in the ground. His orc subordinate is stunned as the woman reveals she is Ivan's master, and this was just a lesson. Looking up from the wreckage, Ivan sees his master's terrifying grin and realizes he's in for a world of pain. Frey finally awakens in a comfortable bed inside it. Isabel explains that someone carried them there and paid for their room. He clenches his fist, feeling the immense surge of power, realizing he has successfully absorbed Mildred's crystal, his divine power now tenfold stronger. Their first priority is to find Nyx, so they venture back into the desert where they are met by Dro, their mysterious rescuer. Dro immediately asks about the unpleasant smell coming from Frey, which Frey identifies as divine power. Dro reveals he knows of demigods, having just killed one who attacked him without reason. Frey is stunned, but Dro notes that Frey is different, possessing both mana and divine power. He admits he has no memories and simply woke up in the desert. Seeing an opportunity, Frey offers an alliance. He will help Dro recover his memories if Dro helps him cleanse the desert of divine power. Dro agrees, reasoning that sticking with Frey is the fastest way to encounter more demigods who might know who he is. They shake hands on the deal. When asked his name, he almost says Lord but corrects himself, telling them to call him Dro. With their strange new companion, they set off for Nymphaeotl. That night by a campfire, Frey's suspicions grow. After Dro apologizes for his memory fragments causing odd slips of the tongue, Frey asks to check his body. Dro agrees, and as Frey lays a hand on his shoulder, his eyes widen in shock. He sees it clearly, a living, beating dragon heart inside Dro's chest. The horrifying truth dawns on him: this amnesiac might be the Dragon Lord himself. Frey's companions ask about his battle with the draconian demigod, but he offers only a cryptic, heavy response, stating that the earth is full of regret. He walks away from them, a profound connection to the continent now guiding his steps. He senses something ancient buried beneath the sands, and with a simple snap of his fingers, the ground erupts. From the earth rises the legendary Tiger King's gloves, Kassajan's artifacts, a sight that leaves his companions stunned. Frey explains with unnerving calm that the earth itself told him where to find them, a chilling testament to his newfound power as the Dragon Lord. But their moment of discovery is shattered by a horrifying vision on the horizon. The entire city of Nemphadal is consumed by flames. Dro senses 3 demigods amidst the chaos, but as they prepare to rush in, Frey stops them, declaring he isn't going. His senses are far sharper now. He has detected 3 more demigods approaching from the opposite direction. He calmly announces he will handle the ambush alone while they save the city, before vanishing into the sky. Elsewhere, the Apostle Nyx is cornered by 3 demigods, the Noruzil sisters, who mock her for defying their master, Agni. Burning with rage at the massacre they caused just to lure her out, Nyx screams that she will never forgive them for killing innocents. Her fury transforms into a desperate, self-destructive power as she begins burning her own life force to attack them. The sisters are momentarily taken aback by her suicidal assault but remain confident, reminding each other that, as the Phoenix, she cannot truly die. Nyx's power wanes and she plummets from the sky, her last thoughts a whispered apology to Frey. But just as her pursuers move in, a figure flashes through the air, catching her gently in his arms. It's Frey, who softly tells her that he has finally found her. He hands her unconscious form to Isabelle, ordering her to be healed. Nyx weakly questions why he came, confessing how hard it was for her to leave him, but Frey simply tells her she can just say she's happy to see him. He turns to face the 3 demigods, his eyes cold and empty of all emotion, informing Nyx that for her to live, they simply have to disappear. The demigods scoff at the lone human, but Frey wastes no time, unleashing a crushing pressure that surrounds them in an absolute field of raw, red power. Urd, the leader, is stunned, recognizing this is no mortal magic as she launches an attack, only for Frey to counter with Indra's divine lightning crackling around him. In a blinding flash, Urd is completely obliterated, her existence erased from the world. Her sisters stare in horror, unable to comprehend how a human could wield such power. Verdandi quickly identifies him as Frey Blake, the apostle of the traitor Ricky, but her warning comes too late. Skald, consumed by grief and rage, charges forward screaming, only to be disintegrated by Frey's dark energy with a flick of his wrist. Isabelle watches in awe, realizing his power has grown exponentially since his last battle. The last sister, Verdandi, roars in anguish, vowing to kill him. Frey mocks her sentimentality, pointing out the hypocrisy of demigods who treat mortals like insects yet cry over their own family, labeling it a pathetic inferiority complex. Verdandi lunges, but Frey effortlessly blocks her, his voice dripping with contempt as he states she cannot defeat him. With a final dismissive gesture, he erases her as well. Frey stands over the empty battlefield, a strange feeling nagging at him. No crystal had appeared. His suspicion is confirmed when a furious Verdandi erupts from the ground, not attacking him, but lunging for the vulnerable Nyx and Isabelle. Before she can land the blow, a massive ice wall shatters her assault. And a new figure emerges from the cold. It is Elia, who dryly complains about the noise before warning Frey they must leave immediately, because Lord is coming. Elia teleports the group to a remote cabin in a blizzard, much to Frey's annoyance. Inside, he is shocked to find his own father, Isaka Blake, being used as a human footstool by Elia, who calls him her sofa. After putting the recovering Nyx to bed, Elia delivers a devastating report. The Caste Cow Empire has fallen, and Lord is now heading to Silkid. She reveals her informant was Iris, and her motive is a twisted curiosity about Ricky's affection for Frey, a mere human. She vows to protect Frey until she understands why Ricky treasured him, but Frey coldly retorts that he views all demigods as parasites, including her. Elia merely smiles, stating she trusts him because Ricky did. Frey explains his bond with Ricky was simple. It was based on mutual respect, something no other demigod understood. He then asks what Lord is truly like, and Elia describes being obsessed with his brethren, but questions if he truly respects them. In a dark fortress, Lord confirms her suspicions, speaking to his apostle Agni. He dismisses Agni's failures and reveals his plan. He knows the Phoenix will flee to Silkid, and he will merge with his apostle to purge the rebels once and for all. With a deafening roar, he calls upon his brethren, and an army of demigods rises, ready for war. Frey Blake stares out into the cold night, his mind troubled as Nyx and Isabelle approach. He asks if Nyx is alright and she apologizes for causing him worry, but Frey's thoughts have already drifted elsewhere. He reveals his concern for Dro, who vanished without a trace after supposedly dealing with demigods near Nymphaeotl. A flashback shows the futility of their search. Elia confirms there were never any demigods there, as she would have sensed the faintest reverberation of their power. Isabel voices her suspicion, wondering if Dro simply ran away, finding it strange how quickly Nyx had placed her trust in him. But Frey understands better, recalling the bizarre nature of the man whose body was less a human form and more a hastily arranged shell for a dragon's heart. Back in the present, Elia intercepts Frey as he prepares to depart, demanding to know his destination. He calmly states his intention to regroup with his comrades in Silkid, where his friend Ivan is building a resistance. The implication is clear: he's going to fight Agni head-on. Elia sighs, remarking on his annoying personality, so similar to Lucas's. She explains she cannot directly intervene. Lord is playing things slow, respecting Agni's desire to conquer Silkid himself, and her appearance would give Lord an excuse to make a move, a battle Frey is not yet ready for. With a smile, Frey thanks her for all her help, but Elia's sharp eyes notice something has changed. She realizes he's absorbed Mildred's crystal and issues a chilling warning. His humanity is preserved only by his mana's dominance, and absorbing any more crystals could allow the divine power to seize control, stripping him of his humanity forever. Taking the warning to heart, Frey promises to be careful and finally departs. The scene shifts to the harsh deserts of Silkid, where great chieftain Tuareg rallies his 500 warriors, their spirits ablaze with the desire to fight the demigods. But their defiant cheers are cut short by the sudden arrival of Agni himself, who mocks their pitiful numbers. With a single, contemptuous gesture, a wave of hellfire engulfs the battlefield, incinerating half of the resistance in an instant as a horde of demigods materializes from the flames. The air fills with terror. Agni demands to know the whereabouts of his apostle. But upon realizing he's arrived too early, he conjures a throne of fire and settles in to watch the show. He sneers that their pathetic resistance was never worth his attention, but now they can serve as his entertainment. At his command, the demigods descend upon the survivors in a gruesome slaughter. Elsewhere in the carnage, the warrior Ivan desperately fights back, enraged by the demigods' resilience. He finds himself unexpectedly fighting alongside Kassadin, who warns him that every single one of their opponents is a true demigod. Amid the chaos, Tuareg roars for his men to remember their pride as Silkid warriors and defend their land to their last breath. The elf Snow joins the battle, but her attacks glance harmlessly off her target, who cruelly mocks her efforts. She is horrified to see an entire army of them, not the mere dozens she anticipated. Another ally erects a protective barrier, shouting for the others to evacuate the wounded, their survival being the top priority until hope arrives. From his throne, Agni muses that he is waiting for Phoenix, his apostle, to arrive. The resistance is on the verge of collapse. Snow urges patience, telling them to wait for the right moment, but Ivan explodes in fury, screaming that they are all going to die before that moment ever comes. In his moment of despair, a massive sphere of chaotic dark energy rips through the battlefield, eradicating the demigods caught in its wake. From the vortex emerge Frey, Nyx, and Isabel, their arrival turning the tide in a single, devastating instant. Frey smirks, reminding a stunned Snow that numbers are meaningless to a magician. Ivan, tears in his eyes, tackles Frey in a desperate embrace. But the reunion is cut short. Agni's gaze locks onto Nyx, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he teleports directly to her, declaring he's finally found his apostle. Frey lunges, roaring for him to get away, but Agni effortlessly blasts him and Isabel aside. Just as all seems lost, something crashes down from the sky. The smoke clears to reveal a woman with long, silver hair. Frey breathes her name, realizing her reconstruction is finally complete. Anastasia has returned. Frey immediately orders Isabel to protect Nyx as he and Anastasia turn to face the apocalypse demigod. With a smirk, Frey asks if Anastasia is comfortable in her new body, suggesting they test it out by launching a massive wave of ice at Agni. Agni scoffs, melting the ice with ease and mocking their simplistic elemental strategy. But it was just a distraction. Anastasia closes the distance in a flash, engaging Agni in a brutal martial arts onslaught that leaves Ivan speechless. He can't believe she knows the warrior king's techniques, but Kasajin dryly explains that her master used to share his skills as if they were nothing more than a morning exercise routine. Despite the ferocious assault, Agni stands completely unscathed. He dismisses them, stating his only target is Nyx. Frey stands his ground, declaring Agni will never touch her. This finally draws Agni's full attention, who identifies Frey as the apostle of Riki. The demigod's patience wears thin. He declares Frey an eyesore and decides to end things, absorbing the essence of his fallen clones and transforming into a colossal, flaming monstrosity. Ivan screams in terror at the sight. As Snow realizes the demigod's true form was hidden all along, Agni's transformed body incinerates the very air they breathe, leaving the mortals gasping for oxygen. Yet Anastasia is unfazed, remarking that her new body has no need for oxygen. She charges headfirst into the inferno, her fists connecting with the giant's body and momentarily dimming his flames. She declares it's not over yet and unleashes a new power, 1,000,000 me released. A blinding light erupting from her hands as she screams for Frey to make his move. Seizing the opportunity, Frey's own power surges, thanking Anastasia as he unleashes his trump card, a colossal pillar of dark energy that slams directly into the distracted Agni. The world erupts in a cataclysm of red and black energy as Frey combines forces that should never touch, leaving his allies stunned by the raw divine power they sense within his mana. In the chaos, the colossal phoenix Agni roars, seeing that Frey has absorbed its apostle, Nyx, and branding him a bastard for the transgression. Still reeling from the violent fusion, Frey glares at the monstrously tough demigod, ordering it to stop. His friends are horrified. Nora screams a warning, reminding him of what Elias said about using too much divine power. But Frey knows he has no choice. He has to stop Agni from fully absorbing Nyx, or she'll be lost forever. He unleashes his power, a torrent of dark energy, desperately trying to pull his friend back from the brink. But the strain is too much, and his mind is thrown into turmoil, haunted by the spectral figures of the demigods whose power he now wields. Elias' prophecy echoes in his thoughts that if he absorbs any more crystals, the divine power will take control and he will cease to be human. Racked with unimaginable pain, Frey lets out a silent scream as the power begins to overwhelm him. His allies can only watch in shock as he suddenly collapses, just as the fiery demigod Agni completely regenerates from their last assault. With their strongest fighter down, the remaining warriors prepare for a hopeless battle. Snow, an elf from a cold region, struggles against the intense heat while Anastasia unleashes a desperate attack, the 1,000,000 me release. But Agni is unimpressed, sneering at the trifling insects getting in its way before swatting them aside with a single, contemptuous sweep of its fiery wing. Ivan can only curse their damnable luck as he catches the fallen Frey. Despair settles over the group. The situation is hopeless. Nora grits her teeth, telling the others that their only option is to hold on until Frey can get back up. Because if he doesn't, their time here will be over. Unwilling to surrender, Ivan charges forward again, his fists glowing. But he grimaces in pain, realizing he's taking damage every time he lands a blow on the flaming beast. Nora joins the fray, unleashing one of the warrior king's secret techniques, the ultimate boulder punch. The devastating blow sends the giant phoenix careening through the desert ruins. But the recoil shatters Nora's right arm completely. She falls to her knees, panting that Ivan was right, the bastard is stupidly tough. Meanwhile, Frey's consciousness drifts in an endless void, the world inside his head. There he is confronted by a golden-haired entity, a face he recognizes as Indra, the first demigod Riki ever killed. Indra and another demigod, Mild, appear before him, mocking his efforts and sneering that a mortal could never hope to defeat a demigod. They declare that his body is now theirs to take. In the waking world, Frey's body twitches violently on the ground as Nora screams for him to wake up. Ivan throws up a boulder shield to protect them from Agni's next assault. Back in his mind, the demigods sift through his memories, laughing at his struggles and tenacity during his 4,000 years of imprisonment. Frey realizes with dawning horror that they stayed alive through the crystals he absorbed. They mock him, asking if he really thought his body had accepted their power, sneering that it was never his in the first place. Indra unleashes a brutal lightning attack, torturing Frey's soul directly. Amused that a normal human would have already turned to dust. They have plenty of time after all and are curious to see how long he'll last. Outside, the desperate battle continues. Ivan tells Nora to draw Agni's attention so he can strike its core. Ordering her not to die, she retorts that he shouldn't jinx it. Snow asks Binyang for magical support, and after a moment of hesitation, Binyang agrees, her eyes filled with resolve. She unleashes a storm of ice, giant frozen snowflakes erupting from the ground to challenge Agni's flames. Ivan takes the left flank while Snow takes the right, and they charge in together. Ivan slams his warrior king's steel fist into the beast, while Snow unleashes a flurry of blindingly fast sword strikes. Back in the mental prison, Frey's spirit is charred and broken, having endured the 10,000th lightning strike. Indra remarks that he's finally reached his limit and prepares to end it with one final blast. But as the attack descends, it's deflected by a flash of purple energy. A calm, familiar figure stands before Frey's ruined form, greeting the great mage. It's Ricky. Frey can barely believe his eyes. Ricky explains that he is merely a lingering thought, a remnant left behind, and that Indra and Mild will continue to revive unless Frey defeats them himself. He tells Frey that while time flows differently here, his comrades are fighting a desperate battle in the real world. Renewed by this knowledge, Frey's form restores itself. Ricky tells him it's time to make a decision, holding out a glowing orb, Ricky's own crystal. He warns that if Frey absorbs it, he'll become a demigod, but he will die regardless if he refuses. For a moment, Frey is lost in memories of his past lives and friends, but then his eyes harden with resolve. He looks at Ricky and declares that he, Frey Blake, doesn't need to choose. The old rule that divine power and mana cannot coexist is no longer true. He will combine them, believing it's the key to overcoming his human limitations and finally reaching 10-star. He begins forcing the two energies together, his body writhing as they clash. In the physical world, Frey's body is engulfed in chaotic black and purple energy, causing Nora to scream his name in terror. At that same moment, Snow lands a clean strike on Agni's core, feeling her attack finally go through. Agni looks down, recognizing Ricky's swordsmanship and mocking her as an abysmal apostle. It sneers that she has no right to use that style since she has no divine power, grabbing her in its massive fist. Ivan rushes to save her but is caught in a counterblast of fire. Suddenly, a shockwave of green energy slams into Agni, forcing it to stagger back. It was Binyang who used Dragon Tongue to halt the attack for a precious 3 seconds. Agni glares at her, identifying her as a half-dragon and the most troublesome opponent on the field. As Nora desperately tries to wake the convulsing Frey, his mind enters a state of deep meditation. He can feel his divine power surging while his mana is being suppressed. He finally understands the nature of divine power. It is a vicious energy that consumes all others, which is why it cannot coexist with mana in a mortal body. He realizes the solution isn't to fight it, but to change the very nature of his mana so that it supports the divine power's flow. As he does, a new energy begins to form, a power that is neither divine nor mana. With a serene smile, Frey knows he's found his way. He has created a mysterious power that holds both the viciousness of the divine and the harmony of mana. He decides to call this new power Divine Mana. Ricky simply sighs, remarking that Frey's naming sense is as hopeless as it's always been. Ricky observes with a tired gaze that it's happening again, but for Lucas, this is nothing less than a perfect opportunity to test the limits of his divine mana in real combat. He coldly rejects Ricky's offer of help, insisting that these illusions are his to defeat alone and that Ricky is forbidden from even lifting a finger. With his mind made up, Lucas decides to deal with the dragon illusion first, his body erupting in a brilliant blue aura. Meanwhile, in the real world, the true battle rages as Nora faces the towering demigod of flame, Agni. She unleashes the warrior king's secret technique, Flame Meld, only to watch in horror as her power is effortlessly absorbed by the fiery entity. She's consumed by a crimson explosion, and as Ivan rushes to her side, he's swatted away like an insect by Agni's colossal hand. He's saved at the last second by Binyang, who grimly admits her limitations. She can only use Dragon Tongue twice a day, and her attack merely stunned the demigod for 3 seconds without inflicting any real harm. Agni reverts to his human form, sneering at the insects before him. A tactical shift that signals not weakness, but a cold, calculated efficiency. In the mental realm, Lucas lies defeated and broken, his body pierced by spectral arrows as his consciousness is almost overwhelmed. Just as an enemy entity tries to seize his body, Ricky intervenes, cutting it down. Lucas realizes this fight for control will be a long one, reflecting on the volatile nature of divine mana. He knows the only path forward is to patiently tame the power, feeding it small pieces of his mana until he can finally seize control. And so he centers himself, ready to begin the arduous process. Back in the inferno of reality, Agni grabs Nora, his grip like a vice. He warns her companions that any foolish moves will result in him splitting her in half, clarifying that while he needs her alive, her death will be anything but painless if they interfere. Ivan, seething with rage but crippled by his injuries, collapses. He hears that Binyang's spell only bought them 3 seconds, but a fire lights in his eyes as he declares 3 seconds is all the time he needs. He burns the memory of his master's every movement into his mind, every breath, every shift in mana, preparing to perfectly replicate her form. He launches himself at Agni, whose face twists in foolish surprise, as Binyang unleashes her power to freeze the demigod in place. Ivan focuses everything he has into a single point, roaring that a man only needs one shot. He unleashes a new technique born from his desperation, Ivan's fist. The impact creates a massive shockwave that tears through the battlefield. For a fleeting moment, victory seems possible as Ivan stands over his master. Nora weakly praises his phenomenal shot, and he gruffly asks what the compliment is for. When she asks the technique's name, he simply calls it Ivan's fist, just as the smoke clears to reveal their terrifying reality. In the timeless mental space, Lucas has finally subdued the manifestations of Indra and Mildred, commanding them to submit. Ricky declares the ordeal. But when Lucas asks how long it's been, the answer is staggering. 548 years have passed in this realm. Desperate to return, Lucas is stopped by Ricky, who tells him there's no need to rush. A seed of dread plants itself in Lucas's heart as Ricky implies his friends have already defeated Agni without him. But the truth is far grimmer. Agni stands completely unharmed, his flames burning with renewed intensity. He admits that Ivan's punch was dangerously close to finishing him, but now there will be no more chances. Ricky corrects his earlier statement in the mental realm. Lucas's friends have not won, and Lucas himself is still too weak to face Agni. Ricky's own power then flares to life as he reveals his true purpose. Lucas cannot leave until he defeats him first. The warriors on the field feel Agni's divine power swell to an incomparable level. Nora looks at her student Ivan with pride, acknowledging that he has finally surpassed her. She tells him to watch closely, for this is her final lesson. Ivan screams in protest, knowing she intends to sacrifice herself. Nora explains the flaw in his technique. He loses power during the execution. She demonstrates the final principle, Fa Jin, concentrating all her energy without a single drop being wasted and striking the demigod. The blow connects, but she knows it's not enough to kill him. As Binyang binds Agni once more with her magic, Ivan can only watch in horror as his master is struck down. Binyang uses her last ounce of strength to teleport the group to safety. But the cost is immense. Ivan cradles Nora's body, her arm completely gone, while Binyang collapses, coughing blood from the strain of overusing her power. The truth is undeniable, they have lost. As Agni approaches a walking calamity, Binyang makes her final choice. She orders the others to protect Frey and to tell him she was thankful for everything. With a final roar, she transforms and unleashes all her remaining life force, teleporting her friends to a place Agni can never reach. In the mental world, Ricky informs Lucas of the grim reality. Binyang has 3 seconds left to live, which translates to a decade in their realm. A decade, Lucas declares with burning resolve, is more than enough time to beat Ricky 3 times over. As the final seconds tick away, Binyang faces Agni alone. It is consumed by an inescapable wave of fire. Agni stands alone on the barren landscape, confused by the sudden disappearance of his enemies. But then a figure materializes from thin air, radiating an otherworldly blue light. It is Frey Blake. He gently lays Binyang's dying body down, telling her she did well and can finally rest. Agni recognizes him but senses a terrifying change, a dangerous power he has never felt from a mortal. The demigod unleashes a massive fireball, but Frey nonchalantly flicks his hand, effortlessly dissipating the attack. Stunned into silence, Agni can only watch as Frey points a finger at him, his voice echoing with absolute authority as he utters a single word: disappear. As the beam of pure energy consumes him, Agni's last thought is that he has no regrets. In the silence that follows, a single truth remains: hope has returned to the world. As Binyang lies dying, tears stream down her face as she whispers the name that haunts her memories: Lucas Trauman. Standing over her is Frey Blake, his expression a mask of cold resolve as he faces the spectral image of his old friend, Ricky. He thanks Ricky for everything, vowing to take care of the rest and telling him to finally rest in peace. Elsewhere, in the desolate fortress of the demigods, Lord clutches the fiery crystal that is all that remains of Agni. A guttural cry of agony rips from his throat as he collapses to his knees, overwhelmed by grief and rage. His subordinates Ananta and Nozdog watch in shock, asking what's wrong. Ananta trembles as she reports the unthinkable. Agni met his end at the hands of a mere human named Frey Blake. The news is impossible, an insult to their divine power. Ananta volunteers to hunt Frey down, but Lord stops her, his voice heavy with grim certainty, warning that she cannot defeat him. Even with Nozdog's help, they would be no match for the man who killed Agni. Lord reveals the source of this new power, explaining that Frey now wields the power of the beginning, the very origin of creation, a force with infinite possibilities. A flicker of fear, or perhaps respect, crosses Lord's face as he admits that even he isn't sure he could defeat Frey now. With a surge of red energy, he calls upon his compatriots, demanding they lend him their strength. Back in the desert, Frey cradles Binyang's limp body. Just as a shimmering purple portal opens, out step Iris and the imposing Dragon Lord. Iris immediately notices the change in Frey, commenting that his eyes look like a different person's, and confirming that he truly destroyed Agni. She kneels to examine Binyang, revealing she is a half-dragon whose dragon heart has been completely spent. She may live, but her draconic powers are gone forever. Frey looks down at the unconscious girl, telling her that all she has to do is survive and witness the new world he is about to create. Iris hands him Agni's crystal, promising that the time for answers will come soon, before she and her companion vanish back into the portal. The Dragon Lord remains, asking Frey if Binyang is his girl. Frey simply replies that it's complicated. The Dragon Lord then demands to know why Frey was fighting Agni when he was supposed to be dealing with other demigods. Frey reveals it was all part of Iris's plan. She knew who he was and what his future held. This shocks the Dragon Lord, who questions Frey's trust in Lord's own apostle. Frey's next words shatter his perception of reality. Iris is not, and never was, Lord's apostle. Before the Dragon Lord can process this, Frey states that Binyang's treatment is the priority, and the Dragon Lord summons a portal to lead them to safety. They arrive at the battered Silkid encampment, where the survivors mourn the loss of their master, believing she sacrificed herself for them. Their despair turns to disbelief and then wild joy as Frey walks into their midst, carrying Binyang's living body. He hands her to Isabel, and when Turik demands to know what happened to Agni, Frey simply holds up the glowing crystal. He announces their victory. A wave of pure, unadulterated ecstasy sweeps through the camp as the warriors realize their hopeless war is finally over. Amid the celebration, Frey notices Ivan and Snow are missing. Nora explains that Snow, as an ice elf, was hit particularly hard by the battle and is feeling heartbroken. Frey finds her sitting alone in a darkened room, staring out a window, and she coldly tells him to leave. He ignores her, bluntly stating that Agni is dead. Snow scoffs, saying she was useless in the fight, and Frey cruelly agrees, adding that she probably won't be much help in the future either. Stung by his words, she glares at him, but he presses on, asking if people only fight when they're sure they can win. He tells her they fight because they have to show the world they are still alive, even if it means dying a dog's death. The only thing that matters is the will to fight. He then presents her with a massive sword, something left behind by a friend. She recognizes it as a knight's sword and says it doesn't suit her. But Frey explains that a good sword grows with its owner. It belonged to his friend and mentor, Ricky, and he chose her as his apostle. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes this is Diukid, the legendary sword of the Blade King Lucid. Frey then gives her half of Agni's crystal, telling her it will help her absorb its power. A surge of purple energy erupts from her as she accepts her legacy, her voice ringing with newfound power as she declares herself Snow de Friedrichwood, Queen of all Elves. Frey calmly reminds her that she cast aside that title to come here. In a flashback, Ivan trains under a waterfall, furious that the water is warm, only to be surprised by Snow joining him in the pool. She innocently reminds him of their promise to bathe together, much to his flustered embarrassment. As they soak, Ivan admits his frustration, knowing Frey didn't just get lucky against Agni, and he vows to be the one saving everyone next time. Listening to his heartfelt declaration, Snow silently cries, making the same promise to herself. Later, Frey stands on a balcony as Schweizer approaches, surprised he returned alive from the battle. She notes his mana has vanished, and he explains he discovered a way to combine divine power and mana into a new energy, a power that has pushed him beyond the 9-star level. He is no longer just Lucas Trauman, he is something more, and he smiles, filled with an exhilarating excitement for his fated clash with Lord. A victory banquet rages in Silkid's great hall, a moment of pure joy after so much suffering. But as the warriors laugh and feast, unknowingly celebrating what might be their last peaceful night, a very different banquet is taking place in the demon world. Lucifer has gathered the archdukes, calmly announcing that the demigods are coming to their realm. The news is met with a mix of fury and manic excitement. Asura accuses Lucifer of orchestrating the invasion, and Lucifer freely admits it. Enraged, Asura challenges him, accusing him of conspiring with Iris. But Lucifer silences the chaos with a single revelation. Lord's true objective is the Dragon Lord's corpse, sealed within their world. If the corpse is destroyed, the mortal continent will fall with it. A tense truce is formed. Asura demands that once the demigods are defeated, Lucifer will step down as an archduke. And more than that, he and Iris must reveal the full extent of their schemes. Lilith leans back, a sly grin on her face, amused that a single human girl is now at the center of a storm that is shaking the very foundations of the demon world. Inside a dimly lit tent, a woman channels healing energy into the still form of Binyang. As Lucas and his allies discuss the precarious state of the world, a significant number of demigods, including Lord himself, have ventured into the demon world, their goals seemingly to retrieve the Dragon Lord. Iris is revealed to be the one pulling strings behind the scenes, a fact that only slightly eases Lucas's mind. He learns that this is a golden opportunity since the archdukes can fight at full power in their own realm, making it difficult even for demigods to defeat them. Yet a strange feeling lingers. Lord must know this, meaning the Dragon Lord holds an immense value to him. Lucas decides he must seize this chance to find the remaining apostles of Nozdog and Anante. He learns that Charles is hunting the demon Kaltad, but the assassin King Genta is being sought by the Lucid Swords. Lucas immediately declares he will see the Lucid Swords Circle Master, surprising his companion who questions how he even knows the man. With a wry smile, Lucas reveals Iris told him everything, his memory as sharp as ever. And then opens a portal, intent on getting answers about Zekid's location. He teleports into a grand estate, walking purposefully up a spiral staircase, and into the office of the Circle Master, Frey, who is busy at his desk. Without preamble, Lucas demands to see Zekid. Frey, startled by the intrusion, asks what Lucas needs from him and tells him to wait a moment. He retrieves a scroll explaining it's a message left behind by Master Zekid with instructions on how to enter the island nation of Hiraumikar. Zekid entered the nation not long ago and hasn't been in contact, a scenario he apparently anticipated. Frey explains that Hiraumikar is a closed-off nation, untouched by the demigod's influence, which makes Lucas immediately suspicious. When Frey questions Lucas's sudden interest in Zekid, Lucas decides to reveal the truth about the current situation. The revelation that Lucas defeated the Apocalypse Agni hits Frey like a thunderclap, his eyes widening in disbelief. The dream of retaking the continent suddenly feels within reach, and he realizes they have a real opportunity with only 2 apostles remaining. Lucas questions why Zekid can't be contacted, and Frey explains it's likely due to shamanic magic, a power unknown even to a 4,000-year-old mage like Lucas. Frey, buzzing with excitement, urges Lucas to use this chance to crush the remaining apostles. Lucas takes the scroll, saying he'll make good use of it before teleporting away, leaving Frey to realize he must immediately inform the rest of the circle of this monumental news. Lucas reappears in the tent where Binyang rests, and Isabel greets him, surprised by his quick return. He immediately asks about Binyang's condition. The healer gravely reports that while her pulse is stable, her heart is severely damaged, meaning she can never again use her dragon powers or mana. Her life as a magician is over. A heavy silence falls as Lucas processes the devastating news, his expression hardening with grief. Isabel notes Binyang must have been special to him, but Lucas corrects her with a quiet intensity, stating she is more than special. She is his one and only disciple. The weight of his words hangs in the air. Later, Isabel finds a somber Lucas, telling him she knows he's hurting. She warns him that blaming himself is a poison worse than sadness, and that humans weren't made to be so cold and detached. He finds Nyx by a moonlit lake, presenting her with Agni's crystal, the very chain that had been tormenting her. He tells her she can decide how to use it, giving her the means to conquer her weakness. Back with the group, they gather around the scroll, studying the map of Hidamikar. The nation is so closed off that entry screening takes a month, with the only exceptions being invitations from royalty or permission from the Great Shaman. When Isabel naively suggests the Great Shaman would surely help the Great Alliance, the others erupt in laughter at her misunderstanding. The mood shifts when Isabel teases Lucas about becoming more like a girl, causing his composure to crack for a moment. This leads to Ivan finally questioning why everyone treats Frey with such respect, only to be floored by the revelation that Frey is actually the legendary hero of the Light Ages, the great mage Lucas Trauman. With a smirk, Lucas gives Ivan a final opportunity to apologize for his past rudeness. Lucas then reveals their target, the Great Shaman, isn't on the main island but on a tiny one called Elsha. The Great Shaman is a symbolic figure who avoids national orders, making her their best bet. Rumors say she has lived for over 200 years but appears as a beautiful young woman, though some speculate she may not even be human. Ivan, excited by the prospect of meeting her, declares they should leave immediately, earning a sharp rebuke from a nearby elf for his shallow enthusiasm. As they bicker, the elf becomes flustered, her ears turning red, and she blurts out that she's focusing on her training, having just received a present she must master. Seeing an opportunity, Lucas suggests she train with Nyx to overcome her weakness to fire. Meanwhile, Ivan is told by his disciple that it's fine if he retires, but he grabs her fiercely, roaring that even with one arm he could crush her skull. His rage quickly subsides into a quiet moment of mentorship as he wishes her luck on her journey, and she accepts, promising she'll be back. The group soon arrives at the dreary Genix harbor city, where they find the guards drunk and asleep at their posts, allowing them to walk right in. The city is not the bustling port they expected, but a desolate slum, reeking of fear and hopelessness under a demigod's influence. The harbor is dead, with barely any boats on the pier. Lucas approaches a dejected man and asks for a boat to Elsha, but the man flatly states there are none. A massive sea monster, a two-headed serpent tall enough to reach the sky, has taken control of the area, preventing any passage. The man points out the location on a map, and back at an inn, the group discusses the new obstacle. Isabel theorizes the serpent is protecting the nation, and another companion suggests it might even be a demigod. Lucas agrees they need to investigate, smirking that if they beat it half to death, it will surely squeal. Isabel cautions him against a reckless approach since his victory over Agni is likely known to all demigods. She suggests buying a boat and sailing while hiding their mana. Lucas agrees, confidently stating they can just buy one, and reveals a massive glowing ruby his friend gave him. Isabel instantly recognizes it as the ruby from her dungeon and explodes in fury, calling him a thief. Having already sold the gem, Lucas leads them to a newly purchased ship, handing Isabel a bag of change. He approaches the navigator from before and asks him to take them to Elsha. The man, terrified, haggles his price down from 30 gold to 15 out of fear. To his shock, Lucas tosses him a pouch containing 50 gold. The man breaks down in tears, revealing his daughter is sick and this money will save her. He swears his life to get them to their destination, prompting Isabel to remark that Lucas is overflowing with heart. Under the pale moonlight, Frey's companions stand on the deck of a ship sailing into darkness, the air thick with divine power. While they suspect a demigod lurks in the waters below, one of their own, a dragonkin, senses something else entirely, the presence of his kin. Far away, a great shaman awakens from a troubled sleep, haunted by a fragmented prophecy of an envoy and a final battle that will decide the world's fate. Brushing aside her unease, she rises and prepares for guests, wondering what plans Downs has for her. 3 days later, the ship cuts through the Golden Sea at dawn. Ivan asks Frey if he's sure there's a dragon here, and Frey coolly confirms it. With a sly grin, Frey begins releasing his mana, explaining that it's bait. If the sea serpent is truly a demigod, it won't be able to resist. The ocean answers his call with terrifying speed as the waves begin to churn violently, throwing the sailors into a panic. Suddenly, the sea erupts and a colossal blue serpent with glowing eyes bursts from the depths, dwarfing their ship. The demigod roars, questioning their audacity for entering its domain. It mocks their fear, promising a painless death so long as they don't get stuck in its teeth. While the crew trembles, Ivan scoffs, finding the so-called demigod utterly uncharismatic. Frey, completely unfazed, addresses the beast as Snake, casually remarking that it seems to have a few screws loose. Enraged by the insult, the serpent lunges, only to be met by Ivan's flaming fist, which sears the roof of its mouth. The beast screams in agony, shocked by the heat, as Ivan taunts it for being an ocean dweller that uses fire attacks. But as the serpent roars in fury, a second, even larger green head emerges from the water beside it. Nora recognizes the creature as Asura, one of Frey's followers, now seemingly enslaved. The blue serpent gloats, seeing its new companion is unconscious, and declares it will kill them all. Frey's expression turns to ice as he coldly asks what the serpent did. Nora fiercely warns it not to lay a finger on Frey, claiming him as her own. Ignoring them all, Frey floats into the air, his body crackling with an immense blue aura, and demands to know what happened to the serpent's other head. The demigod Neptunus scoffs at his arrogance and attacks, but Frey casually swats its assault aside with a wave of pure power, sending a jolt of pain through the beast. He then unleashes a storm of energy blasts that pummel the demigod relentlessly, forcing the once proud ruler of the sea to its knees, where it begins to cry and beg for forgiveness. With the creature thoroughly beaten, Ivan asks if it's really a demigod, and Frey confirms it is. Terrified, Neptunus explains its origin, how it was captured by a masked, white-haired demigod and subjected to horrific torture until it broke. Frey's eyes narrow, instantly recognizing the handiwork of Leirin. Neptunus confesses it was given a single order: sink any ship heading towards the island of HUMILIATES. Frey tells his companions to proceed to Elsha without him, and lands on the serpent's back, ordering it to a nearby shore. He examines the unconscious green head, realizing it has a separate consciousness being suppressed by Leirin's divine power. He places a hand on the dragon, absorbing the tainted energy and replacing it with his own mana to enter its mind. Inside, he finds the true master, a majestic green dragon in a desolate wasteland. He introduces himself as Lucas, his original name. The dragon master is overcome with emotion, but his time is short. He warns Lucas that the Dragon Lord cannot be trusted, revealing that the Lord of Dragons and the Lord of Demigods are like brothers. While Lucas communes with the dragon, his friends arrive at the misty island of Elsha. The fog parts to reveal a path, where they are met by the great shaman's attendants. The great shaman herself appears, her gaze immediately locking onto Ivan, whom she recognizes from her prophecies as a key figure in the world's end. Back in the mental realm, the Dragon Master reveals Lord's ambition to capture a dragon named Tro. He warns Lucas that a single misstep could turn him into another lord. With his final moments fading, the Master thanks Lucas, finding peace in his second death, and promising to always be with him as his spirit dissolves into the wind, leaving Lucas with a single tear tracing its way down his cheek. Meanwhile, in a dark ruin, an assassin named Genta is informed that the shaman has allowed guests onto the island. Learning they are reinforcements from the circles, he prepares his poisoned dagger, determined to eliminate them before they can group up. The great shaman invites Ivan to her chambers, telling him of the prophecy that connects him to the final battle and an envoy. The word triggers a dark vision in Ivan's mind. Just as the shaman realizes he knows something, her powerful barrier shatters with a deafening crash. She collapses in agony, stunned that the sea serpent could have broken through. But Ivan corrects her, stating that the one responsible is at the top. They look up to see Frey standing calmly atop the two-headed dragon in the sky. The shaman's eyes widen in disbelief as she whispers the name from her vision, Lord Downs. Frey Blake walks a lonely path through a rain-swept town when he's suddenly surrounded by hostile guards demanding to know who he is. Before he can answer, his companions appear, but their reunion is cut short by a woman who bursts out of a nearby building, barefoot and frantic. She is the great shaman, and she kneels before Frey, stunning everyone by asking if he is Lord Downs, the creator god of HUMILIATES. Frey calmly corrects her, introducing himself as Frey Blake. But the shaman is captivated. She senses a divine power within him, an existence that cannot be read, like a presence obscured by a dense fog that even a god couldn't foresee. Frey's golem Anastasia appears, confirming her master is as he always was, much to her relief. The shaman decides to cooperate, telling the group she will prepare for their entry into the country tomorrow, but with one condition: Frey must stay behind. The two of them, she insists, have a private matter to attend to. 3 days later, Frey's companions arrive at Port Lutaha, wondering what business the shaman could have with him. They are greeted by a samurai named Vajra, who introduces himself as their guide into the closed-off nation. Vajra leads them into a dense and foreboding forest he calls the Forest of Darkness, a place known for swallowing outsiders whole. Soon, Dro and Nora feel a sudden, crushing fatigue, barely able to walk a few steps. But Anastasia merely smirks, her internal clock unfooled by the illusion. She reveals to her shocked friends that while the sun hasn't moved, 2 days have passed since they entered the woods. Without waiting for an explanation, she lunges at Vajra, her fist crackling with power. The samurai blocks her punch not with his arm, but with a solid tree trunk he summons out of thin air. Impressed that she saw through the illusion so quickly, his friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a demonic aura as he unleashes his true power, snarling that illusions are pointless because he's just going to kill them all here. He charges Dro, but his body freezes mid-strike, paralyzed by Dro's Dragon Tongue command. Dro seizes the moment, slamming a fist into Vajra's gut before Anastasia restrains him from behind. As they prepare to interrogate him, Vajra suddenly throws Anastasia off and collapses, revealing a poisoned needle embedded in his neck. He is dead before he hits the ground. Anastasia instantly recognizes the deadly divine poison as the work of Genta, meaning their guide was sent here with a self-destruct mechanism. Before they can process the betrayal, Dro silences them, sensing more people approaching through the cursed woods. A group of battered warriors stumbles out of the trees, and Anastasia recognizes one as Heart Lowmind from the Lucid Sword's circle. The warrior Zekid corrects her, lamenting that he's being hunted down in this dangerous nation. Meanwhile, Frey follows the great shaman to a secret shrine hidden deep beneath the island. She tells him to enter alone, explaining that if he is worthy, Lord Downs will grant him an audience. Inside, Frey finds only a large, featureless statue that bears a disturbing resemblance to the demigod Lord. Suddenly, a blinding light transports him to a vast, starry dimension. A powerful, faceless being appears before him, welcoming him by his true name, Lucas Trauma, and introducing itself as Downs, the god of this world. Lucas is unfazed, retorting that he's an atheist. Downs explains that gods merely maintain their creations, even if it leads to ruin, and reveals that both Lucas and the demigods are his creations. Lucas scoffs, demanding to know why he was summoned. Downs admits it's because Lucas surpassed humanity and he wants to watch the mortals struggle a bit longer, a statement that fills Lucas with an intense desire to punch the deity. Downs then dangles a tantalizing question: does he want to know Lord's true identity? He reveals he created 3 worlds, but the divine world was destroyed, its souls absorbed by a vortex and later cast down into the mortal realm, their memories erased. Lucas's eyes widen as the horrifying truth dawns on him. Downs confirms it: those fallen souls became the demigods. Lord was once their leader, the being closest to God, named Archangel Michael. This archangel then waged war against the mortal world's arbiter, the Dragon Lord. Downs continues his tale, explaining Lord now seeks to sever the defeated Dragon Lord's connection to the world to become the arbiter himself, possibly out of revenge against the creator who abandoned him. Lucas erupts in laughter at the thought of Lord's grand ambition being nothing more than a childish tantrum. Downs offers one last clue to the entire mystery, telling Lucas to seek out the most arrogant person in the world. The scene cuts to the demon world, where Balzabul learns of his subordinate's defeat and suspects a traitor with deep knowledge of their territory. Just then, Lucifer appears, casually naming a long-lost subordinate, Kultooth, as the likely suspect, now serving the demigods. With unnerving confidence, he taunts Balzabul before departing, leaving a chilling warning about accidents. Back in the void, Lucas realizes Lucifer is the key. But before he can ask more, Downs declares the puzzle is his to solve and sends him back to the shrine with a flash of light. Lucas returns to reality, fuming that the god just vanished. The great shaman is surprised he returned so quickly, unaware of the time dilation. She asks why he's going to Hidam Icarus, and he reveals his target is an apostle named Senda, the Dark King, an ambitious exiled royal who would sacrifice anything for his goals. Hearing this, the shaman agrees to help, performing a powerful ritual called Heaven's Stride to teleport them directly to the castle. She warns him to be polite to the king, but Frey smirks, stating his politeness depends entirely on the king's. With that, they step through the shimmering portal, ready to face the heart of the isolated nation. In a vortex of swirling purple energy, the great shaman's magic tears through space, a method she notes is more akin to high-speed movement than a simple warp. She and Frey materialize in the dead of night before the imposing structure of HUMILIATES' castle. The shaman instructs Frey to wait while she seeks an audience, leaving him to his own devices. But Frey has no intention of waiting. A flash of blue light signals his own teleportation, and he appears directly within the inner palace, surrounded by stunned guards. They furiously demand to know who he is, calling him an impertinent bastard for trespassing as they draw their swords. Unfazed, Frey raises a hand, unleashing a wave of pure force that sends the entire squadron collapsing to the floor in agony. A lone guard gasps for his majesty to run, but it's too late. The terrified king, Bullied, stares at the intruder, stammering to ask if he's a demigod. Frey's voice is cold as he confirms he's there to take Bullied's life. The king's bravado crumbles in an instant, and he throws himself onto the floor, pathetically begging for mercy. Frey looks down in disgust. This groveling ruler is exactly the kind of puppet the demigods would control. Bullied babbles that his own life is worthless, but claims his death will allow his tyrannical brother, Genta, to take the crown and enslave the people. He desperately asks if Frey can comprehend the humiliation he felt bowing to the demigods for his nation's sake. Suddenly, a beam of light streaks toward Frey, who casually erects a barrier to block it. His eyes dart to the floor, spotting a poison needle. The assassination attempt wasn't for him, it was for Bullied. A squad of assassins descends from the ceiling, and Bullied panics, realizing Genta's forces are inside the palace. Frey's eyes glow with power, and in a blinding flash of lightning, the assassins are incinerated where they stand, leaving Bullied speechless at the raw power of what he believes is a demigod. Frey kneels by a dying assassin, grabbing his head to demand Genta's location. But the man chooses suicide over betrayal. Just as Frey expresses his frustration, the great shaman returns, asking what on earth he is doing. Frey coolly explains the situation and asks if she knows where Genta is, declaring his intention to kill him. The king calls him a homicidal maniac, but Frey clarifies his only goal was to test Bullied's loyalty, admitting he would have killed him if his motives were selfish. Realizing Frey isn't a demigod, Bullied recoils in fear. The great shaman reveals that Genta is in Perenea, the city of Bullied's sister, Karuka, before dropping the final bombshell. Karuka is the one pulling the strings behind Genta's rebellion. Bullied is crushed by the betrayal. Far away in a desolate realm, the demigod lord speaks to his apostle, Iris Peacefinder, cryptically mentioning that only she who borrowed his power can traverse worlds and that a long tail is easily stepped on. Frey teleports to the port city of Perenea, the sinister energy of the demigod Ananta hanging heavy in the air. He's immediately confronted by a scarred man who introduces himself as Frey Blake, flanked by assassins ready for an ambush. They lunge to attack, but a bolt of lightning from a clear sky obliterates them instantly. Blake roars in fury and attacks, his fist glowing with power, only for Frey to stop the explosive punch with a single hand. Frey effortlessly blasts him back, leaving him defeated on the ground. The victory feels too easy, and Frey senses something is wrong when a new figure appears behind him, a man whose presence he couldn't detect at all. The Horned Being introduces himself as Lucifer. Frey is stunned, questioning why the Lord of Tartarus is on the continent during a war. Lucifer ignores the question and makes a tempting offer: join him in hell and he will make Frey a transcendent being. Frey scoffs, recalling the advice to never trust a silver-tongued devil. He declares that both Lucifer and Lord are his enemies. Seeing his offer rejected, Lucifer changes tactics, revealing that the Lord has captured Iris and plans to kill her. He vanishes, urging Frey to make a decision quickly. Meanwhile, Lord speaks with his subordinate Nozdog, informing him of Ananta's hibernation and ordering him to hit Ikar to restrain someone with a dragon heart. As Nozdog departs, he smiles, sensing his enemy's plans beginning to unravel. In a dark forest, Frey's companion Ivan stays behind as the others press on. He too is met by Lucifer. Ivan remembers just enough to know not to trust him, saying he follows Iris because she made him. Lucifer laughs at his naivety and unleashes a dark power, forcing memories back into Ivan's mind. He commands him to remember his true name, Dro, a being far greater than the Dragon Lord. At that moment, in another dimension, the demon lord Lilith is cornered by a host of demigods, ready to accept her fate. Just as they are about to strike, a brilliant blue light fills the sky. A figure emerges from the light, stepping into the foul air of hell. It's Frey. He looks over the assembled demigods with a cold, analytical gaze, remarking that while it's the first time he's seen so many, it's only to be expected during a war. Frey Blake finds himself surrounded by a sea of demigods, a gathering larger than any he's ever witnessed, and a cold smile spreads across his face. Wiping them all out here and now would certainly make the future a lot less complicated. The demigods tense, sensing his immense divine energy and realizing with dawning horror that he intends to fight them all. But before the battle can begin, a bandaged demigod named Heimdall steps forward, ordering the others to stand down. He explains that Lord himself has requested Frey's presence and ordered him to be guided respectfully, as if he were one of their own. This sends a masked demigod named Coolies into a rage, who screams at Heimdall for suggesting they treat their mortal enemy with respect after he's killed so many of their kind. Heimdall calmly shuts him down, stating that Frey is simply not someone they can defeat, before turning his attention back to Frey, correctly guessing he's come for Iris. A wave of disgust washes over Frey. Their very existence makes him sick. He agrees to follow, but only if they promise to leave Lilith alone, a condition Heimdall readily accepts. As he's led away, a female demon thanks him for his help, and Frey asks her for a favor in return, to warn Asura not to trust Lucifer. She watches him depart, torn between calling him an arrogant human brat and admitting how cool he is. Heimdall leads him to a strange clearing where a single tree grows, a small patch of the continent recreated in the desolate hellscape. A featureless white being, Lord, has been waiting. He casually summons a pair of chairs with a snap of his fingers, a blatant display of power that Frey finds utterly unimpressive. Ignoring the gesture, Frey cuts straight to the point, demanding to know where Iris is. Lord brushes off his urgency, instead making a ludicrous offer for Frey to join them. He claims that with the power of the beginning, Frey is no longer human and must feel an immense loneliness, a void that only Lord can fill. Frey can only laugh at the absurdity. He thought being asked to become a demon was the stupidest thing he'd ever hear, but this tops it. Lord notes his resemblance to Ricky, realizing Frey has already met Lucifer. He warns Frey that Lucifer is far more dangerous than himself, revealing the Archdevil's plan to abandon Hell and transform the mortal continent into his new domain. The other demigods chuckle at the grand plan. Frey scoffs, calling it bullshit and accusing Lord of being terrified that Lucifer will steal what he covets. Lord doesn't deny it, simply stating that in his eyes, both Frey and Lucifer are scum. He then drops a bombshell, revealing that 5000 years ago, it was the demigods who defeated the Dragon Lord. When Frey points out that the mortal world is still tied to the dragons, Lord poses a chilling question. What was life like for humans when the dragons ruled? He shatters Frey's long-held beliefs, revealing that humans did exist back then, but their history was never recorded because they were nothing more than slaves to the dragons. The revelation strikes Frey like lightning, echoing a deep-seated doubt he'd always harbored about the dragon's true nature. He stands stunned as Lord declares that it was the demigods who freed humanity and gave them free will. Lord smugly points out that Frey is currently pointing his sword at the saviors of his own race. Tired of the games, Frey reveals his own trump card. He has met the god of creation. He knows everything about the three worlds, his own destiny, and that this is all just a fight to become the arbiter. He warns Lord not to mix lies with the truth he's already received from a higher power. Lord is amused, impressed that Frey didn't waste his time in the abyss, and then he drops the facade. He declares his hatred for illusion magic and sees right through Frey's disguise, noting that he separated his mind from his body to enter the demon world. With a casual wave, the illusion shatters, revealing Frey's true form, the great mage Lucas Trauman. Lucas asks how he knew, and Lord replies that a human like him is special. Now that they're being honest, he confirms Iris is in the abyss, trapped because of her close and secretive relationship with Lucifer. Lucas's rage boils over as he realizes Lord is using her as a bargaining chip against Lucifer. With iron resolve, he makes a single demand: send him into the abyss. A flashback reveals Iris's tragic past, haunted since birth by shadowy demons only she could see. These friends grew more distinct over time, whispering that she would become theirs. Her childhood ended in fire and blood when her village, in a fit of superstitious madness, tried to burn her and her mother as witches. As her own mother condemned her for the village's sake, Iris's despair erupted in a wave of power, and a skeletal demon materialized to claim her as its own, leaving the village in ruins. Years later, a hooded Lucas finds the reclusive Black Witch, not to condemn her but to deliver a message of thanks from a forest she had saved. Overwhelmed by an act of pure kindness, Iris breaks down in tears. and Lucas, removing his hood, asks for her name. Back in the abyss, Lucas finds Iris trapped in a prison of self-hatred. He tells her this is his soul, separated from his body and allowed entry by Lord. Meanwhile, his companions find his now empty body, accompanied by the great shaman. A debate ensues about Frey's identity before one of the women declares with absolute certainty that he's a virgin, as reaching the peak of magecraft renders one castrated. Realizing the body is just an empty shell, they gleefully begin stomping on it for fun. Lucas suddenly gets the chills back in the abyss. Iris tries to push him away, telling him he doesn't belong here, afraid he'll forgive her if he learns the truth. But Lucas refuses, telling her the abyss won't cleanse her sins. He knows this from 4,000 years of experience. He tells her the only way to atone is to come with him because he needs her. Her composure shatters and she confesses that leaving with him is what she's always wanted, and thus, it cannot be her punishment. She forcefully ejects him from the abyss. And as he's pulled away, he recognizes the sensation. It's the same one he felt when escaping the abyss the first time. It was her. He screams her name, realizing she was the one who saved him. As Iris whispers his name one last time, happy to have seen him again, the scene cuts to a Lich interrogating a king for the great shaman's location. The king remains defiant, but just as the Lich moves to kill him, a shuriken whistles through the air. The companions have arrived, demanding the Lich release its prisoner. Before the heroes stands Nozdog, a demigod radiating the power of death, who contemptuously asks if the woman before him is supposed to be the great shaman. Ivan scoffs, noting that the so-called apocalypse doesn't look as powerful as Agni, but Anastasia cautions him. She explains that Nozdog's power isn't simple. He steals the soul of anyone he touches, a fact that makes Ivan deeply uncomfortable with getting close. The great medium Dro remains silent when Nozdog asks about the person with the dragon heart, prompting the Lich to declare he'll have to provide a reason for her to speak. Tensions rise as the group braces for a fight. Ivan, ever the hothead, calls the skeleton stupid and tells him to back off from Dro, but Anastasia pulls him back. With a sneer, Nozdog unleashes his power, gifting them all with death as shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground. But the great medium is faster, her hand glowing with purple light as she erects a barrier that effortlessly repels the death magic. Nozdog is stunned by this display. The great medium calmly explains the principles of life and death, light and darkness. Though opposing forces, they draw each other. She reveals she has reversed her power of life to give death, creating a perfect counter based on the harmony of yin and yang, rendering his abilities useless against hers. Her allies are impressed, though Anastasia notes this isn't the time to be in awe. They need to use this opening to finish him. Ivan agrees, his body igniting with power as he declares he's not the same as he was before. He unleashes the Warrior King's secret technique, Ivan's Fist, a blazing punch that slams directly into Nozdog's chest. The Lich is shocked that a mortal could be so powerful. At the same time, Anastasia calls for his attention, her body bristling with mechanical weaponry as she prepares her own devastating attack, the 10 million me Patriot Apollo Buster Alpha Cannon. A blinding flash of energy engulfs the entire building, blowing it apart in a massive explosion. Elsewhere in a void of purple energy, a portal opens and a figure steps through. It's Frey, who is immediately greeted by the demigod Lord. Lord asks where everyone else is, and Frey, with a smirk, explains he sent them back. Lord is incredulous, questioning why he would send them to the mortal world during a war, but Frey simply says the only thing left is for Lord to make a decision, become one of them. Lord knows Frey's answer already, asking if he truly plans on facing both him and Lucifer. Frey's eyes narrow as he admits he'd be glad if the two demigods just killed each other. Lord scoffs at the simplicity of humans, explaining that the battle between him and Lucifer won't end with one death. The winner will absorb the defeated and become one complete being. Choosing neither side means Frey would have to face a perfected version of them, a fight he cannot win. Frey just smirks, thanking him for the warning before turning his back and stating he'll take care of his own business. As he walks away, a new figure emerges from the shadows, a demoness who asks who he is. Frey ignores her, demanding to know where Asura is. The demoness Lilith is taken aback, questioning if that is Frey's real face and what's with his immense divine power. She points him towards Beelzebub's castle, where all the lords of hell are gathering for a meeting. Frey asks if Lucifer will be there, and Lilith confirms it, explaining Lucifer's presence is necessary for any discussion. With his target confirmed, Frey makes a simple request. He asks Lilith to take him to Beelzebub's castle. They arrive at a terrifying landscape, a river of blood flies swarming. Lilith warns that any human would be torn to shreds, but Frey simply jumps in without a second thought. He envelops himself in a crackling aura of blue divine energy, parting the demonic insects with ease. As he lands, Lilith expresses her irritation with his reckless behavior. They are immediately confronted by two hulking demons who demand to know who the intruders are. Lilith introduces Frey as her guest, explaining he wants to meet Beelzebub. The demons are unimpressed, declaring all demigods are intruders and charging forward, wreathed in flame. Lilith screams at them, asking what they're doing, but Frey is already in motion. He casually blocks a punch from one demon, then effortlessly kicks the other away. With a single fluid motion, he slams both massive beasts into the ground, pinning them with his feet. Lilith is stunned that he defeated two high-ranked demons in an instant. A massive insectoid demon appears, remarking that Lilith brought an annoying guest. This is Beelzebub, the Lord of the Flies, who notes that Frey used divine power yet restrained himself from killing them. Frey confirms he is Beelzebub and gets straight to the point. He knows they've gathered the Lords of Hell for a summit and asks if Lucifer is there. Beelzebub senses Frey's purpose, remarking that the Lord of the Flies has the keenest insight in hell. Frey demands to be taken to the meeting, declaring he has much to tell them about the war and the truth behind Lucifer. Beelzebub agrees, seeing Frey as the biggest unknown variable, even more so than Lord or Lucifer himself. He leads Frey into the hellish castle, announcing his special guest to the assembled lords. The other demons are furious, accusing Beelzebub of conspiring with a demigod. Lilith clarifies that Frey isn't a demigod, but the human known as the great mage Lucas Tromen. The demons are shocked, wondering how a human could possess such divine power and enter hell. Beelzebub cuts them off, announcing that Lucifer won't be coming. Stepping forward, Frey addresses the council, stating he will tell them Lucifer's plan and they can decide for themselves if his words are true. He reveals a horrifying truth: Lucifer is abandoning hell. He has absorbed Satan's core and plans to rule the mortal world as its arbiter, leaving hell to crumble. The only way to prevent this end, Frey declares, is to kill Lucifer and pull Satan's core from his corpse. The demon lords erupt in fury, with Barbados accusing Beelzebub of falling for a human's words and plotting to take the core for himself. Beelzebub coolly replies that he doesn't take low-probability gambles. A core that even Lucifer couldn't handle is beyond any of them. Frey then reveals their true plan: to put Satan's core into the Dragon Lord's body, which is qualified to be an arbiter, and then bury the corpse deep within hell for its survival. Barbados roars at Frey to be quiet, declaring that a human has no place to speak here and that he seems eager to die. Beelzebub tells Barbados and Asura to back off, but his words only fuel their rage. Asura, his form swelling with power, sneers that the dignity of hell has hit rock bottom and tells Lucas Tromen he has crossed the line. He promises that as old friends, he'll make his end painless. But Frey is unfazed, retorting that it's impossible for Asura to defeat him as his body erupts in a storm of brilliant blue divine energy. Asura is shocked, finally realizing Frey isn't a demigod. He lunges, his fist crackling with demonic power, but Frey meets his attack head-on. Their fists collide in a titanic explosion of energy. Asura is sent reeling back, unharmed but shocked. He looks down to see his finger bent at an unnatural angle, broken by the sheer strength of Frey's grip. Asura laughs impressed and compliments Lucas Tromen on a job well done. The other demons watch in disbelief, wondering how a human can be on par with Asura. Beelzebub realizes that Lucifer was aware of this and has been watching all along. One of the demons, Drew, warns his companion that they need to go back to the continent, because a bug Beelzebub is flying towards them. Back on the continent, the heroes are gathered around the swirling vortex of death energy where Nozdog was. Anastasia complains about Ivan being rougher than her, while he wonders if Nozdog is dead. But their hopes are dashed as the vortex reforms and a much larger, more monstrous Nozdog emerges, vowing to tear them to pieces. They realize the attack wasn't enough. Suddenly, a voice from behind them remarks that they held out better than expected. It's Drew who calmly informs them that Nozdog is dead, but death is an inevitable destiny and humans cannot oppose fate. The Great Medium raises a massive purple barrier to protect them from the overwhelming death force, warning that stepping outside it would mean accepting death. They realize they need to use opposing forces like fire and water to break through. Isabelle steps forward, stating she can do it. With a display of incredible genius, she simultaneously casts powerful ice and fire magic, a feat that astounds her comrades. The two elemental forces spiral towards each other, colliding with Nozdog's death vortex and creating a massive explosion that tears a hole in the monstrous being's form. Ivan sees his chance, shouting for them to hold on as he leaps forward. His fist glows with the same golden energy as before, ready to deliver another devastating Ivan's fist and end the threat once and for all. Ivan's reckless charge ends with him getting blasted back, his comrades cursing him as an idiot. He leaps toward the colossal shadow beast, demanding to know how that attack felt. But his bravado is short-lived as a sinister green energy erupts from the ground, catching him completely off guard. While his teammate with dual-colored flames prepares her own assault, she can only watch as Ivan is knocked aside. His other companions chastise him for attacking without thinking. Just as the monster Nozdog fully returns to its normal state, sneering at the annoying bastards before it. The mage realizes with horror that her spells can only create a small opening in its defense. Nozdog unleashes its true power, a massive wave of dark energy that crashes against their protective barrier. The caster instantly recognizes it as a mental attack and screams for everyone to harden their resolve, explaining that the creature's power weakens the will to live by weaponizing negative emotions like regret and guilt. Ivan, ever the fool, proudly declares that he has a strong will and conviction. But the moment he says it, his mind is flooded with agonizing visions. The mental assault forces him to his knees as he wanders out of the barrier, his mind trapped in a nightmare of his own making. His teammates scream his name, telling him to come back. But he's lost, tears streaming down his face as phantom voices whisper that it's all his fault. He sees his former master, her back turned to him in disappointment, her voice accusing him of being too weak. She calls him dead weight, and the illusion of another fallen comrade asks why he ever told her to use dragon tongue. The weight of his failures crushes Ivan's spirit, leaving him a sobbing wreck on the verge of collapse. Just as the darkness threatens to consume him, a blinding flash of divine power erupts from nowhere. A magnificent blend of ice and fire that even startles Nozdog. Kneeling in the light, Ivan looks up to see an angelic figure with one wing of ice and one of flame. His teammates recognize her instantly, crying out in disbelief for Miss Snow. Snow coolly explains that Binyang woke up and sent her with dragon tongue because the dragon's heart was convulsing, a sign that Dro was in trouble. She asks where he is, but the black fog returns before they can answer. Taking command, Snow unsheathes her blade, channeling her dual powers into a single devastating slash that completely vaporizes the darkness. Nozdog recoils, recognizing Agni's divine power and roaring with fury, demanding to know how she dared to absorb Agni's crystal. Seizing the opportunity, the caster unleashes her own ultimate spell, declaring that for the light of life to return, death itself must be denied. Meanwhile, in the fiery depths of hell, an entirely different battle rages as Lucas Troman weaves through the relentless attacks of the combat demon, Asura. The multi-armed behemoth smashes the ground, but Lucas is already gone, flipping through the air with effortless grace. Asura suddenly shrinks down to humanoid size, a move that confuses Lucas until another demon explains it's a tactic to reduce openings, not a sign of weakness. Now smaller and faster, Asura unleashes a vicious combo that sends Lucas hurtling backward, pinning him to the ground with 6 different weapons that seal any chance of escape. Lucas, surprisingly calm, compliments Asura as the strongest combat demon. Asura is utterly baffled, screaming in frustration as he realizes none of his attacks are actually hitting their mark. The observing demons murmur amongst themselves, realizing Lucas is completely outclassing him in tactics, practically playing with him. Asura slams a giant hammer down, but Lucas catches it with one hand, mockingly asking how heavy it was before kicking the demon lord into the air. One observer thinks the fight is over now that Asura has landed a hit, but another isn't so sure. A storm of blue energy erupts from Lucas, blasting a stunned Asura, who can only watch in disbelief as Lucas stands there completely unharmed. Asura begins to lose his mind, but Lucas's expression has turned cold and terrifying, his inner voice seething with a vow to kill every last demon and bring them to their knees. Asura senses this terrifying shift, telling Lucas he's still a human in the end. He taunts him, asking about the whispers he hears, explaining it's the trial one faces when transcending humanity to divinity, and that his greatest enemy is himself. Ready for round 2. Asura charges only to be utterly obliterated by a massive explosion of Lucas's power. The other demon lords can only stare, wondering if Asura truly lost. Lying broken on the ground, Asura admits defeat, though he says it doesn't feel like a win. He declares he will follow Lucas and Lucifer now. Lucas tells him to shut up, realizing Asura only wanted a fun fight because he was feeling down. With the battle over, Lucas looks around and realizes someone is missing, unable to find Beelzebub. Lilith casually mentions he flew off somewhere, but Lucas gets a sudden, bad feeling about it. His instinct is correct, as elsewhere, a fatally wounded Beelzebub collapses before a smiling Lucifer, who reminds him that he did give a warning. Standing beside Lucifer is a featureless white being lord, who casually dispatches another demon, Barbados, with a single strike. Lucifer smirks, noting how futile a demon's life is, and that he's leading by 1 point. Lord then crushes the final demon, Zephyr. Lucifer muses that Frey is an interesting person for deciding to form his own faction instead of joining them. At that moment, a furious Asura arrives, screaming Lucifer's name and demanding to know why he's with Lord and if he killed the others. Lucifer calmly admits to it, explaining their individualistic natures made them easy to pick off one by one, and that Asura's stupidity broke the demon world's delicate balance. Mocking the injured Asura, Lucifer claims he only needs one hand to kill him and launches a torrent of dark power. But the attack is blocked as Lucas and Lilith arrive in the nick of time. The horrifying truth dawns on Lucas. Lord and Lucifer were working together all along. Lord smiles, thanking them for gathering together and saving him the trouble of hunting them. Lucas orders Lilith to take Asura and escape, but Lord simply raises a finger, creating a miniature sun in his palm. The space around them shatters like glass from the sheer power, and Lucifer moves to intercept their escape. Lucas counters by creating another sun of his own, followed by a storm of lightning and a crushing wave of water to hold his enemies back. But it's all for nothing. In an instant, Lord appears directly behind him, a hand on his back. Whispering how disappointing Lucas is, Lord unleashes a blinding light that engulfs the great mage, whose body begins to disintegrate as he lets out a final, agonizing scream. Lucas Truman screams as raw power surges through his shoulder, threatening to tear him apart. He stands in a hellish landscape before two terrifying beings, the horned demon Lucifer and a featureless white entity named Rod. Lucifer casually remarks to Rod that his target escaped, a hint of amusement in his voice. He looks over at the struggling Lucas, noting that for being whose mind and body are controlled by willpower, this is an incredible display, before musing that it would be better to simply kill him now. But before he can act, Rod declares that 3 absolute truths are too many, and with a flash of purple energy in his eyes, he tells Lucifer not to be so arrogant. Rod's fist glows with dark power as he lunges forward, punching clean through Lucifer's torso, noting that his body lacks essence. The resulting shockwave blasts Lucas, who can only watch in shock. Rod dismisses Lucifer's arrogance, calling his own supreme confidence contentment, and reveals he never intended to cooperate with anyone other than his own people. He then turns his attention to the stunned Lucas Truman, formally extending an invitation. Join him, and together they will eliminate Lucifer. Elsewhere, the battle against the demigod's forces rages on as Evan and his comrades face a monstrous skeletal creature, a Nuzdog. It's absorbing life force from a crystal, a twisted cycle where death itself gives it life, canceling its own existence to empower it. The Nuzdog roars at the lowly humans as its corrupting black smoke spreads, suppressing all holy power in the area. Despite the disadvantage, the heroes fight on, with an elven warrior igniting her blade with holy fire. While Evan pummels the creature with his bare fists, he locks hands with the skeletal beast, a pure contest of strength. Just as his power wavers, his comrade Isabel channels her energy into him, giving him the boost he needs. Evan roars in triumph, declaring that having trustworthy colleagues is the difference between them. But the skeleton only smiles, coldly stating that perhaps it should just kill them all. In a flash, it strikes not at Evan but at Isabel, impaling her from behind with shadowy spikes. Evan can only scream her name in horror as she falls. Her last breath is a whisper, calling out for Frey. At that moment, a massive surge of power erupts from Lucas, whose eyes begin to glow with incandescent blue light as he lets out a primal scream. Both Lucifer and Rod are stunned by the sudden event, as a voice booms through the dimension, congratulating Lucas on his rebirth as a transcendent being. Rod realizes with a smile that Lucas has finally entered the world of the transcendent. Lucifer, filled with regret and fury, curses himself for not killing Lucas sooner and unleashes his full power. But the newly awakened Lucas blocks the attack effortlessly, the impact tearing away Lucifer's wings and sending him screaming in agony. Rod welcomes Lucas Truman to the fold, observing him like a predatory beast before declaring that wild animals belong in a cage, trapping the transcendent Lucas within a sphere of dark energy. Lucifer finally understands. Rod's plan was never to cooperate but to absorb Lucas from the very beginning. Rod's true, terrifying plan is revealed. He has absorbed all the other half-rulers, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he blasts the wounded Lucifer. He explains that all the half-rulers were once part of a single body, his body, and he kept Frey alive only as a distraction because the largest piece of himself was dormant within him. He had expected Lucifer to be the trigger to awaken Frey, but he chuckles that an insignificant human woman's death was the catalyst instead. While the gods scheme, the heroes desperately try to save Isabel, but their healer admits her magic is only a temporary measure against death. Enraged, Evan charges the Nuzdog, but his attack is broken and he's ensnared by dark tendrils. The creature gloats that all humans will die. But suddenly, a new voice cuts through the chaos. It's Drew, who calmly tells the defeated Lucifer that the match is over and that he has won. Drew refuses Lucifer's orders, revealing he was following Iris's plan all along. She had orchestrated this entire encounter, using Drew to locate the Nuzdog's messenger, Kaltod, and destroy it. Lucifer seethes at the betrayal, but Drew simply mocks him, shattering Kaltod's form with a single blow. On the battlefield, the suffocating black smoke vanishes, freeing Evan as the Nuzdog construct freezes solid. Defeated and betrayed, Lucifer curses Iris's name before unleashing a massive explosion to cover his escape. Drew appears before the heroes, holding the head of the messenger he just killed. He kneels beside Isabel and, to everyone's shock, reverses the flow of time within her body, saving her from death. He explains that he possesses the essence of the Dragon Lord, revealing the truth of his existence. He is the other half of Lucifer, created when Lucifer couldn't control both the Devil's and the Dragon Lord's essence and had to split himself in two. Drew chose to side with humanity after Iris persuaded him that a person must choose their own path. Just as a semblance of peace returns, Frey groans and awakens. But something is terribly wrong. His eyes glow with the same blue energy as Lucas's, and with a guttural roar, he attacks his own comrades. He has lost his sanity, driven by a pure instinct to destroy. The heroes try to subdue him, but the berserk Frey is unstoppable, tearing through them and leaving them broken and defeated in a crater of his own making. As he stands over his fallen friends, vowing to kill them all, a horrified Anastasia spots a figure standing behind him. It's Rod. He places a hand on Frey's back, a chilling smile on his featureless face, and declares that he has come to take back what is his. Dark energy erupts as he begins absorbing the screaming Frey. Anastasia watches in absolute despair, the nightmare of 4,000 years ago repeating itself. Before an absolute being, all their struggles meant nothing. Rod's laughter echoes across the wasteland, his final victory assured. Lucas Trauman stands against a golden sunset, a view so perfect he wonders if this is what heaven looks like. Iris agrees, her face serene in the warm light. But their peaceful moment is shattered by the arrival of their comrades. Shuheiser jokingly accuses them of ditching their investigation for a date, while the others chime in with their own research interests, one wanting to study Eastern martial arts, and another fascinated by the single-edged blade called katana. They admit their lives revolve around nothing but research, and Lucas simply smiles, content in their company. Iris asks if something is wrong, but he dismisses it as they all walk off together, a perfect memory of a time long past. But this idyllic scene crumbles into a nightmare of defeat. His friends scattered and broken on the cold ground. A woman declares in horror that Lucas Trauman is dead. A pale, featureless being looms over them, a cruel smile on its face as it explains the futility of their struggle, stating that history can never be changed. It reaches down and grasps the dying Frey, absorbing his essence as a golden light, declaring it the final piece needed for its completion. The remaining warriors can only watch in utter despair, tears streaming down their faces as they realize they are doomed to annihilation. In the quiet of another memory, Lucas sits alone by the sea under a full moon. Iris finds him unable to sleep and notes how pale he's been. Lucas admits he feels like he's left something truly important behind, a critical task he can't remember. Iris gently tells him that if he can't recall it, perhaps it wasn't so important after all. Lucas agrees, his mood shifting as he looks at her, marveling at this perfect moment with friends he trusts and the woman he loves right beside him. Her eyes widen, a blush creeping across her cheeks at his heartfelt confession. He apologizes for being cheesy, blaming the beautiful moonlight. But Iris leans in and silences him with a passionate kiss. As tears fall from her eyes, she confesses she loves him more than anything in the world. But then her expression hardens. She says she got greedy, lamenting that his feelings are unchanging, which is ironically the very reason she fell in love with him. The scene shifts to Lord, the pale being, entering Lucas's inner world, a vast cosmic space. There he finds his fragments Mild and Indra, who greet him with reverence. But Lord has no intention of saving them. His jaw unhinges into a monstrous maw as he declares he is only there to retrieve what is his. He brutally attacks and absorbs his former subordinates, leaving only one left, Ricky. Lord calls him his greatest fragment. But Ricky is defiant, telling his former master that every ounce of awe he once had has vanished. Lord tells him to come back and he will understand everything, but Ricky already knows the answer. He draws his sword, ready to fight with all his might. Enraged, Lord roars Ricky's name, and Ricky charges forward, his final words echoing a plea for Lucas to remember his true self. Lucas floats in a dark abyss, the feeling of death familiar, like his time in the endless void. A voice begins counting down time from nearly 4,000 years ago, and he realizes he's experiencing Iris's memories. He watches as she confronts Lord after his defeat, demanding to know if Lucas is alive. Lord confirms he is, but is receiving his punishment, and seeing her value, he demands she submit and swear loyalty. In another memory, Iris approaches Lucid on a balcony under the stars. She announces her betrayal, claiming she has joined Lord. But Lucid sees through her facade, recognizing the heavy burden in her eyes. She confesses the truth: they cannot defeat Lord now, so what they need is time, hundreds, maybe thousands of years. She reveals her desperate plan to earn Lord's trust and borrow his power to save Lucas, who is trapped in the abyss. To prove her loyalty, she must bring Lord the head of their comrade, Shuheiser. Lucid is horrified, asking if she's out of her mind. But her resolve is absolute. She will become an enemy to the world to save the man she loves. Lucid, understanding her sacrifice, agrees to help. Lucas watches in horror as he understands the weight of her burden. He sees her accept Lord's power, then begin her lonely, millennia-long task of chipping away at the abyss. A feat so draining she knows she must transfer her soul to new vessels over and over, eroding herself until she turns to dust. Her resolve is fueled by a memory of Lucas telling her she has a lovely smile, one that even God would side with. She pens a final entry in a journal titled The Great Mage That Returns After 4,000 Years, praying that Lucas will never forgive her, seeing it as her only atonement to the comrades she betrayed. Back in the present, Frey Blake collapses, as Iris, in a new body, senses Lucas's resonance through the rift and unleashes her power, shattering the final barrier. In the abyss, a shirtless Lucas stands before a kneeling, weeping Iris. He finally understands everything. She was the one who worked for 4,000 years to free him. He calls himself a fool, and she tearfully explains she hoped he'd never see her memories because then he would be forced to forgive her. But Lucas tells her that's not true. Shuheiser told him to believe in her. He reveals their friends knew her plan all along and respected her resolve by pretending not to know. He pulls her into an embrace, heartbroken that she carried everything alone for so long. But their reunion is cut short as her body begins to glow and fade. Her time is up. Her soul, worn thin from centuries of vessel hopping, is finally disintegrating. With her final words, she thanks him and confesses her love one last time. As she vanishes, she pours all of her remaining power into him. A silent scream of pure agony escapes Lucas's lips as he is engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion of energy, his heart shattered by the loss of the woman who sacrificed everything for him. The battlefield is a wasteland of despair, and at its center lies what they believe is the corpse of their hero, Frey. His allies are broken, refusing to accept that it could end like this. Isabel cradles his head, tears streaming down her face, asking if this was the result of his 4,000-year struggle. She remembers the man he was, a man who pushed his limits and never gave up hope, sometimes playful, sometimes compassionate, but always unwavering in his conviction to defeat the demigods. With tears in her eyes, she declares that the man she admires is Lucas Trauman. In that moment, a brilliant light erupts from within Ricky, who stands beside the stunned Lord. Ricky smiles, telling his former master that this is his answer to why he sided with the humans. He admits humans are weak, perhaps beneath insects, but they carry a maddening potential. When they cherish each other, they can surpass all expectations, a concept they call love. With this final declaration, he tells Lord he will never defeat Lucas. And a violent burst of energy expels Lord's essence from Ricky's body. Lord is thrown back, snarling at the vermin's betrayal. As Ricky's body falls, the light coalesces, revealing not Frey Blake but a man with long, blonde hair and an imposing aura. This is his true form, the great mage Lucas Trauman. Lord dismisses this as tedious and decides to end it, conjuring the authority of space itself. But Lucas is unfazed, revealing his own trump card, the Dragon Lord's core entrusted to him by Iris. Lord roars in fury, realizing that Wench had stolen the core and demanding it back. Lucas ignores him, calmly chanting the incantation for a basic magic missile. The spell hits Lord's barrier and dissipates harmlessly. Lucas follows it with a 2-star fireball, which also proves useless. His allies watch in confusion, wondering if Frey has grown weaker, but Anastasia realizes the truth. His precision and density are perfect. He hasn't surpassed his level from 4,000 years ago, but his mastery is absolute. He unleashes a torrent of spells, lightning chain, earthquake, bombarding the unimpressed Lord, who demands he use divine power. Lucas ignores the taunt, declaring that he is a great mage, and the one who will defeat Lord today is a human. He continues his assault, casting increasingly powerful spells from Flamebow, the Frost Scream, the Lava Blast, each one shattering against Lord's impenetrable defense. His companions watch, stunned, as his magic level keeps rising from 1 star to 7 star. Anastasia suddenly understands with dawning horror and awe what he's trying to achieve. With a final chant, Lucas unleashes the 8-star spell, Ice Age, encasing the area in a frozen wasteland. Anastasia gasps, realizing he's about to rewrite the very laws of magic. She explains that he has created something that was once only a legend, a type of magic that reigns above all, 9-star magic. Lord scoffs, boasting that his authority rules over space itself and commands Lucas's creation to vanish. But this time his power fails. To his shock, his control over space has been broken and Lucas's magic missiles slam into him, tearing through his divine form. The spells are no longer just spells, they are relentless, almost alive, continuing their assault without fading. Lucas's voice echoes with absolute power as he declares that his law is now the foundation of this world, and no other authority is permitted without his consent. Lord crashes to the ground, utterly defeated. Lucas approaches him, stating that this means Lord is now beneath him. With a single word, kneel, he forces the demigod to his knees. With another command, twist, he contorts Lord's body in agony. This is the essence of 9-star magic. Mana itself has a will, and Lucas is its omnipotent master. Lord begins to laugh maniacally, finally understanding. He tells Lucas that he isn't refusing to use divine power, he can't use it because Lord absorbed it from him in the mind world. With a twisted grin, he says there's only one piece left to complete himself. He lunges for Ricky's corpse and, despite Lucas's command to rip, sinks his teeth into his former vessel. He devours his own ally, absorbing the last remnants of divine power. A blinding light erupts as he transforms, his body reshaping into an angelic figure with massive wings. He announces his true name, Michael, the Balancer of Heaven. An ally begins to explain that Michael was the chief of angels who resisted God, but he's cut short as Michael impales him from a distance. Michael sneers, admitting he knew the core was a dragon's heart, and kills another warrior in a flash of rage. He unleashes a shockwave, but Lucas calmly shields his friends. Michael mocks Lucas, questioning if the Balancer of the surface can truly maintain authority against the Balancer of Heaven. To prove his point, he ensnares Snow, preparing to crush her. But Ivan heroically leaps in front of her, losing an arm to the blast. He laughs it off, saying disciples take after their masters. Michael, bored, turns his attention to Isabel, intending to torture her. But before he can, Lucas appears in a blur, smashing his fist into the angel's face. Michael scoffs, asking if the great mage has resorted to simple combat because his magic won't work. Lucas simply cracks his knuckles, his body now flowing with physical power, and tells the angel to get ready. Frey's companions watch in stunned silence as the battle unfolds, one muttering his name in disbelief while another curses that bastard for his recklessness. But Lucas Tromen moves with the fluid grace of a master, effortlessly wielding the martial king's authority as he engages the demigod lord in a brutal hand-to-hand exchange. He deflects a kick, grabs the lord's leg with unshakable force, and with a powerful spin, hurls the celestial being through the air. The lord crashes into the ground with a sickening crunch, but Lucas gives him no time to recover, descending upon him with a vicious axe kick, followed by a barrage of blows that drive the lord deeper into the earth, culminating in a final, crushing fist to the face. Pinned and furious, the lord screams for Lucas to vanish, but his power fizzles uselessly as Lucas sidesteps the attack. The lord, now on his knees and utterly bewildered, demands to know why his authority has no effect. Lucas coldly informs him that he still doesn't understand the situation. Enraged at the humiliation, the being rejects the title of lord, declaring he is something more. He rises into the sky, sprouting magnificent angelic wings and proudly announcing his true name, Michael, the Balancer of Heaven. Lucas looks on, completely unfazed by the dramatic reveal. Michael gloats about his newfound memories and power, mocking his former followers as foolish. Lucas cuts him off, stating that Michael's excitement has blinded him to a simple truth, then reveals the fatal flaw in his plan. As long as he has those wings, he can never defeat Lucas. He presses the advantage, asking why, if he's supposedly a celestial being now, did he absorb all of his demigod kin. Lucas describes the chilling realization he had when he absorbed Ricky, calling the other demigods arrogant fools who were nothing more than components of a greater whole. Michael screams for silence, but Lucas labels his entire scheme as self-destruction before unleashing a crushing gravity fall, slamming the winged god into the ground. He explains the fundamental law of the world: beings from other realms cannot use their full power here. Michael spits that he's been using his full power this entire time, but Lucas just calls him a fool. A bolt of lightning slams into Michael, and Lucas reveals the devastating truth. Demigods are recognized as beings of the middle realm, and by absorbing them, Michael anchored himself to this world. The very beings he dismissed as trash were the source of his power, and he destroyed them with his own hands. As the horror dawns on Michael's face, Lucas gathers dark energy into his fist, declaring it's time to end this. Michael chokes out Lucas's true name before he violently throws up a torrent of black, corrupt energy, the resentful spirits of every demigod he ever consumed. As the black sludge pools on the ground, his companions realize in horror what they're seeing. Lucas states that Michael has now thrown away all his karma. He reminds Michael of his own boast about his wings, explaining that by emptying himself, he is no longer considered a being of this world and thus no longer its master. He sacrificed everything just to bring Michael down. The plan is so audacious that the onlookers even spot the Lord's own face within the purged mass. Lucas asks if Michael realizes what he's done, and Michael, laughing madly, claims to feel refreshed. But his bravado is shattered as Lucas moves in a blur, too fast to be seen, forcing Michael to erect a desperate ice wall that is instantly obliterated. Now Lucas declares it's finally a fair fight. He activates his absolute field, a painful spell that binds them both, much to Michael's agony. He then summons another sun, and the two gods clash in a blinding flurry of fists and raw power, the earth trembling with every impact, exhausted but not beaten. Michael taunts Lucas about his friends, screaming that he was just one step away from his ultimate revenge. Lucas retorts that the demigods Michael spit out were the true sacrifices, but Michael just roars that they were only a part of him. Stomping on the down Lucas, Michael calls his belief in friends and family sickening, only for Lucas to rise with pure fury in his eyes and call him a depraved son of a bitch. He feels pity for those who believed Michael's lies about equality, questioning what a being who is just an empty shell truly is. Michael rants that he is superior, that humans are worthless, and that in the end, everyone is alone. But Lucas just laughs. He tells the fallen god that it's not about power or usefulness. Having his friends with him is what allows him to be himself. And with a final, earth-shattering punch, he demonstrates exactly what that means, sending Michael crashing into the pool of his own discarded brethren. Submerged in the black ooze, Michael is tormented by the voices of those he betrayed, their whispers of trust and pain driving him to his knees in the cold darkness. Lucas walks towards him through the sludge, accusing him of not only betraying his friends but insulting their memory. Michael's sanity finally snaps, and he breaks into a peal of horrifying, manic laughter. Reduced to a pale, powerless husk, his core and Satan's lie abandoned on the ground. Defeated, Michael admits Lucas was right, that their inability to trust was their undoing. Lucas scoffs at the excuse, reminding him that Ricky was different. He kneels down, looks the pathetic creature in the eye, and tells him his end is pathetic for a very simple reason, because he is an idiot. With a final bitter laugh, the former lord dissolves into dust. As his companions watch in stunned silence, Frey asks if it's truly over. Lucas offers a weary smile, just before he's tackled by his friends in a chaotic, joyous embrace. Their triumphant shouts heralding the end of a 4,000-year war and the dawn of a new world of peace. Lucas Trauman's world shatters, his eyes wide with disbelief as time itself seems to stop. Below him lie the frozen, still forms of his comrades, their laughter and joy now nothing more than ghostly memories haunting the desolate landscape. A featureless white being materializes behind him, its voice echoing in the silence as it asks him how he feels. Lucas instantly recognizes the entity as the sole balance keeper of his world, sarcastically thanking it for the graciousness of a personal visit. The being dismisses the pleasantries, stating it also had business with him and getting straight to the point. Lucas wants to bring Iris Peacefinder back. Lucas asks if such a thing is even possible, a question the being scoffs at before manifesting two glowing cores, ordering him to swallow them both. Confused, Lucas demands to know why, and the being explains it is the price for qualification, the right to traverse the universe itself. It then makes a stunning declaration: it will appoint Lucas Trauman, the strongest human in history, as a supreme one. The revelation leaves Lucas speechless. The being goes on to explain why God is so often absent, mocking humanity's complaints with a simple, almost insulting reason: he's busy as hell. Lucas retorts that it's the most pathetic excuse he's ever heard from a creator god, but the being attempts to illustrate the scale of its burden, describing an infinite number of universes within an infinite multiverse, a concept so vast it nearly breaks Lucas's mind. To drive the point home, the being yanks him through different realities, a bustling modern city and then a chaotic cosmic war, explaining that it oversees all of them. The sheer weight of the information makes Lucas gasp for air, finally comprehending the impossible scope of existence. A supreme one, the being clarifies, is an apostle of God, a servant sent to fix broken worlds, and frankly, it needs his help. This is the condition for bringing Iris back, though it adds that Lucas wouldn't be able to refuse anyway. He has already transcended the middle realm, a fact he must have realized himself. The being reminds him of the unbearable urge to destroy everything he's been feeling, a dark path that would inevitably lead him to become the Second Lord and plunge his world into ruin. Staring at the ethereal forms of his fallen friends, a deep sorrow fills Lucas's heart. He accepts his fate, asking for just one day to say his goodbyes. His first stop is a desolate, frozen wasteland where he finds Frey. She's startled to see his true face, remarking that he has finally become the final demigod and asking if he's there to kill her. She reminisces about wanting to live in this place with Ricky, her voice filled with a quiet sadness as she wonders why she was the only one to survive. Later, by a fire, he hands her a jar containing the remains of her former kin, telling her to do with it as she pleases. As he turns to leave, she notes that he speaks like someone who never plans to return. She asks him why he lived, and he simply tells her it's because she still has a reason to live, a reason she must find for herself before he walks away into the snow. Next, he visits his two disciples, who greet him with tearful hugs. He thanks them for everything, admitting he could only succeed because of them before leaving them to grieve. He then finds Charles, his loyal servant, who insists that serving him was the greatest glory before dissolving into a swarm of bats. He offers to heal his follower's arm, but the man proudly refuses, explaining he offered it in a prayer to save his elven companion, and to take it back now would be shameful. His disciple teases him for being pathetic, but then she too refuses Lucas's help for the same reason, earning a fond smile from her master. After Final's silent fist bump with another ally, he faces Isabel. She furiously demands he promise to return. Lucas quietly states that he is going somewhere even God said was impossible to return from. Isabel erupts, reminding him that his entire existence is defined by making the impossible possible and roaring that she will wait for him for 10,000 years if she must. Touched, he calls her luggage one last time and waves farewell, telling them all to live long. Finally, he appears before Iris in a world reconstructed from his memories. He holds her close, telling her it's all over. Their reunion is bittersweet, as he explains he must leave on a long journey. He asks her to wait for him, a promise she accepts with tears of joy, vowing to create a world so beautiful he'll be desperate to come back. He agrees and vanishes into the cosmos. The being meets him there, chiding him for making a promise he can't keep, for his fate is already sealed. But Lucas looks into the infinite expanse and declares that his entire life has been a struggle against fate, a battle he won because of the countless people who believed in him, and he will continue to defy destiny, because that is what it means to be human. In a dark, decadent hall, a host named Luton welcomes nobles to a special 4-day event where humans will be featured. Duke Sandro, a powerful vampire, inquires how many have been procured. The answer is 11. In a nearby cell, a captured demon hunter named Minharin despairs, her power sealed by shackles. Duke Sandro takes an immediate interest in her, recognizing her as the famed hunter, the White Flower. He buys her on the spot for $1 million, and as a gift, Luton throws in a broken, catatonic man they picked up along the way. Minharin tries to speak to the man, introducing herself, but he is completely unresponsive. In the Duke's private room, he lays down a sadistic game. For every question she refuses to answer, he will break one of the broken man's fingers. She scoffs, saying the man is mindless, but the Duke knows she can reach him. He then taunts her with his plans to visit her hometown of Busan and slaughter everyone at her Hunters Association branch. Her will finally shatters when he threatens her 2 younger siblings by name. She collapses, begging him to spare her family. The Duke points to the mud on his shoe and cruelly orders her to clean it. As she crawls forward, ready to suffer the ultimate humiliation of using her tongue, a quiet voice speaks beside her. The blonde man notes that the shackles look loose. He stands, the magical restraints crumbling from his wrists. The Duke, merely annoyed by the faulty product, unleashes a torrent of shadowy spikes from his cloak, a power befitting his title. The attack connects with a massive explosion, but when the smoke clears, the man is standing there without a single scratch. He turns to the stunned Minharin and calmly addresses her earlier question. His name, he declares as power erupts around him, is Lucas Trauman. Once humans were the masters of this planet, a species so arrogant they priced the land, seas, and skies, dividing themselves under countless flags and fighting endless wars over their petty principles. But their reign of conflict ended abruptly with the arrival of unexpected beings, entities some called aliens, others evil spirits, but after 90% of humanity was wiped out, they settled on a more fitting name, demons. In a desolate throne room, one such demon, Duke Sandro, smirks at a blonde man standing before him, noting he's no ordinary human. A captive woman, beaten and chained, recognizes the name with shock, Lucas Trauman. The Duke's interest is piqued as he envelops himself in dark energy. Finding this unexpected guest makes his night far more interesting. The woman, Minharin, screams at Lucas to run, warning him that he's in danger. But Lucas remains utterly calm, simply crouching and placing a hand on the ground. A cataclysmic surge of blue lightning erupts from him, flooding the chamber with raw power. The Duke is thrown back, his arrogance evaporating into pure disbelief as he demands to know who Lucas is and how a mere human could wield such power. Lucas looks on with cold indifference, remarking that this reminds him of the past, of all the others who said such things right before he erased them from his world. He clenches his fist and the lightning condenses before exploding outwards, completely annihilating Duke Sandro in a blinding flash. Minharin can only stare in utter shock, her mind struggling to comprehend what just happened, questioning if that overwhelming force was truly magic. Lucas calmly retrieves a purple soul crystal from the demon's remains, and casually tosses it to her, telling her she can keep it. She stares at the crystal, realizing it contains the soul stolen by the Duke, confirming he's truly dead. Suddenly, a new, far more imposing presence materializes from the shadows behind Lucas. The hooded figure asks Lucas why he has finally made a move after decades of silence, questioning if it was because of the girl. The entity sighs with understanding before warning Lucas to be careful, stating that his actions have now given them a reason to move. The figure vanishes, leaving Minharin utterly bewildered and demanding answers. Lucas ignores her pleas, steps forward, and places a hand on the explosive collar around her neck, shattering it instantly. In a grimy prison cell nearby, a group of captured hunters despairs over their fate. Among them are famous figures, Li Zhonghak, the human dragon, Alida Gravino from Italy, and Drisha, Africa's Black Panther. They realize their combined talent might be enough to escape. But the shackles on their necks, designed to explode their arteries, make any attempt seem like suicide. Alida grimly suggests they might as well put their lives on the line if they're going to die anyway. Back in the throne room, Lucas shatters Minharin's chains with another touch, telling her to undo the rest herself as he turns to leave. She desperately begs him to wait, pleading for him to help save the other hunters, arguing that they need his power and are all on the same side against the demons. Lucas stops her with a cold glare, asking what makes her think he's on her side at all. He gives her a piece of advice: always be suspicious of someone who saves you without a reason, because enemies like demons will take advantage of such naivety. Undeterred, Minharin tearfully declares that even if it means a pointless death, she will not abandon her morals or backstab the person who saved her. Meanwhile, the demon guards discover the prison break. Their superior, a demon named Rutan, is enraged by the report and brutally executes his subordinate for the failure. He's baffled as to how the prisoners bent steel bars and disabled their magic-suppressing shackles. The group of escaped hunters flees through the ruined city streets. Alida explains she used a secret magical tattoo called the Resentment of the Ice Witch, a freezing spell that only requires activation, allowing her to disable the shackles without the demons detecting it. They have about 2 days before the spell wears off and must reach the European branch headquarters. Back at the empty prison, Minharin is shocked to find the others gone. Lucas correctly deduces they used a method like magic tattoos to bypass the shackles. When she asks why he came with her, he says she reminds him of someone he used to know, a hassle, and agrees to help find the others since they're now being hunted. The escapees make their way through the city, unnerved by the lack of demons. They find their destination, a church hiding the entrance to their base, and descend into a dark, underground passage. Just as they spot the stone pillar marking the entrance, and a wave of relief washes over them. Rutan appears from the shadows, welcoming them to the entrance of hell. He gloats that he knows all of their escape routes before his hand transforms into a grotesque weapon and impales Alida through the chest. Enraged, Drisha transforms into a massive werewolf-like beast and lunges at Rutan. But his steel-piercing teeth can't even scratch the demon's skin. Lee Jonghak attacks with a makeshift club, only for it to be shattered effortlessly. Rutan mocks their feeble attempts before stomping the ground, triggering an earthquake that brings them all to their knees. He calmly states that he won't kill his precious inventory, but breaking a few arms and legs should prevent another escape attempt. Just as despair sets in, Lucas and Minharin appear at the cave entrance. Rutan freezes, stunned to see them and demanding to know how they escaped Duke Sandro. With chilling calm, Lucas informs him that Sandro is dead and he's next. While Minharin rushes to help Alida, Rutan scoffs at the claim and unleashes an overwhelming wave of evil energy. Lucas stands unfazed, simply observing the fear lurking within the demon. Rutan charges forward to strike, but Lucas catches the blow with ease and obliterates him with a single touch, his body dissolving into dark mist. The hunters stare in stunned silence, unable to believe what they just saw. Lucas picks up a blue crystal from Rutan's remains and tosses it to Lee Jonghak, identifying it as a human soul crystal. The group quickly recovers and Alida, though wounded, activates a secret panel, revealing an elevator that welcomes them to the European branch. Inside the futuristic lobby, the group finally feels safe. As they process their rescue, Minharin notices Lucas heading for a door and asks where he's going. He states he's going to welcome some uninvited guests and will be right back. The others debate his identity, acknowledging his terrifying power but agreeing that a demon would never have given up a soul crystal so easily. Outside, Lucas floats high above the blighted city, a landscape teeming with thousands of demons. He muses that they are a disease on the planet just as humans once were. The hooded Supreme One appears beside him again. Lucas cuts straight to the point, demanding to know its true objective. He calls out the entity for being a high-ranked ruler who sat by for decades, possessing the power to wipe out all the demons but choosing to do nothing. The Supreme One suggests Lucas has fallen out of favor with the Overlord, a being who reigns even above them. Lucas scoffs, clarifying he wasn't quiet out of fear but was merely waiting for the right moment. The Supreme One is taken aback, asking which of the overlords he angered, listing them off one by one, only to be met with a final, chilling declaration from Lucas. All 4 of the overlords are his enemies. Inside a bleak hideout, Drisha pulls out some combat rations, remarking they might finally get some decent human food. But before he can celebrate, he's told to check the expiry date. He casually notes it expired in May, but the crucial follow-up question reveals the chilling truth. It expired 13 years ago, causing his comrades to recoil in disgust. Nearby, the tension is palpable as Lucas waits silently, an object of intense scrutiny. A red-haired woman, Alida, receives a report that their portal is working but only has enough mana for one more use, leaving them stranded until they get a reply from the European branch. A notorious hotspot for demon activity. Unable to contain her suspicion any longer, Alida confronts the blonde stranger, demanding to know who he really is. She voices her fear that he could be a demon spy, a ploy to gain their trust and expose their hideout's location. But Minharin steps in to defend him, stating with cold certainty that he can't be a demon. Her reasoning is simple and devastating. He killed Duke Sandro, one of only 2 dukes ever defeated in human history. A demon wouldn't sacrifice a high-ranking noble just to find one branch hideout. Alida counters that the kill itself could have been an elaborate deception. But she's shut down. Demons don't need tricks. Then Minharin drops a bombshell that silences the room. Duke Sandro already knew the exact location of the Busan branch, which could only mean there was a traitor among them all along. The accusation hangs in the air, turning their suspicion inward. Lucas, unfazed, tells Alida that if she can't trust him, she should leave him here. With no other choice, Alida grits her teeth and agrees to believe in him for now, admitting to herself that they all desperately need a reason to hope that this impossibly strong being is on their side. Meanwhile, at the European branch, Director Nina Rednikova is jolted from a week-long exhaustion by her subordinate, Ludwig. He reports a signal from Portal 15 in Milan, a city that fell to demons over 10 years ago. Nina dismisses it as a decoy, but her eyes snap open when Ludwig reveals the signal used a specialized hunter code. Her demeanor shifts instantly from weary to deadly serious as she gives a shocking command: open the portal. Her soldiers, led by a man named Nicholas, mobilize with grim faces, well aware of the director's volatile nature as the portal roars to life. Silhouettes materialize in the blinding light, and Ludwig screams Alida's name as the survivors step through. He rushes to embrace her, ignoring her pained cry about her injured shoulder. The guards recognize the other legends in the group: the human dragon, the black leopard, and the white flower Minharins. Nicholas, ever the professional, orders his knights to hold formation and verify their identities. But a cold voice cuts through the tension. Director Nina has arrived. She strides past Nicholas, telling him to shut up because his breath stinks, and walks directly toward Lucas. As Alida starts to explain who he is, she witnesses the impossible. The fearsome Director Nina Rednikova kneels before Lucas, reporting to her master and expressing her hope that he has been well. The entire room is stunned into silence. Nicholas furiously demands to know what she's doing, but Nina, still kneeling, begins to unravel the secret history of their world. She explains that humanity didn't survive the devil's advent just through hunter associations. They survived because of mysterious treasures that appeared across the globe, containing otherworldly knowledge of mana, martial arts, and magic. These treasures taught them how to fight demons, and the combatants trained to wield them became the hunters. She asks if they ever found it strange how quickly humanity adapted to these alien skills. Then she delivers the final, earth-shattering revelation. Lucas Trauman is the one who spread those treasures and taught them all how to use them. Back in the present, Lucas prepares to leave the facility, needing to understand the state of the world. Nina provides him with a top-level access card, but Lucas, ever observant, spots Minharin hiding in a doorway and casually asks Nina to make one for his new porter as well. An embarrassed Minharin steps out, and Nina begrudgingly agrees. In the elevator to the surface, Minharin finally asks the question burning inside her: is he human or something more, like a god? Lucas simply states that he's a human, just as the doors slide open into the fitting room of a clothing store. Much to the shock of the shoppers inside, they step out into the ruins of Sochai, now a slum reeking of medicine, unaware they're being watched by the Red Mafia. Soon enough, they are surrounded. The leader warns Minharin that bullets are faster than swords before leading them to the Mafia's warehouse hideout. Inside, the boss greets Lucas by name. Lucas coolly informs a stunned Minharin that he knew they were being followed, meaning there's a mole in the European branch. He brought them here on purpose, not just to expose the mole, but to find out who gives the mole their orders. Looking at the room full of thugs, he gives Minharin a simple instruction: to go wild. The Mafia boss laughs, but his amusement is cut short when one of his men touches Minharin and she shatters his face with a single punch. Realizing she's a hunter, the thugs draw weapons. But they are too slow. Minharin becomes a blur of flashing steel, deflecting bullets and carving through bodies in a whirlwind of violence. She sustains a wound but fights on with even more ferocity, leaving a pile of defeated men in her wake. Lucas observes that it took her a minute and 25 seconds, then declares he's supremely disappointed. Minharin explodes in frustration, defending her magicless fighting style, just as the mafia boss reappears in a massive military-grade combat suit. He fires a blast that sends her flying. Lucas sits beside her crumpled form, taunting her about her earlier confidence. Gritting her teeth, Minharin confesses she has zero talent for magic, that she became a hunter purely to protect her siblings with her own body. As the mech grabs her, crushing her in its grip, Lucas stands. He informs the boss that using magic doesn't mean he's only a support type. And with a flick of his hand, the superalloy suit disintegrates into scrap metal. Enraged, the boss unleashes a volley of anti-aircraft missiles. Minharin screams a warning, but Lucas calmly redirects them with a gesture, sending them curving back to obliterate the very mech that fired them. He appears in the ruined cockpit and unleashes the mountain crush technique, completely annihilating the machine and its pilot with a single punch. Minharin can only stare in awe, witnessing a level of energy control she never thought possible. As Lucas stands over her, explaining that this is how one truly fights with magic. Her resolve hardens, thinking of her family. She bows her head and begs him to teach her magic too. Minharin makes her plea directly to Lucas, requesting he teach her magic. Unfazed, Lucas asks a simple question: what did she feel when she saw his power? The memory of a brilliant blue explosion flashes in her mind, and she can only describe it as beautiful. That, Lucas tells her, is the image of his magic, and she must never forget it. Meanwhile, in a dark interrogation room, the Red Mafia boss Vashes is told to spill everything he knows if he wants to live. Back at the base, Harin introduces Lucas to the wonder of Korean mixed coffee, a concoction he finds surprisingly impressive. Their quiet moment is interrupted by the arrival of director Nina, who immediately confronts Lucas, questioning why he'd teach a stranger when he never properly taught her. Lucas's eyes turn cold as he retorts that she was doing just fine on her own. The tension is so thick Nina immediately apologizes for overstepping, leaving Harin to stew in the awkward silence. Nina clarifies that while she was permitted to call him master, she was never his true disciple, before congratulating a stunned Harin on becoming Master Lucas's very first. The training begins in a Spartan room where Lucas orders her to turn around so he can awaken her sense of mana. He places a hand on her back, injecting a stream of energy that floods her system. An intense freezing sensation grips her body, but through the pain, she can suddenly feel the mana coursing through her veins. He instructs her to find her mana room, and she focuses inward, locating a bright core of power within her abdomen. Lucas smirks, questioning her earlier claims of having no talent. Before telling her to focus, he explains that the energy she's built up is being forced out by his mana. Panic grips her as her body feels like it's being torn apart, all her hard-earned training about to be rendered worthless. As her energy core shatters in a blinding flash of light, she collapses to the floor, utterly spent, only for Lucas to inform her that the warm-up is over and she's halfway done. As her soul practically leaves her body during the 10-minute break, Lucas reveals she's the second person he has ever considered taking as a disciple. He dismisses the first as a mere burden, and lays out his true purpose: to form an autonomous organization of disciples. Not to fight demons, but to combat their creator, the god of demons. Harin is speechless at the sheer scale of his ambition. He tells her he's already named the organization Beniant Argento. Her next trial begins, purging the toxins from her body. A fresh wave of mana forces her to vomit a vile, black sludge into a basin, the sight and smell of it utterly horrifying her. He casually informs her there's one more round. Elsewhere, Nina learns that Vashes, the mafia boss, took his own life rather than talk. A decision she attributes not to loyalty, but to immense fear. She believes there's a traitor in HQ, and a single name surfaces in her mind: Neil. Her investigation is cut short by an emergency call. A demon is attacking Gerard's team in the AX-70 district. Nina immediately mobilizes, declaring that the youth are their future and she will not let them perish. On the battlefield, a young hunter's promise to protect civilians is crushed as a demon effortlessly swats him aside, mocking his false hope before revealing a crystal pulsing with stolen human souls. Just as the creature moves to attack, a skilled swordsman named Gerard intercepts it, ordering his subordinate Rio to evacuate the civilians. When Rio tries to argue, Gerard shoves him down, roaring at the weak to just follow orders. Gerard then launches into a furious assault, his skill far surpassing the others. With a final, desperate roar, he unleashes a powerful slash that seemingly destroys the demon. But his relief is shattered as an entire group of demons emerges from the shadows. Depleted of all strength, Gerard can only watch as they advance. But Rio, refusing to flee, jumps in front of him, activating a hardening skill to tank the blow. Suddenly, the demons are cut down by reinforcements, as Nina and her squad arrive just in time. But their victory is short-lived as a regal, immensely powerful demon appears, introducing himself as Duke Alvarez. With a smirk, he unleashes a devastating wave of purple energy. The squad is shielded at the last second by a blue barrier, erected by none other than Lucas, who had tagged along out of boredom. The soldiers tremble, recognizing the infamous Duke. But Nina remains calm, stating that with her master present, everything will be fine. Alvarez challenges Lucas, unleashing a vortex of dark power. But Lucas casually flicks his finger, sending a tiny spark of energy that erupts and cancels the attack completely. The Duke is stunned, questioning if Lucas is even human. Lucas simply tells him it's a shame he won't get to see his real skills, because in the next instant, he's behind the Duke, who dissolves into nothingness. The battle is over in a flash, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Lucas's attention then falls not on the celebrated Gerard, but on Rio, praising his use of a hardening technique and noting his solid fundamentals. While the others prepare to head back, Lucas announces he has errands and vanishes into the sky. Awestruck, Gerard asks who that man was, and Nina's answer shocks him to his core. That was her master. Standing alone amidst a brewing storm, Lucas is confronted by a colossal entity of lightning and thunder. The being, the Overlord Thunderlord, addresses the lunatic Lucas Trauman, questioning his interference on behalf of the weak. With a chilling smile and glowing eyes, Lucas replies that he's been wanting to meet him. A storm of pure lightning crackles as the Thunderlord confronts Lucas Trauman, who acknowledges the being with chilling calm, stating it's only proper for the highest-ranking sovereigns to keep track of each other. The Thunderlord laughs, calling Lucas a madman even cuter than the rumors suggested, before accusing him of killing 3 demons and shattering the cosmic balance while masquerading as a human sympathizer. Unimpressed, Lucas cuts him off, demanding he get to the point, knowing full well that if killing demons was the true issue, the Demon King himself would have come, not a mere sovereign. Amused by his insight, the Thunderlord extends an invitation for Lucas to serve under him, promising protection, a blind eye to his meddling with humanity, and even to shield him from the other sovereigns who despise him. Lucas sees through the sweet deal and demands to know the Thunderlord's real goal. The lightning entity admits a simple fascination with lunatics like Lucas, whose very existence reshapes the fabric of the universe, revealing his grand plan to make Lucas the next sovereign. The idea gives Lucas pause, his mind racing to the faces of his friends, realizing that such power could finally allow him to return to his original world. But after a moment of heavy consideration, his answer is a sharp and unwavering refusal. He explains that from bitter experience, serving under another is a fool's path and he will forge his own destiny, adding that sovereigns aren't chosen by simple nomination. The Thunderlord grins, clarifying this was never an offer but a declaration. For the gears are already in motion and the great game is about to begin. He reveals that this game is a test to crown the next sovereign, and dozens of absolutes have already descended upon this universe to compete for the title, with or without Lucas's consent. Lucas scoffs in disgust at their weird hobbies, starting cosmic brawls while the world crumbles. He warns the Thunderlord to keep the little guys out of their war, his eyes blazing with power as he declares that as the crazy human sympathizer, he will take the fall for it all. Delighted, the Thunderlord laughs and urges Lucas to make the game fun for him before vanishing into the storm. Alone in the pouring rain, Lucas contemplates the coming conflict, dismissing the great game as a trash name. The grim reality sets in, powerful absolutes are now hunting him to claim his power, and time is running out. Elsewhere, 2 terrified children huddle in ruins, hiding from a hulking demonic beast, which smashes its way towards them. The older sister screams for her brother to run as the monster lunges. But before it can strike, a streak of crimson light intercepts it. A woman named Seti, wielding a massive red scythe, stands between the demon and the children. The enraged beast is ensnared in a nut of energy from her weapon and instantly torn to shreds. As more wolf-like demons emerge from the shadows, Seti smirks, dismissing them as pathetic worms. Meanwhile, in Beijing, a massive crater smolders where something has torn through the city's protective shield. As officials look on, a figure levitates from the crater's depths. The man Nodisov lands before Commander Cha Gunghwan, radiating an oppressive aura that makes the old man tremble. When a guard foolishly charges him, Nodisov obliterates him with a lazy flick of his finger, before offering the commander a simple choice: die or obey. Soon after, in a grand meeting room, the most powerful warriors of Southeast Asia are gathered, growing impatient and questioning the delay. Master Cha Gunghwan finally enters, looking as though he's aged a decade in mere months. Suddenly, Nodisov appears beside him, announcing he will handle the explanation. With a single command to sit, he slams the powerful warriors into their chairs with an invisible force, paralyzing them completely. He introduces himself as Nodisov and makes a stunning offer: he will kill all the demons for them, provided they make the right choice. His demand is simple. The arrogant black armor general defies him, only for his armor to implode, crushing him instantly. The room falls into a terrified silence. Nodisov calmly asks again if they will submit, prompting the great monk to ask what he truly wants. Nodisov's goal is singular. He is looking for a man named Lucas Troman. In a moonlit forest, Lucas finds himself face to face with Seti. He asks why she lured him there, and she presses her scythe to his neck, stating that the one she serves wants him dead. Lucas, completely unfazed, observes that she doesn't seem the type to serve anyone. She smirks, revealing the grand game to decide the universe's next overlord is about to begin, and offers to help him win if he joins her. In response, Lucas shatters her scythe with a flick of his fingers and unleashes a lava blast. Explaining they both seek to preserve this universe but stand on opposite sides, she with the demons he created and he with the humans. Calling his reasoning nonsense, Seti lunges, declaring their opposing sides are precisely why they must fight. Their battle is a blur of motion, with Lucas effortlessly dodging her attacks and countering with ice magic, only for Seti to shatter his constructs. He then conjures a miniature sun, a spell she mocks as being barely above an average human's level. Their clash escalates until he catches her blade and overpowers her, unleashing a devastating combination of elements he calls Mage's World. The storm of magic leaves Seti defeated on the ground, her own scythe at her throat as Lucas warns her not to move. He insists they must join hands as balancers of the universe, but she scoffs at the idea. Suddenly, her scythe writhes, revealing itself as a living soul weapon that throws Lucas back. Now holding the advantage, Seti prepares to kill the kneeling mage, mocking his ignorance. Knowing the world's fate hangs in the balance, Lucas utters a single powerful word: break. Seti's arm shatters violently. The ground trembles as he speaks again: rip. Her limbs are torn from her body, leaving her dismembered and in shock at this godlike power. Lucas explains his authority. Final word gives his words absolute power, a force so great it risks tearing the universe apart, which is why he restrains himself. He presents his terms: he will not personally kill demons, allowing humanity to grow stronger by fighting them. Seti reluctantly agrees, but warns him that without his authority, he is no match for her and the other two absolutes who accompanied her. Lucas merely smirks, revealing he was already aware 3 of them had come. Back at a training room, Minharin pushes her limits, combining fire and ice into a massive explosion. Lucas returns battered but alive. Brushing aside her worried questions, he tells her he wants to see the results of her training, challenging her to attack him with her full strength. Lucas watches with an analytical gaze as his new student, Minharin, unleashes a torrent of fiery magic. He's inwardly stunned. In just a week, she's casting first circle magic without chanting, a feat of prodigious talent. Her control is already masterful, manipulating mana as if she were born to it. As she sends a whip of pure flame cracking through the air, he expected as much. She pivots, infusing her blade with explosive power, a roaring inferno engulfing her sword, which she swings in a devastating arc. Lucas effortlessly blocks the attack with a flick of his wrist, a wisp of smoke the only evidence of her power. He notes her approach is clever, a unique fusion of swordsmanship and magic born from her past experience. She bristles, retorting that she never gave up the sword, and smugly asks how he feels about his student's progress. Lucas's answer is a silent, overwhelming wave of pure mana that slams into her, throwing her to the ground. He stands over her, coldly stating that he doesn't even need to move against a newborn like her, and that she shouldn't get cocky. She can only stare in disbelief, realizing the attack wasn't even a spell but a simple release of power. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the facility, Gerard violently shoves Rio against some crates, his face a mask of fury. He snarls, asking if this is what Rio wanted to get praised, accusing him of butting in when he could have handled the demon himself. Rio weakly protests that he was just worried, but Gerard grabs him by the collar, his eyes glowing with rage, screaming that the weak should listen to orders from behind. He blames Rio for acting on his own, which led to Alina's fate. With a final guttural roar of frustration, Gerard throws Rio to the ground and warns him to stay out of his sight because he might actually kill him next time. Later, Lucas finds the bruised and dejected Rio sitting alone in the kitchen. He correctly identifies him as Rio, noting the fresh bruises on his face. Lucas casually makes some coffee while asking why Rio lets his friend Gerard beat him without fighting back, pointing out that Rio is clearly stronger. It's not fear, he deduces, so it must be guilt. Rio explodes, shouting that it's none of his business, but his defiance is short-lived. He asks Lucas if he's ever lost someone precious because of his own choices. Rio then begins his tragic tale, speaking of a kind and strong girl named Alina, their team leader. To the orphan Rio, she was like a mother, while Gerard adored her with a different kind of love. He was overjoyed when they became a couple. But a year ago, during a mission to protect refugees, their formation was broken. Rio saw a horrifying vision of Gerard being torn in half by a demon, and impulsively rushed to protect him. But his action had a fatal consequence. The demon noticed Alina, who was positioned for an ambush, and brutally killed her instead. The memory of Gerard's scream still haunts him. Rio's reckless mistake cost Gerard the person he loved most. He finishes his story, his voice heavy with sorrow, declaring he must spend his life repenting for both of them. Lucas listens silently, then tells Rio he understands exactly how it feels to survive when a loved one doesn't. He explains that if you don't blame someone in that situation, you'll break. People like Gerard who blame others are easier to deal with. It's the ones like Rio who blame only themselves who are the hardest. He offers Rio a way to get past the guilt, get stronger. He looks Rio dead in the eye, promising to make him stronger than anyone, stronger than the one he resents, stronger even than a demon. The next scene is the training room, where Lucas calmly tells Rio to come at him as if he wants to kill him, promising not to even use his hands. Minhalen is confused by the setup, but Rio is enraged by Lucas's words about him being a beggar who can't control his power. Lucas continues to taunt him, asking if he can fight a devil without control, and the training begins with a brutal kick that sends Rio flying. Lucas relentlessly badgers him, asking if he plans to spend his life atoning for Gerard's loss because of his lover, calling him cocky. Rio roars for him to shut up and charges, but Lucas meets his fist with a headbutt, sending him reeling back again. Minhalen watches, disgusted, thinking Lucas is just being childish. But pushed past his breaking point, something in Rio snaps. His eyes glow with blue energy as he declares he can never forgive Lucas, and his mana explodes outward in a massive shockwave. The blast is so powerful it forces Minhalen back, her hair whipping wildly. You can't believe this is the same kid. Rio charges again, punching the wall where Lucas was standing a moment before. Lucas tells him to image it to visualize the fight, and Rio begins to land explosive, imaginary blows all around him. Minhalen realizes what's happening. The force is being transmitted precisely to the point of impact. Lucas is teaching him the only way to beat a monster, to become one himself. Rio unleashes a storm of attacks, his imagination running wild as he lands hit after hit. In a flash of insight, he ducks under an imagined blow and spins, landing a solid kick right on Lucas's jaw. He got him, but Lucas barely flinches, grabbing Rio's leg and slamming him into the floor, before calmly announcing it's time for the second round. Hours later, Rio is completely spent, gasping on the floor while Minhalen practices her own magic. She suggests letting him rest, but Rio struggles to his feet. He asks Lucas if he can truly trust him as his master, his eyes burning with a desperate hope, asking if Lucas can really make him stronger than a devil. Lucas reveals that he'll be the one in trouble if it doesn't happen, cryptically stating that he can't kill the devil himself anymore. He speaks of an absolute being named Nodisov, a meticulous and rational enemy who already sees Lucas as a threat and wants to watch him fall. He declares his new purpose, to forge Rio and Minhalen into devil slayer monsters who will cast out the devil and save humanity. There's no time, he urges, so they must keep training. Far away, a city burns. An old man screams for his granddaughter Beth, trapped in the inferno. A soldier tries to drag him away, but a figure emerges from the flames, carrying the unconscious girl. It's Li Zhonghak, the Earth Dragon. He reunites the girl with her grandfather, but admits there are still many more to rescue and even more demons. Just as despair sets in, reinforcements arrive. At their head is the famed Sky Dragon, Kim Go-yeok. But he has another reason for being there. He's looking for someone. He asks the Earth Dragon a strange question. Does he believe in God? The Earth Dragon scoffs, looking at the destruction and saying the fires are proof there is no God. Go-yeok smiles and flips the idea, asking who else could solve such a hopeless situation. He and his followers drop to their knees and begin praying aloud to their king, their one and only God, Lord Nodisov. A colossal sphere of water materializes in the sky above the burning city. The water transforms into countless spears of ice that rain down, extinguishing the flames and piercing the demons, yet leaving every single civilian unharmed. The Earth Dragon can only stare in disbelief as the people call it a miracle. Go-yeok then reveals the true purpose of his visit. Their god is looking for a man named Lucas Troman, and he believes the Earth Dragon knows where to find him. Meanwhile, at the Europe branch, Director Nina is informed that East Asia HQ is sending an inspection team. She sneers, knowing it's a blatant power grab, especially since their own director has been unreachable for days. Sensing a trap, she orders all forces on armed standby, preparing for what could be a very long night. An elevator ascends into the heart of a hostile base, carrying a delegation from East Asia with a dark purpose. Their leader, Kim Go-yeok, sneers at the underground facility, calling it a rat's hole, but he's quickly shushed by a colleague who warns him to watch his mouth. Beside them, a man with small red horns named Utsuru quietly wonders about the man they are here for, Lucas Troman. The doors slide open to reveal a lobby teeming with armed guards, a welcome that only brings a smirk to Kim Go-yeok's face. A woman with sharp eyes and white hair steps forward, introducing herself as Nina Rednikova, the director of the Europe branch. She formally greets them, but her second-in-command, Ludwig, spots an unfamiliar blonde man in their ranks and demands his name. Suddenly, Utsuru erupts with joy, recognizing the man as his savior, Lucas. Ignoring the mission, Utsuru insists on greeting the one who saved his life, and his leader surprisingly allows it. While Nina guides the main delegation away, Utsuru kneels before Lucas in a private room, formally introducing himself as Banio Utsuru, disciple of the Bow God. Lucas, completely unbothered, sips a cup of instant coffee. He offers one to Utsuru, who then reveals the true reason for their visit. They are here under the new director's orders to find him. Lucas's expression doesn't change as he calmly utters the name of their new director, Nodiasov. Utsuru is stunned that he knew, explaining that the entire Asia branch has turned into a fanatical cult worshipping Nodiasov, with Kim Go-yeok as his most unpredictable follower. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Kim Go-yeok is already causing trouble, acting boorishly until Captain Nicholas demands he show respect. Kim casually dismisses him, promising to behave after finishing his coffee. Nina silently assesses the situation. East Asia's top hunters are all here, and their purpose is clearly not peaceful. She probes, asking about the previous director, only to be shocked by the news of his retirement. Kim then asks if she knows Lucas Troman, but before she can fully process the question, Nicholas loses his temper, slamming the table. In an instant, Kim blasts the captain across the room with a wave of psychic force, warning the old man not to interrupt him again. With the room in shock, Nina tells him he's crossed the line. But Kim retorts that she can't read the room and drops a world-shattering accusation. Lucas is the reason demons appeared in this world. Their director said so, making anyone who protects him a demon sympathizer. He leaps onto the table, demanding they hand over Lucas or be branded a den of demons. Nicholas furiously orders his forces to surround them, but Kim reveals he already knew everything, including that the blonde man standing behind Nina earlier was Lucas Troman himself. Back with Lucas, Utsuru frantically warns him to escape, revealing that hunters from their branch are flooding in through a portal. Lucas remains placid, sipping his drink. In the meeting room, Kim reveals his trump card, grabbing Nina by the chin and declaring he'll use her as a hostage. She demands proof of his claims, but he just laughs maniacally, explaining that when a king speaks, his word is truth, and Lord Nodiasov has spoken. He admits his fear of Nodiasov is precisely what makes him fearless now. Nicholas charges forward with his sword, but Kim shatters the blade with 2 fingers and sends him crashing into a wall. Just as Ludwig tries to call for backup, he finds the control room is silent, already taken over by infiltrators. The trap has been sprung. Kim announces the portal is under their control and the invasion begins. Nina realizes with cold dread that capturing her master was just a pretext. Their real goal was to consume the entire Europe branch. She stands defiant, declaring her master is here and they are nothing but meat shields. Kim sneers, revealing his final gambit. He sent Utsuru to keep Lucas occupied, and as he speaks, Utsuru kneels before Lucas, a poisoned dagger hidden behind his back. But Lucas is one step ahead. As the imposter spouts lies about his supposed master, Lucas grabs him by the throat, coldly stating that the real Na Zhangxiao takes no disciples. He reveals the poisoned dagger, unimpressed by Nodiasov's feeble attempt on his life. He knew from the start it was a trap because his true ally would never betray him. The imposter sputters that a human sympathizer like him won't kill, but Lucas simply blasts a hole through his chest, declaring that he doesn't consider creatures like him to be human. Stomping on the dying man's chest, he demands to know the plan. The imposter gasps that it's too late, that Nina is already dead, but Lucas corrects him one last time, stating that Nina isn't weak, before crushing the man's skull under his heel. He needs to hurry, but just as he turns to leave, the corpse rises, glowing with an unholy light. A new voice emanates from it, Nodiasov himself, here for a chat. Lucas is annoyed, telling the god he's busy, but Nodiasov begins a forced teleportation. As he's being pulled away, Lucas sends out an urgent telepathic message across the chaotic base, warning of the invasion and giving a single command: protect Nina. Two of his allies, Harin and a boy named Rio, receive the message just as they're cornered. Harin leaps into action, recalling Lucas's words to imagine her strongest form and become it, while Nina is locked in a desperate struggle against Kim Goyo, who mocks her age and offers to spare her for the price of an arm. Rio finds himself facing down grown men alone. Filled with rage at the sight of hunters killing hunters, he unleashes a powerful burst of energy, shattering his opponent's weapon. He stands his ground, bruised but unbroken, a defiant protector in a base under siege, with Harin and another ally appearing at his back, ready for the final stand. A new combatant arrives, recognized as White Flower, but an enemy operative simply sneers, questioning if another brat has shown up and lamenting that European HQ must be desperate for manpower. He casually tells her she'll be joining their side, but she responds by drawing her blade. With cold fury in her eyes, she declares that a true ally fights demons, not the trash who kills their own kind. She lunges forward, but her opponent unleashes a blast of fire magic that completely engulfs one of her allies. Her comrades order her to kill the traitor. The chaos triggers a painful memory for Rio, who is viciously grabbed by a superior and berated for being weaker than him. The man slaps him aside and brutally kicks him away, reinforcing his worthlessness. Rio's mind flashes back to a moment of deep regret, a failure that cost someone named Alina her life. He screams her name in his mind, tormented by the belief that he killed her because he was too weak to protect everyone, forced to make an impossible choice. Fueled by this agonizing memory, Rio's body erupts with a powerful blue aura as he vows to get stronger so he will never lose a precious friend again. He unleashes his power, trapping his foes within a cage of light. An ally confirms his identity is indeed Rio, before delivering the devastating news that Director Nina is in danger because their forces were wiped out. As if on cue, more hostiles arrive, their leader mocking the survivors for getting beaten by a woman and a kid. Realizing time is short, Rio prepares to move, but his female ally stops him, coldly stating that she is not his friend. She then makes a chilling vow: once the battle is over, she will kill him herself, so he better not dare die to anyone else. The enemy forces open fire with heavy artillery, shouting for them to die. The tide of the battle shifts as more powerful figures clash. A silver-haired woman gracefully disarms her opponent, remarking that while his movements are worthy of the name Sky Dragon, his actual combat experience is severely lacking. Elsewhere, a nimble fighter suddenly freezes in place, caught in the gaze of a priestess who reveals her ability is the Divine Eye, which paralyzes anyone who meets her gaze. As an enemy tries to take advantage, the H-Warring captain attacks him from behind, calling it a duel of honor. The Sword Master intervenes, threatening to cut down the captain and his honor together. The battlefield descends into chaos as Nicholas is fatally stabbed. The Sky Dragon Kim Goyok pins an old woman to the ground, giving her an ultimatum: die or submit. She merely scoffs, telling him he serves the wrong person, as his new director could never defeat her master. Enraged, Kim Go-hyuk slices her face, declaring that a face needs to be symmetrical. In a separate dark dimension, the scarred absolute known as Nodiasov taunts a restrained woman named Seti about slaughtering his demons. He dismisses them as pawns, but she coldly retorts that losing one of the too many absolutes might be a good thing as she summons her scythe. Suddenly, two more figures appear, a featureless being called the Creator God and an irritated Lucas Troman. Lucas demands the Creator God be quick, internally seething at Nodiasov for gathering lackeys and attacking his friend's home. Lucas confronts Nodiasov directly, telling him to come in person if he wants to play, instead of dragging others into it like a coward. Nodiasov grins maniacally, thrilled by the challenge and eager to see the look on Lucas's face when he's surrounded by the corpses of his friends. Lucas calmly replies that will never happen because there's one thing he's good at, teaching his kids. As if on cue, back in the battle, Kim Go-hyuk's hand suddenly erupts in flames. He collapses, staring at his charred hand in disbelief, mocking the fact that this was the work of someone he thought was important. He warns Min Harin and Ryo away, telling them this is not a place for them. Harin feels an immense pressure, realizing she stands before legends like the Sky Dragon and the Sword Master, fighters leagues beyond her current ability. The Hwarang leader, bored with weak opponents, charges at Harin with a massive swing of his blade. She dodges and he calls her a rat, leaving himself wide open. She exploits his arrogance, moving like a phantom to strike all his vital points in an instant. With a final, decisive move, she drives her own blade deep into his back. She stands over him, acknowledging that her body has become too used to Lucas's training, and challenges the next to die. The Sword Master steps forward, complimenting her skill and preparing to fight her himself. Ryo tries to intervene, but the priestess casts a spell that makes his body feel relaxed and heavy. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out, grazing the priestess's cheek. The shooter remarks that the anesthesia hasn't worn off as he was aiming for her skull. The Hwarang leader rises, laughing, and invites Min Harin, the White Flower, to a dance of swords. The Sky Dragon Kim Go-hyuk re-enters the fray, moving with such blinding speed that Harin is slammed to the ground before she can even react. He holds a blade to her throat, questioning why she's fighting in a demon's den when she was freed from slavery. He urges her to come back to rejoin their cause, but she spits blood and refuses. She screams that her only goal is to create a peaceful world for her siblings and that his petty turf wars disgust her. Enraged by her defiance, he smashes her to the floor. He roars that she has sold her soul to a demon, discovering in shock that she has formed a mana room in her core, a feat only possible with Lucas's help. Harin ignores him, channeling both fire and ice magic into her hands. Kim Go-hyuk warns her that attempting to fuse opposing attributes before reaching 6 stars is suicide, as the repelling force will cause a massive explosion. A blinding detonation engulfs the area. From the smoke, Harin emerges, wounded but resolute, holding her sword aloft. She declares that she has not abandoned the path of the sword, but has found her own way. The Sword Master shields Ryo, telling the boy to leave as he doesn't want to add a child's blood to the mess. Ryo ignites in a blaze of blue energy, his voice dripping with newfound confidence as he asks the man if he's so sure he can even spill his blood. He charges, unleashing a flurry of attacks that the Sword Master is forced to take seriously. Though the boy is skilled, the Master's experience wins out, and he sends Ryo flying with a powerful kick. He concedes his mistake, admitting he thought Ryo was a kitten, but now sees he is a tiger's cub and will be treated as such. In the other realm, Nodiasov scoffs at Lucas's faith in humans. The Creator God intervenes, explaining their temporary universe cannot withstand their full power and would collapse. To ensure a fair assessment in the Great Game, he announces with a sinister smile that he has prepared a special way for them to fight at their absolute strongest. A divine being tells Lucas and his companions to rejoice, for it has prepared a way for them to use their full power. Lucas demands to know what it means, and the entity explains that unleashing their true strength would cause the universe to collapse from the strain. The only solution is to shift that cosmic burden to another world, a world after annihilation, known as the Void World. It's a space of nothingness, the garbage dump of the entire universe, a place so secret that not even the sovereigns are fully aware of it. When asked how they could possibly interfere with such a place, the being reveals it has already prepared a method. Their task is to find it. Without locating the Void World, victory in their upcoming fight is impossible. The being announces it has no time to slowly pass on billions of years of knowledge, so it will inject the information directly into their minds. As his comrades worry, Lucas stares into the void, his mind elsewhere. He knows he must rush to save Nina, but finding the Void World is the bare minimum to protect humanity. Clenching his fist, he puts his faith in Harun and Rio and tells the entity to begin. Elsewhere, a brutal battle is already underway as a bloodied man, Kim Go-yeok, cackles at his opponent, Min Harun. He introduces himself as the Sky Dragon and they clash in a blur of motion, shattering the room around them. Harun is fast, but he mocks her, saying his eyes are already getting used to her speed. He admits he held her in high regard, impressed by her guts and resolve, even considering her as his successor. But then he scoffs at her use of magic, demanding to know how she'll make up for the disappointment. As she blocks his attack, Harun retorts that she's flattered by his praise but refuses to become anyone's dog. Her defiance sends him into a rage. In another part of the building, a young man named Rio desperately dodges the relentless sword strikes of a man in a trench coat. Rio realizes the man's sword is impossibly sharp, even a glancing blow would be fatal. The swordsman unleashes a powerful sword strike, blasting Rio across the room. He coldly states that there's no place in this room his sword can't reach. Rio pushes himself up, barely comprehending such inhuman swordsmanship. The man moves in for the kill, but Rio sees through the wide slashes. It's a feint. He dodges inside the attack, but is saved from the counter by his companion, Gerard. The swordsman is impressed by the Europe branch's youngsters. Rio knows he must break through the man's intense sword aura, but his own mana armor won't hold. Gerard offers a simple, reckless solution. He will be Rio's shield. Gerard charges, absorbing a devastating blow with his own massive blade and shouting for Rio to go now. The two youths press their advantage, overwhelming the swordsman with their teamwork, pinning his sword and landing a series of brutal kicks and punches that finally send him flying. Their victory is secured. Meanwhile, a gunslinger faces a woman wreathed in shadows who shrieks that he dared to scar her face. He coolly apologizes, promising to blow her head off next time. She lunges with her divine eye ability, but he smirks, claiming his ears are sharp enough to track her. She mocks his confidence and unleashes a piercing sonic scream that brings him to his knees. She gloats that her directional roar can easily destroy his eardrums. But her victory is cut short as the Hwarang leader appears behind her, impaled. The gunslinger stands, revealing his claim of sharp hearing was a lie. He tracked her by her musty stench before putting a bullet through her head. Back in the main hall, Min Harun stands over the defeated Kim Go-yeok, telling him it's over. He looks up with a broken smile, realizing from the silence that his own forces have been wiped out. But just as victory seems certain, a report comes from the control room, all intruders neutralized, but at the cost of 26 allied dead. The director, Nina, is devastated by the losses, but is reminded that they intentionally weakened security to funnel the enemy, a plan that saved them from total annihilation. Overhearing this, Kim Go-yeok erupts in manic laughter, demanding to know what they mean. Harun tells him to surrender, but he's past listening. He roars Nina's name and lunges, vowing to kill her and end everything. Rio intercepts the attack, enraged that Kim Go-yeok was the one who injured the director. As the chaos unfolds on Earth, the knowledge transfer concludes, leaving Lucas's companions reeling. The cosmic being explains they received only a fragment of its memories containing clues to the Void World, and that finding it is now their responsibility before it vanishes to enjoy the show. Lucas immediately teleports away, eager to witness their despair firsthand. His ally can only curse him as a madman. Back on the battlefield, Kim Go-yeok proves to be a true monster, effortlessly throwing Rio and Gerard aside. He smashes Ludwig to the ground and closes in on Nina, but Harun blocks his path. He grabs her by the throat, his hands tightening around her neck. But just as she starts to fade, Rio strikes, slamming a chunk of ice into the Sky Dragon's side. This gives them the opening they need. Rio and Gerard unleash a furious combination of physical blows and ice magic, pummeling their foe relentlessly. With a final desperate heave, Harun plunges her sword deep into Kim Go-yeok's chest, skewering him to the floor. This time it's truly over. The exhausted survivors gather, tending to their wounds. Gerard even jokes with Rio about having a round later. But their relief is shattered in an instant. Black spikes erupt from the ground, impaling Gerard through the back. Everyone watches in horror as Kim Go-yeok's corpse rises, shrouded in a sinister purple aura. A new, chilling voice speaks through him, expressing surprise they won without Lucas. The entity explains it simply possessed a convenient corpse lying around before formally introducing itself as Nodiasov, the new director of the Asia branch. A menacing figure cloaked in shadow announces himself as Nodiasov, the new director of the Asia branch, his arrival sending a shockwave through the battered defenders. The air crackles with malevolent energy as he lunges for Rio, effortlessly lifting him by the throat. Nodiasov's eyes gleam with malice as he confirms Rio was Lucas's disciple, expressing a twisted desire to see despair on his master's face. Harin screams for him to let go and rushes forward with her sword drawn. But Nodiasov simply remarks that she must be a disciple too. With a contemptuous flick of his wrist, he sends her crashing to the ground. Just as the situation seems hopeless, a new figure calmly walks into the chaos. Lucas has arrived. The disciples stare in disbelief and relief, calling out to their master. Nodiasov, suspended in the air, seems surprised, asking Lucas why he came so quickly, noting he hadn't even finished preparing to receive him. Lucas ignores him, his gaze fixed on his fallen students littering the ground. Harin weakly asks where he's been, and he gently places a hand on her head, telling her she's been through a lot. His soft demeanor vanishes in an instant as he turns back to Nodiasov, coolly stating that fighting someone in a borrowed body is no match for him and that he should come back properly if he wants a real fight. Nodiasov seethes, his vessel cracking under the strain, and snarls that if Lucas came in person, he would surely die. Lucas's eyes glow with an icy blue light, a smirk playing on his lips as he questions if his enemy is sure about that. The dark energy around Nodiasov intensifies as he declares he was only there to see Lucas's face before vowing they will meet again and vanishing. The now empty vessel collapses to the floor, leaving Lucas to remark on how unpleasant his foe was to the very end. His disciples ask about the enemy's identity, and Lucas casually dismisses the terrifying entity as a mere stalker. The aftermath is a frantic scene at a hospital, with doctors rushing the wounded into operating rooms. Lucas walks down a quiet corridor, arriving at a patient's room. Inside, Nina lies in bed, her eyes bandaged, but she recognizes his presence immediately, calling him master. He sits by her side, a heavy silence between them as she explains that even divine power couldn't restore her eyes due to a curse on the sky dragon's blade. She tries to joke about saving time on eye makeup, but the attempt at humor falls flat. Lucas apologizes, taking the blame for her injury. But she insists it wasn't his fault, remarking that they have two eyes for a reason. Outside the room, Ludwig listens, understanding the gravity of their situation. Without Lucas, the Europe branch would have been swallowed whole. Later, Ludwig explains their predicament to Lucas and another associate. With support from the Asia branch cut off, they will eventually self-destruct. They must find a new source of supplies, but the world is in chaos. Lucas states there is one place, the United States. Ludwig is skeptical, reminding him that the US is the most isolationist country in the world. They head to the communication room where Ludwig insists that any attempt to contact the US branch will be refused or ignored entirely. But Lucas is confident, telling him to send a special cipher along with the request. He leans into the microphone and whispers a single name, Frey Blake. To everyone's astonishment, the call is answered instantly by none other than Neil Flano, the president of the World Hunters Association. Ludwig is utterly flabbergasted, his mind reeling at the revelation of who Lucas truly is. Lucas cuts to the chase, demanding Neil open a portal. Neil agrees, asking how many people will be coming, to which Lucas replies 3. With the connection secured, Lucas prepares to leave, promising to take care of Nina. In another hospital room, Gerard lies bandaged and broken, his expression hollow. His friend Rio sits beside him, urging him to get better. Gerard cuts him off, revealing the devastating truth: his mana core has been destroyed and his life as a hunter is over. He spirals into despair, lamenting that he can no longer even enjoy the simple pleasure of punching unlucky people. He asks if Rio is going to America with Lucas, warning him not to trust the enigmatic man. But Rio's faith is absolute. He trusts Lucas because he is his master. Defeated, Gerard tells Rio he can no longer be his shield and that he must protect himself now before ordering him to get lost. Once alone, Gerard covers his face and breaks down, his body shaking with silent, desperate sobs. Rio leaves the room and meets Harin in the hallway. She reaches out her hand and tells him it's time to go, as Lucas is waiting. They arrive at the portal management room, only to find their master is, as usual, late. Suddenly, a man with long white hair appears before them. Harin hesitantly asks if he could be Lucas. He smiles, introducing himself by the name he'll use in this new form, Frey Blake. Meanwhile, in Beijing, the legendary dragon hunter Li Zhonghak walks through the streets, his return causing a stir. He enters the director's office and comes face to face with Nodiv Sov. Nodiv smugly tells him to add sir when addressing him, but Zhonghak cuts straight to the point, accusing him of orchestrating the attack on the European HQ and spreading rumors about Lucas. Nodiv's eyes gleam as he admits he knows exactly what Zhonghak desires, the annihilation of all demons. He offers a chilling pact to help him eliminate the hypocrite Lucas, and in return, he will wipe out every last demon from the world. The only price for this ultimate victory is absolute obedience. Back with our heroes, they step through the portal into the dazzling city of Manhattan. Rito and Harin are completely awestruck, marveling at the towering buildings and clear blue sky, a world they thought was lost forever. Frey explains that this pocket of peace is the work of Neil Fland. Their sightseeing is interrupted by a sleek limousine pulling up, its staff rolling out a red carpet. A woman in a stunning red dress emerges, introducing herself as their guide, the Archmage Joanna Goldberg. Her welcome, however, is anything but warm. She immediately scoffs at their power levels, deeming Frey not even a 1-star mage and Harin barely a 3-star. The tension escalates inside the limo when Joanna condescendingly asks Frey about his star level. Fed up with his arrogant silence, she decides to teach him a lesson, unleashing her powerful mind control magic. As she gloats about the power of an archmage, a terrifying pressure suddenly crushes her from within. Frey's eyes glow with an otherworldly blue light, his voice echoing in her mind as he warns her not to judge others carelessly. The mental assault leaves Joanna gasping and trembling, her bravado shattered. She stammers to Harin that it was nothing, just a bout of sleep paralysis, unable to comprehend the monstrous power she just provoked. Frey Blake and his disciples are ushered into the gleaming heart of the U.S. Branch Filsky Tower, a place so teeming with peaceful civilians that his companions can't believe it's a hunter outpost. Their guide, Joanna, explains that the lower floors are a public tourist spot, a concept utterly alien to the war-torn lands they've left behind. As they reach the elevator, Joanna is greeted respectfully by security. And inside the rising lift, his disciples whisper about their hunger. When the doors open on the 125th floor, Joanna orders them all out, only to stop Frey, informing him that he alone will continue upward to meet the chairman on the 177th floor. She explains it's a private area where even she can't go without an invitation, before inviting his hungry disciples to a meal. Alone in the elevator, Frey ascends, his thoughts interrupted when the lift stops unexpectedly. The doors open to reveal a rugged, long-haired man who enters and presses the button for the 177th floor without a word. Frey's senses scream danger. This man is powerful and absolute just like him. As they stand in silence, Frey recalls Seti's warning that there are 4 absolutes, meaning this stranger is the final one. The man introduces himself as Letif, noting Frey's curiosity. And Frey responds with his own name before they are plunged into a tense silence. Frey realizes with cold certainty that this man, Letif, sensed his presence just as he sensed his. They arrive at a lavish office where the chairman of the U.S. Hunter Association, Neil Fland, sits waiting. While they wait, Letif casually watches a comedian on a large screen, laughing heartily. A stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. Neil finally turns his attention to Frey, entering the room and closing the door behind them. The chairman begins with a surprising apology, admitting he was rude during their last encounter and had to look down on him because of all the eyes watching. Frey gazes out the window at the sprawling city, a world built on the foundation of a deal with the devil. Neil claims this country is everything to him, but Frey cuts through the facade, accusing him of making a deal with demons. Neil reveals the truth. A barrier protects the American continent, but it's a flimsy level 7 shield, not nearly strong enough to stop a high-ranking demon. Frey scoffs, seeing Neil's desperation. He's here to beg for support now that Asia and Europe have cut him off. Neil lays his cards on the table, offering Frey a new life, a new home. He proposes that if Frey becomes the protector of the United States, they will grant his every wish. Frey scoffs, well aware of Europe's dire situation, and correctly guesses that the man outside Letif is Neil's source of information. Neil confirms it but clarifies that he has no control over Letif. The man simply appeared one day and made himself at home, citing a love for American culture and stand-up comedy. With the offer standing, Neil asks for Frey's answer. Frey's response is a simple, decisive no. He states that unlike Neil, he must protect everyone, not just Americans, and turns to leave, declaring their negotiations a failure. But Neil stops him, revealing the true reason for the summons wasn't immigration, but an investigation into a group called Manhwa. The name triggers a deep cosmic memory within Frey, a sensation he felt from the creator himself, a clue to the void world. Neil explains that while most believe the Manhwa are mythical heroes, he is certain they are real, as they once captured one on record. He clarifies that it's not an organization but 3 individuals, and he needs to know if they are humanity's greatest allies or their most dangerous enemies. To persuade Frey, Neil reveals he has something to show him. He projects a single, grainy photo onto a screen, the silhouette of a lone hunter standing over a battlefield littered with demon corpses. Neil explains that this individual hunted them all alone, a feat that makes his humanity questionable. But the most shocking detail is the massive demon head among the dead, which Frey instantly recognizes as Duke Crodes. Neil notes that if this hunter truly defeated a duke on his own, he must be a transcendent being just like Frey. However, with the Thunderlord preventing any new absolutes from entering their world, this man is an anomaly. This mysterious figure is known by a code name, the Strongest Hunter, one of the 3 members of Manhwa, alongside the Saint of Salvation and the Black Witch. Intrigued, Frey agrees to investigate them, but on one critical condition: Neil must promise to return to being human. Neil is stunned for a moment, realizing Frey is demanding he end his deal with the demons. He readily agrees, vowing to end the deal immediately and promising U.S. support for the European branch as a token of goodwill. As they toast to their new agreement, Frey adds one more condition: his 2 disciples must be allowed to study in the U.S. Later, his disciples Harun and Liam are ecstatically devouring a meal with Joanna, thrilled by the taste of American food and the prospect of staying for a few years. Their joy is cut short when Neil informs a shocked Joanna that she will be assisting Frey on his mission to investigate Manhwa, starting immediately in Africa. At a cafe, Frey explains to his disciples that the American curriculum will be good training for them. But they look downcast, confessing they want to be of help to their master on his dangerous mission, not study abroad peacefully. Frey smirks, warning them not to take the U.S. training lightly, as even top hunters have been known to quit in tears. He leans in with a chilling smile, vowing to kill them himself if they don't show significant improvement upon his return. The threat leaves them terrified, wondering if they'll even survive to see Europe. In a car speeding towards the portal, Joanna briefs Frey on their target, the Strongest Hunter, code-name Cran, a ruthless demon hunter with no concrete information on his identity, save for a witness who saw him in Africa. The mention of Africa sends Joanna into a panic, and Frey asks her what's wrong. He feigns ignorance when she mentions Grey Sun, forcing her to explain that it's a massive criminal organization, 5 times larger than the Red Mafia. Frey inwardly connects the dots, realizing Neil was likely behind the Red Mafia's attack on him. Joanna grows increasingly agitated, trying to impress upon Frey the sheer danger of their destination. But he remains unnervingly calm, which only frustrates her more. As they prepare to board the portal to Africa, Frey finally addresses her, telling her it'll be a short journey but asking her to take care of them, using her name, Joanna, for the first time. His unexpected kindness leaves her flustered and confused as they step through the portal. They arrive in a desolate, impoverished town in the Congo, a world away from the gleaming towers of America. They are greeted by Destin, the director of the Congo branch, who points out the horrific sight of listless people lying in the dirt, a stark reality check for the American hunter. Destin warns them that their plan to fly to Egypt is impossible. Here, devils outnumber people 10 to 1, and using high-tier magic would instantly summon a swarm they couldn't handle. The only option is a multi-day drive in a rugged vehicle. Joanna is initially excited by the prospect of an adventure, but Destin's final warning freezes her blood. To cross the continent, they'll have to pass through the territory of Grey Sun. She recoils in terror, refusing to go and insisting they find another way. Frey, ever logical, presents her with a simple, terrifying choice. Does she want to fly and be swarmed by devils or drive and face Grey Sun? Tears streaming down her face, she makes her choice with a choked whisper, "Gray Sun." Joanna Goldberg feels utterly insane as she grips the steering wheel, her pride in tatters. This entire situation is a humiliation. Becoming an archmage only to chauffeur a man who can't even drive feels pathetic. This is only the second time she's ever been a passenger, and she rants that men in America used to faint from just making eye contact with her. Her companion, Frey, remains perfectly calm, his gaze fixed ahead as he remarks that she reminds him of someone he knows. When she snaps, demanding to know who, he coolly replies that she resembles a demon duchess named Lilith, who happens to be quite pretty. Before she can properly rage, Frey explains that of course he can't drive a car he's never seen, especially since Europe has been so devastated by demons that most people don't even have homes. Changing the subject, Joanna asks about director Nina, gushing that Nina is her role model. She heard Nina lost an eye in an attack, and when Frey asks if she's okay, Joanna laughs, recounting Nina's badass response that now she can sleep more since she'll spend less time on makeup. Suddenly, their conversation is cut short as shadowy beast fiends erupt from the desert sands, swarming their vehicle. One smashes into the side of the truck, and others hurl rocks, flipping them over in a violent crash. Dazed and bleeding, Joanna crawls through the wreckage, calling for Frey. She looks out to see a massive pack of beasts surrounding them, all under the command of a single, grinning demon watching from afar. Frantic, she bursts from the truck, levitating in a swirl of icy magic, and unleashes a deadly volley of ice spears that tear through the fiends. Landing on the truck, she realizes her use of mana will attract the demon controller. But her priority is finding Frey. She peers into the cabin only to find it empty, a horrifying realization dawning that he was thrown from the vehicle. Meanwhile, in a derelict building, two demons play chess, the masterminds of the attack. One boasts about setting his beasts on the prey, describing the female as very usable. They crudely discuss her value to their higher-ups, laughing about their plan, until one expresses concern that the beasts might damage the merchandise. The other waves it off, having ordered them to merely play with her before he declares checkmate. Just then, a calm voice cuts through their laughter as Frey appears between them. He casually suggests a better strategy for their game, but his placid demeanor shatters as he declares he can't listen to their filth anymore. He explodes into action, smashing their table. The demons, stunned, finally recognize him from the truck, demanding to know how long he's been there. Frey simply says quite a while before grabbing one by the face, his grip like iron. He warns the demon to answer his questions or die. Paralyzed by sheer terror, the demon feels his life force draining away. With cold, glowing eyes, Frey demands to know everything about the slave market. In a dark forest far away, a woman named Seti is confronted by a man, Redif. He's found her, guessing correctly that she's allied with Lucas. Annoyed, Seti summons a massive crimson scythe, ready for a fight he insists he doesn't want. He tells her he's only there to give advice. If she wants to live, she needs to borrow Lucas's strength. He then vanishes, leaving her with a cryptic warning about midnight. Back in the hideout, Frey's interrogation continues. He slams the demon to the ground, forcing the other to beg for his life. The demon confesses they capture humans for their higher-ups in Somalia or Algeria. The most damning revelation comes next. They knew where to find them because they bought the information from a human. The memory of Destin from the Congo branch giving them the truck flashes in Frey's mind, and his eyes gleam with cold fury. At the crash site, Joanna fights for her life, battered and exhausted amidst a landscape of fire and monster corpses. She desperately tries to push forward to find Frey, but a beast rakes its claws across her leg, sending her to the ground. With a final roar of defiance, she screams her name and unleashes a massive firestorm. Before finally collapsing, as her vision fades, Frey appears. He rushes to her side, his voice filled with relief as he holds her, glad she's safe. Overwhelmed, Joanna cries, but he calms her, telling her everything is okay as he tends to her wounds. His quiet confidence washes over her, melting her fear. When she asks where he was, he casually mentions he popped over to the Congo branch to take care of some things. A quick cut reveals the bloody, dismembered corpse of the branch leader Destin. Frey's business is indeed concluded. Later, Frey stands atop a cliff, using clairvoyance to survey the land. He sees a city overrun by demons and another where humans and demons coexist. A hooded figure, Lord, appears, warning him against overusing his power. Lord then drops a bombshell. Someone from Frey's original world is here. Stunned, Frey demands to know who, but Lord fades away, offering only a cryptic "stay well" as a farewell. Frey is left reeling from the news. The next day, Joanna fruitlessly tries to fix the dead truck. kicking it in frustration. Frey appears, informing her he's found a human city a half-day's walk away. He offers to carry her, but she pridefully refuses, declaring she'd rather crawl. They arrive at a fortified city and are stopped by a guard, Keegan. Joanna explains their situation, and the smitten guard agrees to help, leading them onto a truck to take them to his boss's hideout. When she asks who the boss is, Keegan mentions a name, Draggle Fistfounder. The name hits Frey like a physical blow, his eyes igniting with a murderous rage as a forgotten piece of his past comes crashing back. Joanna Goldberg sinks into the bliss of a warm bath, a luxury she hasn't felt in ages as the heat soothes her weary body. But a sharp pain from the wounds on her leg brings her back to reality. Her mind drifting not to the injury but to Frey Blake. She recalls the chilling intensity in his eyes the moment he heard the name Draggle Fistfounder. A reaction so fierce it startled her. She's completely baffled by his connection to Chairman Neil and why that name shook him to his core. Elsewhere, Frey sits alone in a quiet tavern, nursing a drink when a stranger asks to join him at the only empty seat. Frey's eyes narrow as he recognizes the man, Lee Jonghak. Jonghak introduces himself as a hunter from the Asian headquarters, and Frey reciprocates, claiming to be from the European branch. They clink their mugs together, two strangers sharing a brief moment of peace. Their quiet is shattered when Joanna storms in, complaining about Frey's old man smell and asking if he's even washed yet. Her complaints die in her throat when she recognizes his companion, excitedly identifying Lee Jonghak as the legendary human dragon. Just as the trio forms, a man in military gear approaches, informing them that the boss wishes to see them now. He gestures towards a distant, brightly lit building, identifying it as Commander Draggle's residence. Jonghak's suspicion is immediately piqued. He had requested a private meeting, but now it seems they have more guests. When their guide offers them a ride in a truck, Jonghak coolly declines, claiming he'll walk to help with digestion. Frey and Joanna decide to follow his lead. As they walk through the quiet city streets, Frey's mind races. He observes the unnerving calm on the residents' faces, a complete lack of fear or hunger that shouldn't be possible here. He sees the impossible, humans and demons coexisting peacefully. The only logical conclusion is that these people are collaborators, traitors who offer up their own kind to the demons they serve. This means their boss is either a demon or one of its puppets. The only real problem for Frey is the promise he made to protect these two, which will be troublesome when he needs to confront Draggle alone. In a flash of brutal motion, Jonghak spins around and drives his blade deep into Joanna's leg. She lets out a pained shriek, aghast that her National Treasure class legs have been wounded. Frey, utterly unfazed, simply tells Joanna she pushed herself too hard and asks Jonghak to escort her back to their lodgings, a clever ploy to get them out of the way. But their guide isn't buying it. He snarls that he went through too much trouble to arrange this meeting for them to back out now, his patience wearing thin. Frey's expression turns to ice as he locks eyes with the man and utters two simple words, "Demon bastard." The facade shatters. The guide orders his men to kill the two men but to leave the woman alive. As chaos erupts, Jonghak becomes a whirlwind of steel, his sword dancing through the ambushers in a spray of blood, effortlessly cutting them down. He tells Frey that this place is a breeding factory, a processing facility where humans are turned into sacrifices for demons. He then reveals the chilling truth. Their boss, Gillard Peacefinder, is one of the 5 great vampire dukes. Far away in France, a horned demon named Azazel Troman kneels as he is summoned by a swirling vortex of crimson energy. A voice booms from the vortex, his king, declaring that the time has come to move. Back in the slaughter, Jonghak continues his deadly dance, unleashing his power of sword control with Kai, his blade flying through the air and impaling his enemies from a distance. Joanna watches in stunned silence, her mind struggling to comprehend the sheer level of his swordsmanship. Her shock turns to suspicion as she spots a tattoo on his arm, a gray sun. She accuses him of belonging to the infamous criminal organization, but Jonghak swiftly corrects her, stating that they are a resistance force dedicated to reclaiming the world from demons. Her disbelief is palpable, saying she'd sooner believe a demon was a church elder. Jonghak then reveals that a barrier has been erected over the city, trapping them all inside. With no other choice, he tells them to follow him. He leads them to an unassuming angel statue in the woods, performs a strange tap dancing sequence on the stone base, and a secret passage grinds open. They descend into a narrow corridor that opens up into a massive underground complex, alive with the sounds of training, the Grey Sun's hideout. They are met by a towering, muscular man who Jonghak introduces as the big boss, Eliezer Kipitosi. Joanna recognizes the name with a jolt. Before she can process it, a woman named Camilla angrily confronts Jonghak for bringing an American here, spitting that their leader is a demon's lackey who has hidden the truth for 10 years. Joanna, infuriated, grabs Camilla, her eyes blazing as she asks if she means Neil Fland. Eliezer's booming laugh cuts through the tension. He's impressed with Joanna's fire, admitting she's nothing like the dead weight rumors describe. To prove their points, he orders a captive to be brought forward. A large cage is wheeled out, containing a small, frail-looking girl. Without warning, the cage is flooded with electricity, and the girl screams in agony. Joanna demands they stop, but Eliezer's man warns her that the child is a brutal killer. As the electricity courses through her, the girl's form twists, her eyes glowing red as demonic features emerge. Eliezer explains that she is a hybrid, a being possessing traits of both human and demon. The word hybrid strikes Frey like lightning. The ancient knowledge of the creation god surges within him, an overwhelming torrent of information that forces him to his knees. He clutches his head, realizing this place holds a vital clue to the void world. Eliezer explains that the African Hunters Association has been kidnapping civilians and offering them to demons to create these hybrids. Camilla adds that when they sought help, America's Neil Fland not only refused but branded them terrorists to cover up the truth. The revelation hits Joanna like a physical blow, the weight of the deception crushing her. Frey, now composed, coldly asks what they want with them, pointing out they're merely low-rank hunters. Eliezer ignores him, turning to Joanna. He reveals that the mastermind behind the experiments is Bullied, one of the legendary 5 dukes. Their goal, he declares, is to destroy the vampire duke and all his twisted creations. His gaze locks onto her, his voice a low rumble as he asks if she, Joanna Goldberg, will join their cause. Frey sits across from the American envoy, Joanna, sensing her internal conflict as she clutches her mug, her resolve wavering. He calmly points out her hesitation, and she admits that as an American envoy, she must uphold her country's decision to ignore Grey Sun's plea for help. But Frey sees through the facade, stating that she doesn't actually agree with America's judgment, and that's the real reason for her turmoil. His words cut deep and he presses on, reminding her of the horrific demon-human hybrid experiments, a threat that should unite the world, yet America is the very nation holding them back. He challenges her directly, asking if she is merely a mouthpiece for her country or a human being capable of making her own choice. He urges her to follow her conscience, promising his full support regardless of her decision, and a spark of determination ignites in her eyes. Elsewhere, the members of Grey Sun voice their own doubts. One woman, Camilla, expresses her dislike for Frey, calling his mana sensitivity trash and his attitude arrogant. Another member, Lee Jonghak, wants to confirm if fighting Duke Bullied is truly their only remaining option. And when it's confirmed, Camilla erupts, questioning why they need Joanna and especially the seemingly useless Frey. Jonghak silences them with a story from his past. He recalls a man with a presence just like Frey's, a man with no detectable mana who unbelievably beheaded a duke in a single strike. The memory of that man's all-seeing eyes haunts him. Just then, their meeting is shattered by a scout bursting in with urgent news. The demon hunter Kran has been spotted, and he's heading straight for their city, Zinga. His target none other than Duke Bullied Pathfinder. Later, Joanna struggles with a complex grimoire when Frey appears behind her without a sound, startling her so badly she shrieks. He peers at the high-level magic theory, which she explains is needed for the subjugation, but is so difficult that even world-class scholars couldn't decipher it. Having heard she decided to cooperate, Frey makes a solemn vow. He will pull all-nighters to decipher every spell in the book, ensuring they all survive without a scratch. Soon after, Jonghak arrives, politely knocking and asks to borrow Frey for a moment. At a quiet bar, Jonghak cuts to the chase, asking if Frey knows Lucas Troman, a question Frey deflects with a simple no comment. Jonghak presses, revealing he knows Frey's true target is Kran and that Kran is also heading for Bullied. He asks Frey, a being of unfathomable power himself, to judge if Kran is a friend or foe. Walking back, Frey contemplates the tangled web of his mission, the demon hunters, the hybrids, and the void world. He finds Joanna passed out on her couch, drool staining the precious grimoire. When she jerks awake from a nightmare, she finds the impossible has happened. The entire grimoire has been perfectly deciphered, with helpful notes stuck to every page. Awestruck and disbelieving, she realizes only one person could have done it: Frey. As the Grey Sun team moves through the desolate ruins of a sacrificed town, Frey is elsewhere, emerging from a hidden passage in a graveyard. He activates his clairvoyance, his vision piercing the veil of reality to observe the coming conflict from afar. The team, tense and on edge, suddenly witnesses the horrifying reality of their mission as monstrous creatures drag away screaming civilians. The vampire Duke Gillard Peacefinder appears in person, his sadistic grin illuminated by the moonlight as he savors the terror. He snatches a crying woman and sinks his fangs into her neck with a sickening crunch. Camilla trembles with pure rage, unable to hold back any longer. As her comrades try to restrain her, Joanna ignites her hands with brilliant flames, declaring she will buy them time to escape and save the innocent, refusing to let their organization's ideals be a lie. Moved by her courage, Camilla calls her the best American she's ever met and dashes to save a survivor, while Joanna unleashes a torrent of fire at the Duke. But their defiance is short-lived. A grotesque tendril erupts from Gillard, impaling Camilla through the chest. Jonghak roars in anguish, his sword striking the tendril uselessly as if it were solid steel. Gillard easily dispatches the rest of the team. Before turning to the survivors with a chilling smile, he reveals he's been searching for their hideout all along. And now, thanks to them, he has found it. He explains his ability to absorb memories from his victims. And through the mind of the woman he just murdered, he has learned the location of their secret base.